What is going on, guys, and welcome to HTML tutorial. Now, if you're new to web development, let me just quickly show you what is HTML programming language. So let's say that you open up your browser and you would type in any website that you want. In this case, I'm just going to type espn.com. And you go anywhere on a page and you just right click it and you click on inspect and you'll see a mumbo jumbo gibberish jumping out. And that actually mumbo jumbo is actually HTML. And actually it's very easy. However, it's very important because it's responsible for structure of any website that you ever visited. And therefore, if you want to create amazing websites on your own, or you want to become a web developer, it's essential that you would learn the HTML. Now, to give you a different perspective, imagine that if you would want to build a house. You would always need to build a frame of the house first. You cannot build a house without a frame. So the HTML works the same way. In order for you to create a website, it doesn't matter how sophisticated it would be eventually, first you would always have to use the HTML to actually build the structure of your website. Now, a little bit of the boring theory. HTML is made up of HTML elements. And HTML elements consists of opening tag and a closing tag. However, some elements would have only one tag. Now, the tag wouldn't be shown on a page. However, tag is telling what type of element it is. So let's say that you wanted to add an image to your page, or you wanted to add a form to your page, or you would want to add a heading to your page. You get an idea. You would first need to create a tag name, and then within that tag, whatever you would write, actually browser would actually display that on a page. And all HTML really is just a bunch of elements stacked together. In order to follow this course, you will need a text editor. Now, there's obviously many text editors that you get, but the most popular probably one is the Notepad++. However, remember that if you're using Mac, you won't going to be able to use Notepad++. Now, I'm going to be using brackets, and I suggest you to do the same because in my opinion, it has a lot of features, especially for somebody who's just starting out, and actually makes your learning curve much more smaller. And it's also free, so we don't need to waste any money. Now, there's a couple of other options like Text Wrangler or Sublime Text or Visual Studio. So you can get any of those, but I would really suggest using the brackets. You will also need a web browser to follow this course, and by default brackets come with Google Chrome, so you'll probably need to do that. But either way, even if you don't want to have the brackets or don't want to have a Google Chrome, you should have a text browser, otherwise you won't going to be able to see what you have built. And now if you want to follow along, I'm going to go and actually download the brackets text editor. Now let's open our web browser, and right away in Google I'm just going to type brackets text editor, or you can just type brackets and right away the first link is going to be brackets.io. So we just click it over here and you can see over here the download. Now if you want to check it out how the brackets look like, you can see over here in this picture, and you can see that it has a very simple, however very sleek interface, right? So it's very good if you're starting out. You have a lot of options how it can speed up your work. Now I'm just going to go over here and press download brackets.io. So fire up your text editors, and I'll see you in the next video. Now before we're going to open up the brackets text editor, let's create a folder somewhere on our desktop because that's probably going to be easiest. I'm going to name one HTML. You can name yours however you want. However, it would be important that it would be on a desktop and you actually would remember what is the name that you gave to your folder. Let's go ahead and open up brackets text editor. And unless you're doing some type of black magic, this is what you should be seeing. So this is going to be basically the opening file for the brackets. Now what we need to do right away is actually grab this folder that we created, this empty folder, and just drag it over here. And now you can see how it's showing up over here within the brackets, right? So we can maximize the screen. And over here, if we go to the left hand side, we just right click it and you see these options over here that you have. So we will just going to click a new file, and I'm going to call it index.html. And it is important that you both call it index, and also it is important that you call it HTML. And the reason why you're actually saying that it's index, because that's usually a main page for our website. And the reason why it has HTML extension is that the browser would know that you're actually talking about a HTML file. So if we go back over here to our folder, and you can see over here that it says index.html. However, here on the left hand side, you can right away see that it recognizes that it is a web HTML file, because you can see this little icon that says Chrome, so it knows that it needs to use the Chrome to actually open it up. Now we're going to be actually, during this course, we're going to be exploring the brackets, so I'm not going to do it too much in this first video because I want to get right to the HTML. So like I said, the HTML is basically consists of tags, and all you're basically doing is just stacking a bunch of elements in your web page. So let's say you would want some kind of title for your web page, right? You would create an element. Let's say after that you would decide that you want an image on your web page. Again, you would create an element. Then you would decide that you want some type of form. Let's say some kind of survey or something. You would create an element. So you get an idea. All you're doing is basically stacking up a bunch of elements in your web page, and the browser is showing them. Now, as you can see, some of elements have two tags, the opening tag and a closing tag, and some elements have the only one tag. However, you can see that those names are preset. They're not just, you cannot just come up with your own name and then expect that the browser is going to show it. You need to use the names that are actually preset. Now, there's not that many elements, so you don't need to worry about the fact that you could forget and never find out what is the name of the element. But it's quite a few, but it's not that many. So here's the deal. Now what we're going to do is I'm just going to show you what is a typical layout for the website, right? So the first thing that we always would need to do in HTML document, we would need to write something like this, and we would need to put exclamation sign over here in the front, and over here we would need to write HTML like this. Now this is not really an HTML tag, so don't expect some kind of element popping up. It's pretty much you're just telling the browser what version of HTML you're using. And in this case, we're using HTML5. Now, another two tags that we're going to be creating are going to be the actual HTML tags that are actually going to signalize that everything that's going to be within these two tags actually going to be displayed on the website. Now, another two tags that always consist in any website are actually head and a body. And we always need to start with the head tags over here, and underneath the head tags actually are going to come the body tags. Now the head tags are basically information about the web page, meaning let's say some kind of crawlers or some kind of, let's say, search engines or whatever. They're all going to be looking for whatever is in a head element to actually find out about the page. However, everything that's going to be displayed on actual screen is going to be within this body tags over here. And the first thing that we're going to do in this lesson, we're actually going to create a title for our web page. And title is another thing that actually goes within the head element, but not in the body element. And the way we actually create a title for a web page, what we would need to do over here, we would need to write a title over here like this. And you can see the nice thing about brackets is as you're starting to type, it actually gives you a code hints like this. So only thing you need to do is actually just press it over here, close the tag, and you can see that right away that it creates a closing tag if the element has one. And let's say I'm going to write a title name here, and I'm just going to say the first website. Well, very boring, but nevertheless, it gets the job done, right? First website over here. Now, there's a couple of options how we can actually look at that website. Now, the regular way would be we could minimize this, but first we would need to save it. So we would need to go to the file in brackets, and we go over here and we have a save option. So we would have to first save the file over here. And then the next thing what we would need to do is open up the folder, and we can actually double click it over here, and you can see that I have this old thing coming up from the brackets IO. I'm just going to get rid of it, but you can see that first website over here, right? So that would be a pretty traditional way, but I can close this over here and I can just show you what is the nice things about brackets. let's say that we actually maximize this, and I'm just gonna open this and I'll show you what it is. So we're just gonna change the screen, and again we're just gonna minimize this, but this has nothing to do with brackets. This is pretty much how we're working on a Mac. So what you're seeing over here is this little icon that I opened. That is actually a live preview. And what I mean by live preview, that in the brackets we can actually work, and it's right away showing everything that we're doing. So let's say that over here I would change my, change my mind, and I would say that, I don't know, this is a website about apples, right? So you can see as I'm typing, it's actually doing the same over here. Website about apples. And it's also going to work the same way in the next lessons, when we're actually going to start working within our body and actually displaying elements in a page. And just don't worry about this element, but let's say right now if I would want to create some type of title, and I would say this is the title, you can see the nice things about brackets is that the fact that it's actually showing right away what we're doing. So sometimes, especially in the beginning when you are making mistakes, you don't want to save the file, then jump back and then realize that you did something wrong. In here in brackets, what's happening, the live preview is actually going to be correcting right away your mistakes. So you can feel comfortable even if you make a mistake, it's going to be much more easier for you to find. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to HTML and brackets tutorial. In the last video, we actually created our first web page, and we learned how to make a title. And the title we had to make in between the title tags that are actually nested in between the head tags over here in our HTML document. And I changed the title for the name of this video. It's going to be headings in HTML. This is what we're going to be learning in this video. And also in the last video, we covered how brackets have actually a live preview. So whatever we're going to be writing is going to be appearing right here. We don't need to save our file and then go back and actually open it with our web browser. We can actually right away see our changes in the brackets. Now, what I want to quickly show you in the brackets over here, you can see this toggle menu working files and the folder that we're working in. Actually, in the brackets, if it's on our way, we could go over here to view, and you can already see here this hide sidebar. So if I press this, then actually I have way more space to work with. And I'm going to be jumping back and forth. Sometimes I'm going to open up that menu, sometimes I'm going to close it. It's going to depend on the situation, but I'm just letting you know that you have this option. You don't need to use that toggle menu if you don't want to. And there's actually a shortcut for actually getting rid of that menu, and in the Mac it would be Command Shift and H. And you can see how if I'm pressing Command Shift H, is basically I'm getting rid of the menu is showing up again, I'm getting rid of the menu, and you get the idea. So let's just get rid of this menu for now, and let's jump to our body where we'll be doing all our work. If I want to make a heading in HTML, I would need to make a heading element, of course. So the way I would do that, I would start with an opening tag, and I would write over here H, and now in this case I'm going to write H1, and you can see that right away brackets gives me the closing bracket for me. So in here I'm going to say hello world, and I am heading 1. Okay, so now we can see that hello world, I'm heading 1, and let me just copy this. And is it 6? Yeah, it is 6. So over here we're going to change it a little bit, and I'm going to say that this is going to be heading 2, so we can see the difference. And I'm going to write away here 2. So over here I'm going to write 3, and the same thing over here. And you can see how they're getting smaller and smaller, because by definition the H1 or the heading 1 is going to be the largest, and of course H6 or heading 6 is going to be the smallest. So I keep on going, and I'm creating, this one is H4, and this is going to be H5, and I'll have to change around actually inside the heading over here. So let's create H6, and here I'm going to write H3, H4, H5, and H6. And now we can see how clearly what is the difference, that we have a heading 1 is the biggest, then heading 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So obviously, if you want something to stand out on your page, let's say a title or something, you would need to use heading 1. But if it's not that relevant, you would have to use heading 6, so let's say, right? So I'm just gonna make this bigger so you can see the difference. And you can see over here how we have all the headings over here in a bigger page. So again, I'm just gonna make it smaller, and that's another option what we can do with live preview. We can basically keep working with this page, making it smaller and bigger. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you on the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to HTML and brackets tutorial. In this video, we're going to talk about how to add images to our web page, because let's face it, a web page without an image, or images for this matter, would actually suck. So the first thing what we need to do is actually to get an image. So over here, I'm just going to expand this live preview, and I'm going to open the new tab, and over here I'm going to find in Google a image. So let's say funny images or pictures, funny pictures, right over here. And I'm just going to click on images over here, and now I have these options, right? So we can have Mr. Bean, or we can have a baby, or let's do Kevin Hart over here. So what I would need to do is right click it over here, and then I have over here same image as, right? So I click it over here, and it's going to be the same for the Mac and PC. So what we need to do right now is we need to actually select our folder that we created, HTML. You can see over here that I have my index file, and save this image there. So I'm going to call it, I don't know, funny, right? Funny. And I'm going to save it over here. And now you can see that I have saved my image. So let's go back. I'm going to minimize this, and I can close this out for now. So let's open up our toggle menu, and let's see what happens. And now you can see that right now I copied this image and I named it funny, and I have it actually in my folder. And that's the nice thing about brackets, is right away you can see that it shows you the preview of what is the picture, and it actually tells you the size. You see there's 225 and 225. So let's jump back to index. And now let's add this image to our actual file. And if we want to add an image in HTML, we would need to create a image element. And we would write to have tags. So I'm going to write image over here, and I'm going to press enter. And the difference between an image and, let's say, a heading tag would be that image doesn't have a closing and opening tag. However, what image does is image tag has an attribute. And attributes are basically explanations about the tags. So in this case, the explanation would be a source. And what it explains to the browser, it tells, hey, listen, yes, I want to add an image, but I'm actually telling where that image is located. And you can see over here what brackets does. The nice thing about brackets is right away it tells you what kind of file you would want to add. Now, because this is an image, obviously we want to add this funny JPEG. But however, if we would have, let's say, 10 images, it would also display them all. So we don't want to add this index for now. But let's say further, as you're learning, let's say CSS, you would know that if you want to add, let's say, a CSS file, you would be able to also do that. So we just click over here, funny JPEG. And now you can see that we have our image to our page right here. You can see Kevin Hart is staring at us. And again, the syntax would be that we would have to write a tags. And inside the tags, we would write image over here. And then we would need to include the attribute source. And the source is telling us where that image is located. Now, another nice thing about brackets is that, as you can see over here, it actually gives you a quick preview of what that image looks like. I mean, it's not a big deal, but it does help you if you're working with large files, right? So, congratulations, we actually have our first image. Now, I want to show you another thing, how we can actually add images externally. So let's say I wouldn't save this image. I don't want this to be, let's say, sitting in my computer. I don't want it here. I actually just want to create an image from the web, right? So what we would need to do over here is I'm just going to delete this. So the source would be empty. And let's go back over here. And now we have Google. So again, let's look for the images, and I'm gonna write funny pictures. And I'm gonna say images. And let's say if I choose this one, this picture over here, right? So I just right click it. But the difference is I don't want to use the save image as. I actually want to what I want to do is I want to copy image's address. So let's just click this over here. And again, we can just close this one out. Now we for sure don't need it. And we go back to image source. And what we would need to do is in this attribute source, we would have to actually paste this address over here. So I'll paste this, and you can see that I have the image that I wanted. So this is your other option. If you don't want to save this file over here on your computer, you can actually just copy and paste the address where the image is located, and you can get the image that way too. The problem of copying and pasting the address of the image is that sometimes those addresses are very, very long. So you don't want, sometimes it's much more easier if you just have the file over here, and it's always the length of this source is always going to be JPEG, because you can see already right away this source was longer because the actual address. And again, another nice thing is that brackets gives you a preview. So you can see that when your boss asks you how you're doing halfway through your shift, right? And again, we can just make it a little bit bigger so we can see how our web page would look. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to HTML tutorial. Now that we have actually created our first attribute, I think it's a good time to see what would be the best way actually to work with the brackets regarding the HTML elements and actually regarding the attributes for HTML element. Now, if we notice that actually once we create this left angle bracket, you can see that I have this list. And as I'm scrolling down the list up and down, you can actually see that I have some options. Well, these options actually are the HTML elements that I can add just by clicking on them. So you can see that we have covered, let's say, headings. So if I would click over here, I would add a heading right away, right? And there was many more. Unfortunately, what's happening is that it's not all of them. So you can see it goes down all the way to H. But let's say if I would want to add an image, you can see that as I'm pressing I, it actually gives me another option, another set of options. And these are all the elements that start with I. So let's say if I wanted to, if I would open up a bracket, I can just press the letter that I would want. So let's say G, but there's no element with G, there's no element with D. But let's say if I would press with I, and over here I would just press with I would have the chance of image, even though it's not showing up in the beginning. Once I open up over here, you can see that I have no option of I. However, if I just don't remember the full name of an element, I just remember, let's say, the first letter that it started with, I can always do it this way. I can just press the first letter, and it would give me the options that I have. So in this case, it's going to be the image that we covered in the last video. Now here's another deal, how to deal with attributes. So let's say you can see that it created an image for me, but you can see that it didn't finish creating everything, right? So if I just press space right now, you can see that I have another list coming up. And this is actually all the list of the attributes available for me. Again, these attributes for now we're not going to know. Only the alternative right now over here we have. So this would be the text if the image is not showing. But let me just again delete that. And we can see over here again, if I press image over here and I go up. And now if I press space, it gives me all the options of a attribute. Now here's the deal. If I don't have, if I don't have in my list, let's say over here source, right? But again, if I just press S, you can see that it gives me an option of what type of attribute I would want to add. So let's say I'm going to have source, and right away gives me where obviously my image would be located. So again, I can just press images, and then I keep going, and it gives me the funny or Putin or two types of T's, right? Now here's the deal though. If let's say that if you're starting to type something, right? And you can see that now it's not giving me any options because I have been using the delete button. What I can always do is, if I'm in this case, but I still want these quick hints over here. Well, sorry. If I still want to use those quick hints over here, I can just press Control and space, and you can see right away it comes back, the hints come back. So if I do that, it actually gives me right away back my options, even though I use the delete. So if you ever wonder how to get back, you don't need to delete your whole bracket just to get these code hints back. You can actually just press Control space and you get them back. So again, I'm just going to use the image over here, but you know what? No, I'm just going to use the heading, let's say, right? Now, here's another deal that if I press space again, I get my attributes, right? However, if that some attributes are not going to be associated with all the elements that you can use. Let's say some attributes we're going to be able to use with all the elements. Some of them unfortunately we're not going to be able to use with elements because that's just by design. So let's say that when we were dealing with the source is actually designed for the image. So as I'm even as I'm pressing S over here, it doesn't give me the option of source element because the attribute is not associated with a heading element over here. It's actually associated with a image element. Now that we have covered the headings and the attributes in brackets, I just want to show you something really cool, which is brackets extensions. And brackets extensions are like plugins that actually help to actually make it more personable, the brackets text editor, right? So what we can do is we can go to File over here, and we have an option of going to Extension Manager over here, or we have an option of going here with this little icon. So I'm just going to press the brackets extensions over here, and sometimes it takes some longer time to load it. But you can see that over here I have 3 icons. I have installed, I have themes, which is actually a background colors for the brackets, and I have the available extensions. So if I would go over here, I would click on this icon over here, and in the search box I would basically write what type of extension I would want. And actually I have a playlist for all the brackets extensions. Well, not for all the brackets extensions out there, but for a lot of brackets extensions. So if you want, you can go and check it out, that playlist, and you can get familiar with those brackets extensions. Now, getting back to what we would need to do over here, I would write over here HTML, let's say starter plate, right? So you can see over here, and if I go over here, I just download, right? So let me show you what would have happened if I would download it. You can see I go back to here, my installed, and I have HTML format, and I have HTML skeleton. You can see that I have an option of disable or remove if I would want, but I don't want to do that. Let's say that I have downloaded, and I just close it over here, and let's say that I'm just gonna delete this, the boilerplate that we were creating, I believe, in our second video or something like that. So you can see over here I have my HTML skeleton. So if I just press it over here, I have a couple of options. I have basic skeleton, I have the full width, and I have a couple of more other ones, the inline style sheet and external script. So I'm just going to press this basic HTML skeleton, and you can see that it adds right away everything that we were working on. We have the head over here, we have the body over here, we have the actual HTML wrapper. You can see that it's added a couple more attributes that we haven't covered here yet with the meta characters and the viewports, so we don't need to worry about them for now as we're just starting to work here. But you can see how easy it is, that I don't need to actually create anything. I just press the plugin or press the button, and the brackets actually right away does that for me. And that's the case with the brackets extensions. That it actually, what they do is actually they make your life much more easier. And the same thing goes for, let's say, the view. Remember when we were covering the view, the themes over here, and this would be, let's say, the case where we have 2 options, brackets light and brackets dark. But if I would go here to the brackets extension manager, I have themes. So if I just press it over here, it just might be a little bit longer because for some reason sometimes the brackets extension manager decides that it's just gonna be messing around like this, so I can just keep talking and talking. Well, now you see it did it. And over here you can see over here that what type of themes I have. Now for themes, I would suggest actually going and pressing more info, just so you can see what type of theme it is and everything, so you don't have to download it and then remove it. But let's say that in this case I just want to download, I don't know, Marcus Dark theme or something like that. So I just press more info, and you can see that I can read it, everything about it, and you can see what's happening, how it looks like and everything, right? So I'm just going to close it out for now, and I'm going to go back to brackets, and I'm just going to say, you know what, I'm just going to install it. So now it's going to take a little bit time for installing. Now it says install successful. We close over here, and then we go back to view, and this is our themes, and now we have Marcus Dart theme. So if I just press it over here, and you can see that it's done, and you can see the coloring and everything. So you can see that it has two ways of working with the brackets extensions. First, they provide us a quicker way to actually adding our code to wherever our document, and they also can make our appearance a little bit different on the document that we're working on, to actually kind of give us a little bit, I don't know, a different view and everything. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to HTML and brackets tutorial. Now in this video I'm going to talk about a little bit more about images, and more specifically a little bit more about attributes that image element would have. So let's say that I have over here, I have this attribute called source, which pretty much tells where the image is located, right? However, we can use a couple of more attributes for the image element. And the first one would be alt, and that would work in a case, let's say that our browser cannot find our image, right? So over here, I'm going to create a equal sign and then double quotation marks, and I'm going to write Kevin Hart. So let's open up the toggle menu, and you can see that the name of my image is funny JPEG, right? So what if I would over here I would mess around with this JPEG, and let's say I would delete this JPEG. So you can see right now that the browser can't find it because I deleted the whole extension. However, you can see over here that I still have Kevin Hart, which is I wrote over here in alternative. So you can see that over here I'm using this attribute alt in order, just in case if there's something wrong with my image or the browser cannot find it. So let's say as I go back to normal JPEG, you can see that I have back Kevin Hart's picture, right? Now let's talk about two more attributes that we can add to our image element. The first one would be width, and the second one would be height. And pretty much they're straightforward. If you're typing the width, let's say to be 400, you can see that my picture got way more bigger. If I would write over here the width to be 100, then it would be really small. And 100 stands for 100 pixels. And over here I could write also height, and I could say that height would be 400, and you can see how that is changing. Or I could write over here, I don't know, 100. So then it would be the same box, it would just be smaller. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to HTML and brackets tutorial. Now in this video we're going to look at how we can use attributes, width and a height, to manipulate two images so they would appear side by side. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm just going to copy this image. So now I have two images. However, when I have the source over here, I'm going to write Putin JPEG because that's another image that I have downloaded, right? So you can see right away how it appears over here. And obviously here in the alternative, I would need to write something that has to do with this image. So I'm going to write Vladimir. Okay, so now I have two images. One of them is Putin, the other one is Kevin Hart. However, you can see that Putin is bigger, right? It's by default because you can see over here when I downloaded it, it's 195, 258, and Kevin Hart is 225 and 225. Now, if I want both of those images to be the same, what I can do over here, I can write width for Vladimir over here, and I can say 255, and I can also say height over here. And height is also I'm gonna make 225, right? So we just need to make this a little bit bigger, and now we can see how they both nicely side by side. None of them is bigger, none of them is smaller. They're exactly the same. And obviously we could have set, let's say, some kind of default size that we want. We could set Kevin Hart, let's say, to 250, and to do the same thing over here with Vladimir. So at the end of the day, they both would be equal. So if you want to add two images or 3 or 4 or 5 and you want them to all be the same, this is what you can do. You can just use the attributes width and height, and you can manipulate your images so they would all appear the same. What is going on, guys, and welcome to HTML in brackets tutorial. In this video, we're going to talk about directory structure and how it actually helps us to manage our files. So let's say that over here I have, right now you can see that I have two images, right? But let's say I'm going to be building a website that has, like, I don't know, hundreds or 3,000 images, right? And you don't want them to be all clogged up in a space. You don't want your workspace to be basically hundreds and hundreds of files. So common practice actually is, if let's say that you're creating you want images to your page, you create a folder within your folder that you're working in, the HTML folder in this case. We actually create a new folder which would be images, and let's say we would have another folder for videos and so on and so forth, right? So what we would do is basically we would make our workspace neater, where all the files that are relating to images would be in one space, and all the files that would relate to videos or, I don't know, music would be in other folders. So you can see over here what that brackets allows me to do. I can click over here, new folder, and I created a folder image. The problem with brackets though is that I cannot move these files over here. It's not like I would be sitting in the Mac and I can move them here. So without installing the extension, you're not going to be able to do that. So what we need to do is we need to go back to our computer over here. And what I would do is I would move these files over here. So the funny and Vladimir would be over here. So now you can see that I have this folder images, and it actually has two images over here. Now, why it's a big deal, right? So let's say that I'm going to delete this right now, and I would want to add an image to my page. So I'd write image, and then I would write source, because I know that I would need to add the attribute source. But here's the deal now. You can see that I don't have this option anymore where it's telling me right away which image I should pick, whether it's funny or whether it's Putin, right? What it tells me is that I have this file, the one that I have in my folder, which would be index.html, and I have a folder that is images. So if it would be images, I would have to click images over here, and only then it tells me which file what I want. Well, let's say in this case I want Putin over here, right? And then I close, and now I have the image. And why I'm telling you this is let's say that you're going to create another folder within the images folder, right? Or that you're trying to access some file outside your folder over here. The way you would have to do that, you would have to write a folder name, and only then you're writing a file name. So it's basically like a path. Instead of going directly when our file was located in our folder, we didn't need to write this /, right? We just write a file name, and that's it. We found it right away. However, if we're working with the folders, we would have to write a folder, and then in this case, brackets is going to give us the file name, but then you would have to write a file name if you're not using the brackets. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What's going on, guys, and welcome to HTML and brackets tutorial. Now in this video, we're going to look how we can add text that would be related to this picture. So let's say I want to explain this picture, but I want that text right underneath the picture, right? So I would need to create a figure captioning, right? So the way we create a figure captioning, we would have to create a figure image first. And you can see over here, it's figure. And now the brackets is going to create right away a closing tag. And we would need to place this image over here. I'm just going to cut and paste over here within the figure element. So I go over here just to see more clearer. So now I can see that I have figure element, and within that figure element, I have actually image sitting here, right? So then if I want to add a captioning, I would write over here a figure captioning element. And again, I would have a brackets would do the closing and opening tags for me. And over here, whatever I would write, let's say I would write Kevin Hart is the best. That you can see over here how it is writing right underneath the picture. And this is a fig captioning. So if you ever have an image and you want to add some type of text right underneath your picture, you would need to create a figure element over here. You would need to place your image right inside of it, and then right beneath it you would need to create a fig captioning element, and whatever text you're writing in between the captioning tags, that would be appearing right underneath the picture. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to HTML tutorial in brackets. Now in this video, what we're going to do is we're going to add text to our website, right? So we learned how to create a heading, how to create a image, and now we would want to add some text to the web page, right? So we just go right ahead and we say hello world, and then I want to create a new line and I say it's me, Johnny, right? But I can see over here that, let's say that I want to create a little bit more space, and I'd say I'm always happy, right? But here's the deal. Now we're going to our live preview, and we can see over here that, first of all, there is no new line over here. It's all in one line, and it's actually, there is not the spaces that I added over here too. And the reason for that is actually that HTML is white space collapsing, and what it means is that it looks at this and it's all one big code for HTML. If you can add 10,000 of these spaces over here, and I can create over here like 10 new lines, and it's still gonna read the same thing as one big chunk of code. And that's where the paragraphs come in. And paragraphs are basically help you to display your text on a web page, right? So in order to create a paragraph, I would need to create a paragraph tags. And the way I do that, obviously I create a opening tag over here. And again, brackets gives me a nice option. In paragraph element would stand for P over here. So I just press over here and close this opening tag. And now I have opening and closing tag of paragraph element, right? So now I can go ahead and just start typing what I would want. So let's say again, hello world. And if I would want to create, let's say, a new line, one of the options, I could just create another paragraph. So what I'm going to do is over here, I'm just going to copy this 2 times so we can see it better. Hello world. And over here, I'm going to say it's me, Johnny. And over here, I'm going to say that, let's say I'm still always happy. Always happy. So now we can see, not happy, but happy. So now we can see that we have 3 paragraphs, and you can see what happens. That once the HTML, once the browser is reading, you can see that it's a new paragraph. So right away it creates a new line, and it's the same thing with all of them. And if I would want, let's say, create more space over here, and let's say right over here still something, you can still see that the same thing is happening. It looks at this and it says, hey, listen, this is one paragraph. Whatever I'm adding lines in between over here or spaces, I'm still gonna treat it white space collapsing, meaning I'm still gonna put it like here in one line. So if I would want to create a new line, I would have to create a paragraph. Now, there's a couple of more tags that actually would help us to create a new line. And one of the tags is gonna be a break tag, right? So let's say I'm always happy, but I want to put this mumbo jumbo gibberish over here, right? And I would want to create a new line. So what I would do over here is I would create a break. And the way you create break is you over here, you write break over here like this. And you would have to create a closing like this. And now you can see that I right away have a new line. And you can see that it's the same as an image tag, where actually it's just a single tag. And these are called the empty tags. So you don't need to create a opening and a closing tag. It's right away, this break tag would give you a new line, and you don't need to create 2 tags for that. And what you can also do is, right now we created that break tag within the paragraph element over here. But let's say that I would want to create more space in between the 2 paragraphs. Again, I could just create these break tags. In this case, I'm just going to copy this so you can see how my text is moving as I'm adding these break tags. Now, there's also an element for the space. Like, let's say if I want to just create a white space, but I'm not going to cover it right now because we're going to cover it once we're covering actual HTML special characters. So just wait for it. There's going to be a video about it, and I will tell you everything about it. Now, there's one more interesting tag that we could create. So let's say that right now I have 2 breaks over here, and I'm just going to leave it like this. Or I would want to make, let's say, well, out of the blue, I would want to make a horizontal line, right? So I could write over here like this. And you can see, again, brackets is right away suggesting me. What kind of element you want? Well, I want HR. So I just press here, enter, and I close it over here. And you can see that I would need to add this / over here. And you can see over here how I have a horizontal line over here. So if you want, let's say, to add a bunch of horizontal lines in your text, like let's say right in between these paragraph tags over here. So I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to start over here and I'm going to paste it. And now we have 2 of them. And let's say if I would want to add some more, I could always add more. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to HTML tutorial and brackets. In this video, we're just going to recap the things that we learned, because I always think that as you're studying something, you don't want to go too far ahead before remembering the stuff that you covered. Otherwise, you're just going to keep forgetting everything, and we're going to have to come back anyway. So the first thing that we covered, that if we want to create a title in HTML, we would have to create a heading element. And we have 6 choices. We have heading 1 to heading 6, and obviously the heading 1 would be the biggest. So over here, I'm just going to write heading, and I'm going to say that I am the title, right? And over here, I just have to be more careful. I am the title. Okay, so I have title. Now, underneath here, let's create a heading over 6. And I'm just going to close this, and I'm going to say I am smaller title. And you know what? I'm just going to go over here, and I'm going to zoom out a little bit so it looks a little bit better. So I have I am title and I am smaller title. So we have 2 headings. One is the biggest and one is the smallest. The next thing what we covered was that if we want to create an image, we would have to create an image element. However, with the image element, we would have to start using attributes. And in this case, it's going to be source attribute. And this would tell us where the image is located. And then we covered that if we create a folder over here, we would have to actually specify which folder we want. So in this case, it's going to be images. And then we have 2 choices. But because we want to stick with something funny, we're just going to go with Kevin Hart over here. And so now we have added an image to our page, and now we have 2 titles, one smaller, one bigger, and the image. But also we covered that images have possible more attributes. And let's say we could have changed the width over here, and we could say, I don't know, 300 over here, or we could say 100, and the same would be for the height. And then we covered that there's also a alt attribute that would basically be responsible if the image is not showing, then the text would be showing. So in this case, Kevin Hart would be displayed if the image is, for example, you cannot download image. So let's say if I would delete this, you would have over here alt, it would be Kevin Hart, right? And the last thing that we covered so far was the fact that if we want to add text, we would have to create a paragraph over here. And in this case, I'm just going to say, this is website about Kevin Hart, or this website, not this is website. So this website is about Kevin Hart, and we covered that HTML is white space collapsing. So if I would be creating over here any type of new lines, it would just still read as one big code. So if I would want to create a line break, I would create a break tag like this. And then my text is showing over here in new line. And if I could do the same thing. I could just copy this one over here. And if I would want to create a new lines in between some paragraphs, I could still do the same thing. I can just paste this, and then I could copy some more times, and you can see that I'm creating more spaces in between the paragraphs. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to HTML tutorial. Now, in this video, we're actually going to start doing our first website project. And when I say first, actually, this is going to be the first video on the website project, because basically we're going to be implementing all the things that we have learned, and we're just going to start creating something that actually reflects of what we have been doing. So let's say I'm going to go over here on the left hand side in a toggle menu, and I'm going to say that I want to create a new file, and I'm just going to call it website HTML. So this is going to be our website HTML. And then I'm going to use the fact that we know how to work with HTML skeleton, and I'm just going to say that I want to create a basic HTML skeleton, and I'm just going to get rid of this. I mean, don't worry about this English language. I'm just going to add this over here, but we're going to get rid of this meta tags over here. We don't worry about them right now. And in the title, I'm just going to say this is our, I don't know, first, or let's just say first website, right? Make it less complicated. First website over here, and let's just make it a little bit bigger, and let's say that I want to create a website all about the tea, right? So what I'm gonna do is over here I'm gonna say that I want to go to Google, and I'm just gonna say tea, and I'm just gonna press it over here, and then I'm just gonna go for images that would have the tea, and I'm just gonna again make it, I guess, a little bit bigger, and let's go for some generic images. So I'm just gonna say save image as, and I'm gonna say that I want to save image as in images, and you can see that actually I downloaded a couple already. So I'm just gonna say that this is gonna be T number 2, because you can see that I have T and T number 1. So I'm just gonna generically say T number 2. So now I have 3 images on T. Technically, I just downloaded one right now, but you get the point. And the next thing that I would want to do is, let's say that I would want to actually create a, sorry, I would want to stay in Google, but I would write over here Wikipedia, and we're just going to find out our information about T. So I'm just going to go to Wikipedia, and I'm going to press it over here, and I'm going to say that I want a T. I want to find out everything about T. So now we have T, and let's just do this. Let's just copy these 3 paragraphs, so it kind of gives us a sometime the starting point to our website. So I'm just gonna close it out over here, and I'm just gonna go back over here, and we're just gonna start here by pasting everything, and you can see that it's a lot of paragraphs. But let's say that we're just gonna put it in a paragraph section like this. And I'm gonna just cut this over here and paste it over here for now. And now you can see that we have our first paragraph. But obviously on the top, what we would want to do is we would actually want to create, let's say, well, what should we do first? Should we do the heading first, or should we do the image? I think we should do the image. And what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna say image over here, and I'm going to say that I want source, and you can see that bracket is offering me code hints, and I'm going to go to images, and let's say that, I don't know, this is going to be the best one, right? So I'm just going to say that this is 320, so let's say that I'm going to make it width. I'm going to say that make it width, I don't know, like, I don't know, like 600 pixels, and the height is going to be, I'm going to make it 100 pixels over here. And then I'm going to close it out, and you can see that it's going to be a little bit, well, not a little bit, it's actually going to be a lot stretched out and messy, but still it's better than nothing, right? So we have our first image, which is going to serve as our banner. Then the next thing what we know is how to create a heading, and we're going to say this is, I don't know, all about T. This is all about T. T over here. And here we're going to create a first paragraph, but on the beginning of the next paragraph, let's say before we just create these paragraph tags, I'm just going to write it like this generically again, but I'm going to add a couple of images over here. So cut over here, and I'm going to have the paragraph over here, but in between them, I'm just going to add another image, and I'm going to say that image over here is going to be source. And again, image is going to be, now it's going to be T number 1, and again the width is going to be 600, the same, but the height, I'm probably, let's like make it, I don't know, like 75, so it's a little bit smaller. So over here we close it out, and yes, of course, well, no, it looks pretty bad, so let's make it a little bit better. So let's make it like, I don't know, 100 at least. Well, still bad. You know what? Let's try how it is in general, how the actual image looks like. I think the actual image, the way it actually looks better, right? So you can see that it's all about T. Now I have this image, and this is, I think, where the T originated in. And let's just create one more image. Let's add one more image, but I'm just gonna add these paragraph tags because that's what we want. So just cut this over here, paste, and then the last one, again, I would create a paragraph. And one more thing, just cut it, paste it, and now we have it. So now we have what? We have 1, 2, 3, 4 paragraphs, and we actually have one more image that we could use. So we go over here, and we see that it's T number 2. So let's say we're gonna go over here with this image, and we're gonna say that again in between we want add image and source, and the source is gonna be T number 2. And let's say again, let's just leave the generic one, whatever it gives us, whatever we have downloaded, because it's gonna look better than we have, right? Yeah, it's pretty decent. So you can see that pretty easily we created our first website for whatever we were learning from all these videos. So this is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to HTML tutorial and brackets. In this video, we're going to talk about subscript and subscript elements in HTML. So let's create a paragraph, and over here I create a paragraph tags, and over here I'm going to write on the 5th of, let's say, December, we will learn about CO2 in the atmosphere, right here, like this. On the 5th of December, we will learn about CO2 in atmosphere. But let's say that I would want to create this TH and this CO2 be written like it's supposed to, right? So over here, I'm going to create a subscript, and that would be like this, sub over here. And I'm going to close it out. And now I'll have to just paste this over here, cut this out, and paste it here. And now you can see that I have over here, the TH is actually on the top of 5, right? And the same thing would happen over here, that I would just create the opposite. I would create a sub, and then I would just take this, cut this out, paste it over here, and now I have CO2 in atmosphere. So you can see that it's two very easy elements that help you basically to work with your text. One by adding the element on the top, and one by adding the element in the bottom of the script. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to HTML tutorial and brackets. In this video, we're going to cover how to work with text in our paragraphs. So let's say that I'm going to create a paragraph over here, and I'm going to actually create them with small p's, but it actually gives us this good example that if I would want to create these paragraphs over here, these tags, I could actually create them with a big letters. However, it's just a common practice that we're adding all the elements within our tags with the small ones. So I could have written this with the large cap, but I'm writing this with the small cap because it's a common practice. So over here I have a paragraph, right? So I have an opening tag and a closing tag. So over here I'm gonna write I am, and I'm just gonna leave this blank for now, and I'm gonna copy this, let's say 4 times, right? And then over here I'm gonna write I am, and I'm gonna write this tag over here, and you'll see what it does in a second. And I'm gonna say italic text, right? And we can right away, if we go over here and we just zoom in, we can see that this text is italic, right? So let me show you another way how we can do that. Let's say I would create a tag which is B, which stands for bold, and you already guessed it probably that I would write over here bold text. And I would go to paragraph number 3, and over here I would write a EM element, and EM element, you'll see what it does, italic well, I'm gonna write I am EM element, and EM would stand for emphasis. And over here, I'm gonna write strong. And again, I'm gonna write here I am, let's say strong element. Okay. And you can see that I actually misspelled over here. I didn't say put strong. So right away, as I'm correcting over here, strong, you see the brackets is telling me, hey, listen, buddy, your closing tags actually doesn't match the beginning tag. So if I add over here strong, and now I have strong element added to my page. Now, you're right away going to tell me then, well, what is the difference? I mean, visually, they're both the same, right? Well, visually, there is no difference, right? You can see that this is, let's say, an italic text, and the same with EM element, emphasis element, it would be the same thing, and the same with bold and strong. However, with text-to-speech programs, there's a difference how they read it. Let's say if they're reading over here just this bold, they would actually ignore it because this is just styling. However, with the strong element, they're actually put a stronger emphasis as they're reading out this element. So it actually serves really well for those programs. Therefore, it's actually the common practice is just use emphasis and strong instead of italic and bold. I'm just showing you so you would, whenever you come across the italic or bold, so you wouldn't be confused and you wouldn't think, well, what is this element? But common practice is that we're using emphasis and strong elements in order to get both style and the actual purpose of those elements. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to HTML tutorial in brackets. In this video, we're going to look at how we can create abbreviations in HTML. So let's say that we have a paragraph over here, right? And the paragraph says professor on HTML, right? And let's just make it a big cap. And now I have professor on HTML. But let's say that I would want this to be actually prof over here like this, but I would want that as the user is hovering over the mouse, he can actually see the long word, right? And for that one, we would have to use the abbreviation element over here like this. And now we would have to place this prof, just cut it and paste it over here. And now we have it within the abbreviation element. However, you can see that nothing is changing. I mean, I placed it over here, but as I'm hovering, I cannot see the long word, right? So here the attribute title would come to help, and it works as a tooltip, right? And over here we would have to write what we would want to be displayed. So in this case, I'm just going to write the long word over here, professor. And now let me just refresh the page. And now you can see as I'm hovering over it, you can see that I have a little tooltip that says professor. Now I could have written anything over here. I could say is the best ever. And again, I'm just going to refresh the page for this purpose. And you can see that professor is the best. The title attribute is not unique just to abbreviation, right? So let's just delete this over here. And let's say that I have a paragraph that just says I am the best, right? I could still do the same thing over here. I could just write over here a attribute title, and I could say that this is the best paragraph ever, right? So again, I would have to refresh in this case, and you can see that I have a tooltip that this is the best paragraph ever. So again, just a quick recap. If we wanted the abbreviation, we would have to place the text in the abbreviation element or in abbreviation tags. And then we would have to use the attribute title, which is the attribute that we can use on any element that we would want. But in that case, we would use in an abbreviation element, and we would have the abbreviation in HTML. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next one. What is going on, guys, and welcome to HTML tutorial in brackets. And in this video, we're going to look at how we can work with block quote element in HTML. So let's say that I have a paragraph over here, and the paragraph would say that I am the smartest guy ever. And the next paragraph, what I'm going to create, I'm going to say that over here, let's create a paragraph. And here I'm going to say, said by everyone I know, right? Because we all actually know people, well, everyone we pretty much know usually says that they are the smartest, right? So, but what if I would want to put it as a quote, right? The way I could do that, I could create a block quote over here, block quote element. Let me just delete this, but I have block quote over here. And again, brackets is creating for me right away the closing one. And what I would do right now is I would place that element within my block quote. So I'm just going to cut this, paste it over here. And now I can see that I have my paragraph nested in a block quote element, right? And we can right away on the right side, we can see that how the paragraph shifted, right? So it looks like a quote right now. So if I'd want to say, add something else, right? So I'm the smartest guy ever, and I always will be, ever and ever. And I can just keep going and going. You can see how the quote is being created. So that I'm writing a text and it's being indented like this, so it looks like a quote. And over here I can just say, said by, I don't know, Bobby, right? So I have said by Bobby, or I could just write his name or whatever. So this is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next. What is going on, guys, and welcome to HTML tutorial in brackets. In this video, we're going to talk about 3 more elements that actually help us to work with our text. So let's say in the bottom of my web page that I'm going to create, I would want to add my contact information, right? So I could add something like this over here, and then I would write, I don't know, jco@hotmail.com, and then let's say I'm going to create another paragraph over here, and in this paragraph I'm just going to say that my address, let's say it's going to be 6000 West Montrose, Chicago, Illinois, and let's do this one like that, and then I don't know, 60743, something like this, right? That's my zip code. But we have a address element that actually allows us to format a little bit nicer, right? So we type over here the element, and the element we want to use is address, and I close it out over here. And what I would want to do is take these 2 paragraphs over here, and then I would cut them, and then I would paste them over here. But the problem is that you can see that I actually pasted right away a body element with it. So you can see that 2 things are happening. Live preview is right away telling me that I made a mistake, and it's on line 11, and it's also not displaying anything because there's something wrong. And that's the nice thing about brackets, is that it right away catches your mistakes, you know. Otherwise we would save this file, then we would go back to our file with the browser and we would try to open the page, but we would have it blank, right? So that's the nice things about brackets, is that any mistake what you make in HTML, it right away catches, and it actually helps you to avoid it right away. So I'm just going to cut this out, and you can see that it is displaying right now. So I'm going to paste this back in here. And now we have my address over here written like this. And now I could use my inserted and deleted elements, right? So let's say that I would want to create something like a different street. Let's say that I'm living right now in different street, right? So what I could do is take this Montrose, cut it out, and put it in here. And you can see that right away it works as it's being crossed off, right? Or I could work that, let's say instead of Montrose, it's going to be, I don't know, it's going to be Cicero. So I can write Cicero. And in here, what I would do is I would put it in inserted element. So I'd write ins over here. And then I'm going to cut this Cicero over here, cut it over here, and paste it over here. So now you can see that it's underlined over here, the Cicero in Chicago. Now the thing is, you will be doing all of this once you're doing with CSS. I'm just showing you that if you are really one, you can start doing something with just HTML. However, all of these things we'll do with CSS. That's going to be the styling. However, HTML does provide some basic elements that actually help you work with the text. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to HTML tutorial. And this is going to be the second video in our series of web projects where we're pretty much using whatever we learned of creating our first project over here, our first website. I mean, it's very basic, it's very simple. However, it makes sense that we're using whatever we're learning, right? And the first thing that we're going to be covering today is actually text elements over here, and the elements that actually are applied to the text. But before we do that, actually, I just want to show you over here that I added some things to attributes in an image. Let's say the width. You can see that I made it in percentages, which we didn't cover it yet. But however, I'm just telling you that you can do that, and you can see what's happening is that as I'm working with a screen right now, it's actually, as I'm expanding or contracting, it's actually the image is moving along with the screen. And I also added these attributes over here, alternative attributes, which would be in the case if the browser cannot find the image, right? So the first thing that we're going to add is actually going to be a block quote element, because I want to create a quote over here. And I already found the quote, so the only thing that I'm going to do is I'm just going to paste it over here. And you can see the quote by Abraham Lincoln about tea, right? So what I want to do over here also is actually, I'm just going to take this right now, and I'm just going to cut it, and I'm going to place that within a paragraph and also within a EM element right here like this. So all I'm going to do right here, I'm just going to paste it. And now we have a Abraham Lincoln, which is in a paragraph and also emphasized. And we also going to add over here a strong, and we're going to place the whole, like the beginning part of a quote. I'm sorry, the whole quote actually. We're just going to place it in a strong. So now I can see that how my quote is in bold right now, and it's also emphasized. And the last thing that I'm just going to do is I'm just going to mess around with this sup and sub elements that we learned. So let's say over here, if I would just create sup over here like this, and I'm just going to, I don't know, let's say put this word bring in here. I mean, it doesn't make much sense, but something that just so we can work with it. So please bring me coffee, please bring me whatever tea, some tea. Over here I'm just going to put it in a sub element. So I'm just going to copy this, I'm going to cut it out and cut and paste it over here, and now you can see that we have a pretty dumb website. However, we have used the stuff that we have learned. We have actually learned block quotes, and we have learned sup and sub and emphasis and strong. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to HTML tutorial in brackets. In this video, we're going to add links to our page. Now, there's going to be three types of links. There's going to be an external link, and there's going to be a link within our own page, and then there's going to be a link that's basically going to be working like a bookmark, right? Now we're going to start with an external link, and if we want to add a link, we should know by now that we need to create an element, and that element would be over here a link, and now whatever I'm going to be typing in between is going to work as a link, right? So I go over here, and let's say I'm going to write Google. But as you can see that I'm pressing and nothing is happening, right? And the reason why nothing is happening is because we need to add an attribute to this link element. And the attribute is href over here. And you can see that it gives me right now the options if I would want to stay within the page, which I could go to index.html, which is the same file, or I can go to images, but we don't want to do that. We're going to do that in the next video. Also over here, we're going to write an external link. And between these quotation marks, what I need to write is the actual address where I want to go. So over here, I'm going to write HTTP, and then I'm going to put a colon over here, then 2 forward slashes, and I'm going to write www.google.com. So as you can see, now we have added a link to our page, and we can just click it and we're going to go to Google. However, one thing that I would want to do is, as you're creating a page, right, web page, you would want the people who are actually going maybe to a different website from your website, but you want them to come back. So you'd want this link to be actually opened in a new window. not just leaving your site and just going somewhere else and then probably maybe never coming back. So in order to do that, we would have to add another attribute, and that would be target over here. And the value for this target, we would have to write over here blank, right? So you can see over here that I have choices: blank, parent, self, top. Well, I want blank. So now when we click it over here on a Google, you can see that I have a new page. Okay, and it is Google, and I haven't been making this up. We have created a link. However, you can see that I still have my web page. So whoever is visiting your web page, they can check out whatever they want, but they will still gonna have to go back to your website because you have actually opened the link on a new page. This is gonna be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to HTML tutorial in brackets. Now, in the last video, we created a first link on our webpage, and we created an external link. Now, in this video, we're going to create links that are actually stay within our own site, right? So it's going to be linking to the sites in our own webpage. So in order to do that, let's create another two links over here. So I'm just going to copy this, but over here, I'm going to write, let's say that the page that I want to visit, I'm going to say info. And over here, I'm going to say images, right? Now, since we're staying in the page, of course, we have to change the attribute href because we're not going to be anymore going to Google, right? So I go back over here. And over here, I'm going to write that I want to go to info page, and here I want to go to images page. However, you can see that in my folder, I don't have those web pages yet. So I would need to create two new files, and the first one is going to say info and info HTML, and the other one would be images, right? HTML. So I have both of them over here. Now let's go back to index, and as we go over here in index, you can see that I already created two links. However, I haven't described where they're going. So the first one, I would say that I want to go to info HTML, and the brackets just give me these two options. So I just click the info HTML, and over here I would write that I want images HTML. So over here I have images HTML. Now let's go to those web pages though, and actually create some different material so we could actually see that I'm not just making this up. So I'm just going to copy this, and let's go first to info, and I'm going to paste it over here, but I'm just going to delete this over here, this Google. We don't want that. And over here I'm going to write with h1 that with the first heading that I'm going to write I am the info page, and here I'm going to write info as my title. And over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a link back to my index. So I'm going to write home. And over here, I'm going to write index HTML because that's where my main web page is located, right? And we're going to do the same thing over here with an images HTML. I'm going to copy this, and then we have over here, and then we paste it. And over here, I'm going to say images. And I'm going to say I am the images page. Images page, right? And I also could create a link to info, but I'm not going to do that. So now we have everything over here. So let's go back to index, right? So now we have two of them. We have info and we have images. So let's just, what I'm going to do is I'm going to save all of them over here, and I'm going to save this, and I'm going to save this one, and just don't worry about that it's a double, it's just the thing with a live preview. So let's go over here to the index, right? That's the first one we have. So we have info, and as I click, you can see that I'm going to info page. The title is info, and I'm in the info page, right? But as I click over here, I jump back to the index one, to my main one. So over here, I can create images, and I'm the images page. So again, I visited the images page, and then I click back, and I'm going to the info page. Now, one more thing about the links. It doesn't really, I mean, you could have write here anything. I mean, you can write here monkey. it doesn't mean that, let's say that it needs to match. And it's the same thing over here with this Google address. As long as you have the address, the name of the link, you can create whatever. Again, you can create monkey. However, the monkey is actually going to the Google website. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to HTML tutorial in brackets. Now, in this video, we're going to talk about how to create links that actually go to a specific part of the same page, right? So we have the page, but let's say that we have a long page. We have like a bunch of paragraphs, but we don't want the user to actually scroll all the way down, because we just want to create a link that would write directly, would lead it to this paragraph over here in the bottom. And the way we do that is, let's say that I'm going to create 3 links over here, and I'm going to name them. Let's say first one is going to be monkey, because technically these paragraphs are about monkeys. And then the second one, I would probably say a location over here. So location, that's going to be the middle one. And the third one is going to be, I'm just going to copy this one over here. And the third one I'm going to name, I don't know, what do I have over here? Legs and tail, blah, 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 Chinese zodiac. So I'm going to write this zodiac. Zodiac. Okay. So, and again, you could have named them whatever you want. The point is, you can see that I have 3 paragraphs. Technically, I have this paragraph that would end over here. Then I have this paragraph, and then I have this small one all the way in the bottom. And I created links that would go to those 3 paragraphs. Now, the same deal, I would have to write href over here, and I would put something in between the double quotes, right? The thing is, though, you need to somehow link it to these paragraphs, right? So if I want my first link to go to first paragraph, I would have to create something that my link would be linked to this paragraph. And the way you do that, you actually create an attribute ID. And again, you name it within the double quotes over here, quotation marks, I'm sorry. And over here, I'm going to write, let's say, again, any name that I would want, but I'm just going to write monkey here. Right? And over here, when I have href, which is the location where my link is going, I would have to push the hashtag and then the name of the link. I'm sorry, the name of ID. So what you're saying is, hey, link, go to this ID, and this ID has a name monkey. So it says, go to this ID that has a link monkey. Okay? And we do the same thing to the rest of them. So over here, I'm just going to say location. So I'm going to create ID location, and I'm going to go back over here, and I'm going to create an href, and then I'm going to say that I want a hashtag location. That's the ID that I want to go. So I have hashtag location, and the third one, I'm going to say that it's going to be zodiac, right? So I'm going to create ID, and I'm going to say that it's zodiac. So I have 3 IDs, and I have 3 links. So over here, I go back href, and I'm going to say hashtag zodiac. Now, what we also can do is, let's say I'm going to create an h1 element all the way over here on top, but I'm just going to create a quick line break over here. So it's a little bit different. So let's say that I'm going to create a line break. Now I have a line break, and let's create an h1 element. The first heading, and this is going to say this is the top, right? And we're going to give this heading also an ID, and I'm going to say that this ID is top, and I'm going to go all the way in the bottom of my file of my website over here, and I'm going to create a h1 heading over here like this, and I'm going to say that it's the bottom. So I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to say end, and I'm going to give an ID end. Okay. And now what I also can do is I can actually create a link that would go to the top right now. So I would create a link, and I would say that it needs to go to top. And obviously, since the ID for the top is over here, then I would have to write over here an href. I would have to write the name. The name would have to be top, but I would have to put a hashtag over here. And if I want over here to create another link that is going to the bottom, then I would have to create a link over here. So let's say I'm going to create a link that goes to bottom. So I'm going to say href over here, and attribute is going to be href, and I'm going to say that it's the end, right? Because that was the name. That was the name of our ID over here. You see the ID end? That's where I want to go with this link. Okay, and I'm going to say here end. So after all this talking, now we have 3 links. Well, actually 4, I think 5 links that are actually going around our web page, right? So let's test the first one. Let's click end, and you can see that I go all the way to the end. Now, for some reason, the top is not working, and let's check it out why. And you can see that I haven't added an href, right? It's href. So now that I fix this, I have actually href, and then when I click to the top, I go back to the top. So if I would want to, I can just jump back from top to bottom, right? And if I want to go more specifically, I go to the monkey paragraph. If I want the location, I go to the location paragraph. And I want the zodiac, I go over here to the zodiac paragraph. So this gives you an idea how you can actually create the links that actually serves the purpose of your user who is ever coming to your website not to scrolling up and down and looking for something. They right away quickly choose whatever paragraph or whatever part of your web page they would want to use or view, and they just click on it and they go right away there. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next. What is going on, guys, and welcome to HTML tutorial. Now there's one more thing that I want to tell you about the links, and that is that actually links can be clickable, but they can still like stay on your page, not go anywhere. And you can also use images as our links. So let's go ahead and create an anchor tag. And again, we would have to create an href attribute. However, as we're creating an href attribute, I'm actually going to place a hashtag within a quotes over here. And what happens is that link is going to be clickable, but it's really not going to do anything. So let's say I'm going to write over here, I am link. And you can see over here that I have a link. And I'm clicking and it's actually changing the color, but nothing is happening. So if I just want to make a dummy link, I can place a hashtag over here and it's going to stay here. It's going to act as a link, but it's not going to go anywhere. Now, one more thing is I want to show you that actually we could use images as our link. So let's say over here that I would write another anchor tag. And in this case, I'm just going to say that href is going to be, I don't know, let's say Google, right? So again, we will have to HTTP and then a colon, and then we will write google.com over here. And what we're going to do is we're actually going to create a target, and we're going to say the target is going to be blank over here. So it's going to open up in a new window, and we're going to close it out. However, inside here, we're just going to use the image, and we're going to have to use the attribute for the image is going to be source, and we're going to say which is telling us where the image is located. So I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to use the Vladimir Putin as our image. So since the image doesn't require double tags, we can just close it out like here. And now you can see what's happening, that our image is acting as a link. So as I press it over here, you can see that it opened up to Google, right? And I'm just going to make it bigger so you can see that our Putin image is acting as a link. We can actually place the link over here within our page, and if we place it within the anchor tags, it's actually acting as a link. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to HTML and brackets tutorial. Now in this video we're going to look at another link. Well, the last one link actually that we're going to cover, and this is going to be direct email link, right? So you can create a link on your web page that would directly email you, right? However, I'm going to show you why it's not actually common practice to do that and what are the pitfalls, right? But we do the same thing. We create a link over here, and we do that by creating a opening and a closing tag, and I'm going to say, I don't know, email me, whatever, something like that, right? And then again, I would have to use the same href, Just the difference is over here, I wouldn't have to use the HTTP. I would have to actually write mail to and put it over here like a colon over here like this. And then I would have to create a email address that I have. So let's say I'm going to say john@hotmail.com, right? Something like this. Now, here's the deal though. The problem is that as the user is gonna press this, he's actually gonna right away, you can see as he's pressing, you go to your default mail server that you have over here that you're using. So it's not like you can go to your Hotmail or your Gmail or whatever account. It's pretty much using whatever the computer has. And in most cases, people don't want to do that. They obviously want to use the mail that they're actually using, whether it's, again, Hotmail or Gmail or any mail that you can think of. So you wouldn't want to use this. You much rather you could actually just write what is your email, and then they can copy and paste that, and they can use their mail provider they're actually using. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to HTML tutorial in brackets. In this video, we're going to learn how to add an unordered list to our web page. Now, here's the deal. The same thing as like with everything else before for like 16 videos and all that. In order, if we wanted to create some type of element, we would have to write a tags, right? And in this case, for unordered list, it would be UL tags. And I would close it out like this. And now I have an ordered list. But if I want to add a list items, I would need to create another tags over here like this. And they stand for list item, right? And you can see that I have right here a dot, and that would signal that I'm creating my first list. So I'm just going to create a home over here. And what I'm going to do over here, I'm just going to paste them, right? So in here I have I'm going to create a news. And then I'm going to say that over here that I want contact. And over here, let's say I'm going to write about, right? Just like you would see in a normal website. So, and you can see the syntax. In order, if I want to create a unordered list, I would have to create UL tags like this. And then within those UL tags, I would have to sandwich these LI tags, and I can add as many as I want or as little as I want, right? I could have just had one home, but I added 4, so I got 4. So that's the syntax. Now, first question you would say is like, well, what's the big deal, right? Because that's exactly what I thought when I was studying the HTML. I was thinking, well, what is the big deal? Why would you need unordered list like this, right? Well, just by doing a little bit of design, which is we're not going to do it right now. We're not going to cover it in HTML. We're going to cover that in CSS. You could get something like this. And you have to admit that it looks much more better, right, than the one that we just created. However, the actual structure is still the same. In order to create this, right, this home news about all this menu, I would still have to do the same thing. So I cannot create a nice looking one over here without actually doing the hard work over here and creating this list. So that's for the lists are used, and that's why you are going to be using actually lists a lot. So practice it, get good at it, and please don't treat it like it's something unuseful. Now, another thing that I want to show you, that actually if we wanted to, over here we could create a anchor tags for our links, right? So we could create these list items over here as links. So I would have to do it over here, just cut it, paste it over here. And then let's say again, this one is going to go to my info page, right? So I'm just going to create an href over here, and I'm going to say the info HTML, right? And you can see that it's going to work the same way, like the same way before. But what we have done over here, we have actually within the list items, right? We actually also added the anchor tags or the links. So whenever we press the list item, we're actually going to be going to our link whenever we specify it to go to. So as I press over here, and you can see that I'm going to the info page. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to HTML tutorial in brackets. In this video, we're going to look how to create an order list, not unordered like we created in the last video, but an actual order list that has the numbers in front of list items, right? And the way you do that, you actually again create a element, and that element is going to be order list. And you can see that tags are OL, that's the element name, and you do the same thing. You obviously add the list items, so it works the same way. The only difference is that the name of the element would be order list is OL, and for the unordered would be UL, right? So on the same deal, so we're creating, let's say I'm going to create 4 of them, and I'm going to say that the first one would be Bobby. And I'm just going to save this, and I can see over here I have Bobby, and then I would have Susie, and Susie has number 2, and then I have Ray, and then I would have like Lily, right? So I have 4 names, and you can see that they, as an ordered list, they have all numbers in front of them. And again, I could have added as many list items as I would wanted. In this case, I just chose 4. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to HTML tutorial in brackets. In this video, we're going to cover 2 more lists, and that would be a nested and definition list. And all the nested list would mean that, let's say that over here I have an order list right here, and if I would want to add, like, let's say some type of numbers, let's say over here in Bobby, all I would have to do is actually create over here a order list, right? So I have here Bobby, and what I would do right now is I would create actually order list. So I do the same thing. I create list items. So let's say the first one would be, I would say that, I don't know, has a bag, right? Then I'm gonna copy this, and then I'm gonna write over here loves math, right? And then let's say the third one is going to be, I'm going to say, well, hates music. So you can see how easy it is. I can just basically pick whatever item I would want to add, let's say, on our list to my numbers, and it could be a recipe, it could be an instruction book, it could be anything, right? And all I would have to do is within this list item that I would want to add a unordered list, I would just create an ordered list right here, right? So I would just nest it in the list item element. So when there's one more list that I would want to show you, and it's actually called definition list, and the element would be DL over here. And then we would have to create element DT, which stands for definition term. So let's say over here, again, I'm going to write Bobby, and right underneath, I'm going to create another element, and this one is going to be DD, and DD would stand for definition, right? So I have over here Bobby, and I would say again that Bobby has a backpack, and he loves math, and hates, I don't know, video games. Very unrealistic, but let's say video games. So now you can see what definition list would do. Basically, first we would have to display the definition list element, and then we have the definition term and actual definition. And of course, I could just go over here and copy this, and again create as many as I would want the definition terms, right? So I would have to actually copy this one over here, and let's say we're gonna paste it, right? So then instead of Bobby, I could write over here Susie. And let's say that she actually loves music. So we can write loves music, hates boys, right? Something like that. So you get an idea how we can create an actual definition list. This is going to be it for the video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to HTML tutorial. In this video, we're going to continue with our website project, and we're going to actually add a unordered list and actually links that we have learned to our website. So the first thing that I would want to do is actually I would want to create an external link over here that would go to Wikipedia website about the tea, right? So the first thing that I'm going to do is actually I'm just going to create a link over here. I'm not going to do any href, nothing. And I'm also going to create over here a image, because I would want to use the fact that we learned about image, how we can actually use the image as our link, right? So and over here, I'm just going to close it out, and I'm going to open this window a little bit more, and we're going to go actually to Wikipedia, and Wikipedia over here. And once it's loaded, we're going to search for tea. And once we have a T, you can see the first thing is I'm going to copy this picture over here. So I'm going to say that I want to save image as, because that's the image that I want to use. I'm just going to make sure that I'm actually sitting where I need to be. And actually I'm not. So let me just go back to desktop, and we're going to be in HTML, and I'm just going to save it over here. And the next thing that I'm just going to copy this little link over here, so we know exactly where we need to go with our link over here. So I'm just going to copy this, and I can close it down right over here. So now let's go all the way in the bottom. And the first thing that we need to do is actually create a link over here. And I'm going to say that my href is going to be this address that I just pasted. So you can see that now it will be directly going to Wikipedia. And the attribute that I'm going to add over here to the link, I'm going to say that I want a target blank, because when we're working with brackets live preview, it's actually closing down the window if we're going from the live preview. So we would want to have a target blank over here. And the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm just going to check what is the name of the image. And actually I can rename the image. And I'm going to say that it's a wiki T. So it's a Wikipedia T. And over here my source is going to be images. That's the folder that I'm working with, and I'm looking for Wikipedia T. And then let's say that I'm going to create a width of that element to be like, I don't know, like 50 pixels or something like that. So let's go and check it out what we have. I'm actually going to make it bigger a little bit over here, and let's go all the way in the bottom, and we can see that we have this image that actually works as a link. So if I press it over here, you can see that it's opening up right away in the Wikipedia page. It's pretty cool, right? And then we can go back over here, and let's say that I'm going to write some paragraph over here. I'm just going to say that if you are interested learning about tea or something, I don't know, if you like what you see, follow the link. I don't know, to be impressed, right? To be I don't know, amazed over here, something like that. It's probably misspelled, but anyway, doesn't matter. So let's go back over here, and you can see that if you want, if you like what you see, follow the link to be amazed over here. I can just press it, and we can actually go directly to Wikipedia. So the next thing that I would want to do is actually create a unordered list, and I would want to place that unordered list somewhere over here, where we're actually directly saying where the user should go, right? So I guess the best option would be doing something like on the top. So what I'm going to do is over here, I'm just going to, within the body, I'm going to create a unordered list. And within that unordered list, I'm just going to set a couple of list items over here. And the list items also going to serve as the links. So what I'm going to do over here, I'm just going to create a href. And I'm just going to leave all these hrefs for now. I'm just going to leave them blank because we haven't created any. And I'm just going to do it to target blank again. Target is also going to be still blank. So you can see it's like this. And I'm just going to, let's say for now, I'm just going to create 4 links. Maybe I'm going to delete some. Maybe I'm going to open some. It's going to depend. But what I'm trying to do is actually I'm just going to create couple of sites within our web page, actually a couple of pages where actually whoever is visiting our page can actually visit. Now, one thing that I still want to do that I actually just forgot, and I remember that I want to create one more link over here all the way in the bottom where it actually says a link, and the link is actually leading to ID that I'm just going to create, and that ID name is going to be a top over here like this. and over here I'm just going to close it out, and I'm just going to say top. And what's going to happen that every time somebody scrolls down, and if he wants to go up, he's going to be able to actually go to the top. And what I'm going to do over here, I'm just going to create a line break like this. And now I have a line break, so now I can see that they're sitting separately. And actually, maybe let's go ahead and copy this, and let's paste it over here. So maybe let's create a little bit more space, right? So now you can see that this is technically all the way in the bottom, right? And over here, if we remember that when we were using this attribute href and we placed this hashtag with the top, that means that somewhere there's going to be a attribute ID, and in this case I'm going to put it all the way up here in the body. We can also do that, but it's because body is still an element. And over here I'm just going to say that this is ID top. And now let's check it out what happens. So if I go over here, press it over here, you can see that it brings me all the way to the top. So that's what we learned, how we can navigate within within this one site. So let's right now navigate through our whole web page. This is not going to be external links. This is going to be actually internal links. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a couple of sites over here. So I'm just going to minimize these images so they're not in your way. And the first thing that I'm going to say first, new file is going to be, let's say I'm going to call them articles, HTML. The next thing, and then you can see that right now it's blank, but we don't care about this. We're just going to go over here and we can close this index. We don't need that. And we have the website. So let's go back over here again. And now we can actually link it to this articles. So the first thing that I would write over here, I would say that this is the link to our articles page. But you can see that right now, of course, it's blank and there's nothing in there, but we can still set the href, and the href would be articles HTML. So now as I press it, we're going to be going to articles page. Now let's copy some of this, what we actually need, and we're going to be actually pasting that just so it's easier, so we don't need to do like a long setup or something. So let's go to articles, and I'm going to use the brackets extensions over here, and I'm going to right away just insert the basic skeleton. And if you're interested, I have a brackets extensions playlist, so if you want to check it out. But over here, what we're going to do is we're just going to get rid of this meta for now. We don't need that. And we're going to say that this is, I don't know, articles page, right? And what we can do over here, we're just going to paste this over here like this, not a line break. Let's jump back to websites. This is what we should be pasting. And now we have a web page that I would want to just copy this over here, and I'm just gonna paste this. So I'm just gonna copy this, go to articles, paste it over here. So you can see what I'm trying to do is for all our pages within our website, I'm just gonna pretty much make them the same setup, right? But what I'm gonna do is over here, what I would need to do is actually I made it a little bit wrong over here. You can see that I have this one as first, the articles, but actually we should have made the home page as first. So let me go back over here to the website, and what we would need to do over here, we're gonna just take this right now and we're gonna cut it and just press it down and paste it over here. And actually what we were gonna do is this is gonna be our home page, and the home page is gonna have a location website HTML, right? Because that's where that's the file name, right? So now I have two of them, and I also would need to do it over here. I would need to do it over here in articles one, where I'm basically setting I'm just gonna take this over here. Again, I'm just gonna copy this and I'm gonna paste it over here. And now we have a target, and I'm just gonna say that this is a website HTML. And now over here, I'm just gonna write that this is a homepage. So now let me just close it over here before I actually close the Wikipedia. Let's just go ahead and let's just copy some of the articles over here. So let's say I'm just gonna start with the origins and history. And what I'm gonna do is something like this, where I'm just gonna copy this, and we're gonna create a couple of paragraphs from this. So copy this. Now I can close it over here, And now I'm sitting in articles page, and let me go to the HTML file of the articles page. Now you can see this is where I'm sitting in the body. And what I'm gonna do is over here, I'm just gonna paste it, and let's just decide how many paragraphs we would want to do. So let's say first I'm gonna create this paragraph, and let me again just copy this over here, cut this. This is gonna be our first paragraph. This is gonna be the second. Over here, I'm just gonna do another one, and over here I'm gonna cut this. And so technically we have 2 paragraphs, right? So paste it over here. And what we can do is actually we're gonna again create these 2 links over here underneath, but they all gonna be the links that are actually within the page, right? So what I can do over here, I'm just gonna create a let's say in this case we can just create a order list. So like this. So this is gonna be our order list. We're gonna be learning how to work again with order list. And over here, I'm just going to say again, list item. And again, over here, I'm just going to say that this is going to be anchor. And the href attribute is going to be, I'm going to call this ID number 1. And just for sake of it, I mean, usually you'd probably want something that's actually has something to do with this paragraph, but just for sake for now. Over here, and I'm just going to say that this is the first paragraph over here, first para. And the next thing, I'm just gonna do it over here, and I'm just gonna copy this, and here I'm gonna write 2, and this is second, right? Second. And now over here, only thing we have to do again, the same as like we did over here with the website. Remember when we were actually creating this top ID, same thing we're gonna do over here. We're just gonna create ID, and we're gonna call it 1. I'm going to say that this is 1, and over here we're going to say that this is, let's say, 2. And just for sake of it, because it is a longer page, let's create all the way in the bottom also another let's say a anchor tag that will lead to the top. So over here again, I'm just going to create a anchor tag over here, and I'm going to say that this is top, and this is going to have ID again to the top. So href over here, and let's say it's gonna be to the top, and again all the way in the top. Where's my body? I can just say that this is gonna be a ID, and this is gonna be a top ID, right? So you can see that I have them right now blank because I haven't had anything over here. You can see that these 2 I haven't made because these are gonna be our 2 more pages that we're going to be actually adding. So let's not worry about it right now. But what I want to show you is that, let's say right now we're sitting here, and when I press first paragraph, you can see it opens the first paragraph. Second paragraph, we're going all the way to second paragraph. When we're here, we go to the top, and if we go over here and click on homepage, you can see that this is opening the homepage, which is our T website. And then we go over here, this is our T website. And if we want to go to our articles page, again we just press it over here, and you can see that it's opening an articles page. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to HTML tutorial and brackets. In this video we're going to create a table in our HTML file. So what we need to do is obviously get a table element, right? So the table element would be table over here like this. And you can see the brackets right away creates a double tag. So we know that table element has the opening and a closing tag. And then we keep moving forward. And within our table element, we nest a table row, which is going to stand for each of our rows that we have. Let's say for now we just have 1, but we're going to create some more. And within that row, we have to create table data. And table data basically stands for columns. So let's say over here, if I can write over here Johnny, and let's say that I'm just gonna copy this, and over here I'm gonna write Susie, and I'm gonna copy this one too, and over here I'm gonna write Bobby, right? So you can see as I'm adding TD, the table data, that basically means a column, and all that is nested within the first row. So what I want to do over here, I'm just gonna take this, and I'm gonna copy this and paste it 2 more times, and you can see how I'm creating new table. So over here I'm just gonna put some random numbers. I'm just gonna say 10, and here I'm gonna write 15, and next one I guess I'm gonna write 20, and over here I don't know, I'm just gonna write math, music, and I don't know, pickles. Don't ask me why. I'm just randomly trying to create some kind of data, and it's obviously not written pickles, but I'm just gonna leave it like this, like it is. Anyway, so now you can see that we just created our first table. Now here's another thing that I'm just gonna quickly cover, just for the sake of actually us seeing better. I'm just gonna add an attribute, and that attribute is gonna be style. However, I need to warn you that when we're gonna be working with CSS, because what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna actually create a border all around our table. So I'm gonna write over here border, and then I'm gonna write 2 pixel solid red, right? So you can see that I added a border. However, when you'll be learning CSS, you'll know that this is not the right way to do it. You actually don't want to do it inline style elements. However, just for the purpose of showing you table, I'll show you that this is what we can do, just for actually getting a little bit of border around, so it's easier for us to see. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to HTML tutorial in brackets. In this video, we're going to explore the table headings and how they make our tables look better. So you can see that I have the same setup over here. I still created a table element, and now I would have to create a table rows and table data, right? So the first thing that I'm going to do, I would insert table row. And within that table row, the difference would be that I would create a table headings. So I would write TH instead of TD. So let's do this. So I'm going to write TH over here, and then I'm going to copy it 2 times. And over here, I'm going to write the same thing. I'm going to write Susie, and I'm going to write Bobby over here. Bobby. So there's two table headings, right? So let's create another row over here, right underneath. And I'm just going to copy this, copy and paste. So now you can see that I have created another row. However, the point of the table headings is that actually they serve only as a whole heading, not that if you're like putting them all over your table. So I would have to change this one around, and I'm going to write over here table data. So it's going to be TD, and it's the same going to be over here, and same going to be over here. However, you can see over here that table heading over here that I still left. And here I'm going to write grade, and let's say it's going to be grade for both of them. So I'm just going to say that Susie has A and Bobby has B. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another row. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it lower. And I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to write GPA. GPA, and I don't know, here I'm going to write 3.8. And here I'm going to write, I don't know, 3.2, something like that, right? Sorry, 3.3. So you can see that I can create table headings both ways. I can create across the row and across the column. But keep in mind that you can see over here, this corner over here, this table heading, it needs to be there. It's not just because it's a mistake. So let's say that I would delete this, right? Let's say that you think that it's better if it's not there. And you can see right away how your whole table is actually shifting. So you need to have that table heading or table data or whatever you want. However, the actual tags need to be there, so it keeps the actual space there. Otherwise, your table is going to start shifting left and right where you wouldn't want it to shift. This is going to be it for the video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to HTML tutorial in brackets. In this video, we're going to talk about 2 things in a table, the row span and a col span. And again, as you can see that I've created over here a table element, and now we're going to be putting our rows and our columns within that table element. So what I would do first, I would create a first row, and within that row, I'm gonna create, I don't know, let's say 5-6 table headings, right? So I'm gonna create my first heading, and I'm just gonna leave it blank over here, and then I'm just gonna copy that again like 5-6 times, and then I'm gonna say that this is gonna be my some type of temperature at 9 a.m. and this is gonna be 10 a.m. and here it's gonna be, I don't know, 11 a.m. I guess, and here it's gonna be 12 a.m. and I'm just gonna delete this one for now. Okay, so now we have our first row over here, you can see. So let's just take this and copy this and paste it, and now we have the second row, right? But I'm just gonna change it around. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a first heading over here, the one that was empty. I would say Monday, and I put a colon over here, and over here I'm just gonna create them as table data. So I'm just gonna write TD, and over here I'm just gonna write, I don't know, couple of measurements of temperature, right? So I could say that it was 40, and then I'm gonna copy this. Let's say now I have 4 40s, right? And I'm gonna put over here, let's say change around 50 and 60, right? So technically you could write something like this, right? You could say like, well, it was at 9 a.m. and it was 40, 10 a.m. 40, and then 50 and 60. However, there's a nicer way how you can do that. And you can use that. You can do that by actually using the call span. And what you would have to do over here is you would get rid of this one table data over here. But with the first one, you would add a attribute, a call span over here. You can see that it's over here. And then you would write that you want this table data to span 2 columns over here. So you can see how it is, that it's 40 here, but it's also spanning all across the tab. And if I wanted to, I could actually delete this, and let's say that I could say span 3, and now you can see that it's spanning 3 of them. So that's another option that you have, that if you want to start spanning across the columns, you need to use the attribute call span. And now let's look at actually how we can do the row span. So we would have to do the same thing. We actually create a first row, let's say, and within that row, I'm gonna again leave this blank over here. I'm gonna say th, but I'm gonna leave that blank. And the next one again, I'm gonna write, or I'm just gonna copy this, I don't know, 3 times over here. And then I would say again 10 a.m. And over here, I'm gonna write 11 a.m. And here it's gonna be 12 a.m. So now I have 3 of them over here. So let's go ahead and create another row over here. So let's copy this. Let's paste it over here. And now let's write over here again the same thing that we had before. So let's say we're gonna say Monday here, right? So we have Monday over here. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna get rid of this th of this table heading over here. And what we would have to do over here is, you see where you have TAM, and what I would have to do is I would have to write row span, and now we have a row span, and I would pretty much say that I want 2 rows, and now you can see how actually 10 is spanning across the row 1 and row 2. So you get an idea. However, the difference is that you would need to get rid of this th, because if you're going to leave this table heading over here, you can see over here, you can see how right now your table is basically spanning across here to the right, which is you don't want. Because if you're spanning across the rows, you would need to get rid of this actual table heading or table data that you have over here. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to HTML tutorial. In this video, we're going to continue with our website project, the one that we have right now. So far only 1 page, and the main page over here like this. So what we're going to do is we're going to create another page over here, within our website, and the page is going to be called production, and we're just going to insert a table over here. So I have a production page over here, and obviously I would need to create the actual file for it. So I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to say that the file name is going to be production, if I could just spell it right, and HTML. So now I can see that I have production HTML. So if I go back to my main page, and if I say that I want a link to be linked to this page, so I just within a attribute href, I just place the name of the page, right, like we did it before. And over here, if I go to the production HTML right now, again, what I'm going to do over here, I'm just going to use the brackets extension that I've downloaded, install the basic HTML skeleton over here, get rid of these meta tags. They're not useful right now. And don't worry about this English either. And I'm just going to say production over here. That's going to be the name of our page. And what I'm going to do over here, I'm going to go back again to our main one. And I'm just going to copy some of this, so I don't need to redo it multiple times. I'm just going to copy this, go to production. Over here in the body, just paste it, and you can see that now, again, I have 3 links and actual image over here. And underneath the image, we're just going to create a heading tag over here like this. And we're going to say that this is production. And next, we're going to have to create a table over here, right? So the first thing, obviously, when we remember, we would need to create a table element like this. And just for sake of it right away, let's create a style over here. And I'm going to say that it's going to be border. And I'm going to say that this is going to be 2 pixels solid black, all right? So right away, we can see it, what's happening. I mean, we haven't done anything, but so as we're working, it's right away going to be showing. So the next thing that I want to do over here is just create a little bit more space for us, and we would need to start using table rows. And I think I'm just going to use, let's say, somewhere around like 5 rows over here. And I'm just going to copy them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 right now. And we're going to start over here by actually creating a first row is just going to be all table headings anyway. So I have right now a table heading, but I think I copied it a little bit wrong because right now I have way more rows than I wanted to. So let's go back over here and let's start a new line. Let's start this one on a new line and then just copy this one, right? So now we would want, let's say, like 4 of the columns over here. These are going to be the columns. And over here, I'm just going to write a rank. That's going to be the rank for production. The next thing that I'm going to write is what is the country that's doing the production. And then let's say we're going to use the 2015 year. And over here, it's going to be 2016, like this. Something like this. So this is going to be our first row, right? And then moving along in the next row over here, again, I'm just going to create a little bit more space, and I'm going to create a table data over here. And again, I'm just going to copy this 4 times because this is going to be the countries. But I actually forgot that here I wanted to use a table heading. So the first one is going to be actually table heading over here like this. And here I'm going to write that this is going to be number 1. And the rest of it is going to be table data. So I'm going to here write China. And here, let's say I'm just going to come up with some dumb numbers. It's going to be 25 and 30. You can see that the production technically was, let's say 2015, they produced 25 tea bags, which is very unrealistic, but just for the sake of doing something, just as an example, it works. So I'm just going to copy this one over here. And what we can do is over here right away create a couple of more places where we have the same information. And the only thing is what we need to change is the data. So here is going to be to India. I'm going to place India, and here it's going to be, let's say, it's going to be a little bit less than China. So let's say I'm going to create 25, and here it's going to be 20. And again, over here, I'm just going to paste the same information. Again, we're just going to change it around a little bit. And you can see what I'm doing pretty much basically. I'm just creating a table that the next country is going to be Kenya over here, and again this is going to be 15, let's say 20, and the last country, don't worry, it's going to be the last. You're not going to have to listen for half an hour while I'm just adding these table datas over here, and this is going to be number 4, and the last thing is, let's say, I don't know, Russia, right? And we're going to say that Russia made 0 over here, and then in 2016 they just got busy and they made -1, just for the sake of it. So you can see how we actually created a page, a production page that has actually a very little dumb small table, but it actually serves our purpose for the fact that if we want to show how to add a table. And this would be our article page, again, what we created in the last video. So you can see that slowly but surely we keep adding pages to our web page. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next week. What is going on, guys, and welcome to HTML tutorial in brackets. Now in this video we're going to add an audio element to our page. So what I did over here, I went to my iTunes, or you can go anywhere where you're storing music, and you can see that I just copied MP3 because otherwise obviously we're not going to be able to add an audio if we don't have an MP3 or audio file. So I go over here, and obviously I would have to create an audio element, and the audio element would stand like this. So I close it over here, but you can see that nothing is happening because there's no audio being added to my web page, right? So obviously we would have to use a couple of attributes, and the first one would be the one that we already know, and that would be the source. So we would tell the web browser what is the source where we're getting our audio. So I'm just going to click over here, my file over here. However, you can see that still nothing is happening. And another attribute that I want to show you, which is, I think it's really cool, is actually, it's called controls, and you can see that you have right now controls. So as I go over here and I just click it, and you can see that music is starting and everything is happening how it's supposed to. So I'm just going to stop it for a second here, and I'm going to show you a couple of more nice attributes that you could add. So another attribute that we could add is actually called loop. And what loop would do is basically right away as we finish the song, it would keep on playing. So let's play it right now here, but I'm gonna move it all the way. Let's see that the size is 3 minutes 2 seconds. So I'm gonna put it all the way, I don't know, to 58, and now let's see what happens. And now you can see that it started playing again. So that's what the loop does. And let me show you one more attribute that we could add. It's going to be called autoplay. And what autoplay does, that you actually don't need to go and press the play, but as soon as the page loads, it starts playing. So for that purpose, I'm just going to refresh, and you can see that the moment I refresh right away, the music started playing. Now you obviously don't want to do that because you want your users to actually play it instead of just every time annoying music starts playing as soon as you come to the web page. However, if you decide that you want to add an autoplay, you have this option. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to HTML tutorial in brackets. In this video, we're going to add a video element to our web page, and in order to do that, I actually went already online and got a sample video, sample MP4, and you can do the same. I'm not going to show you how to do that because we already have covered the images and everything else, so you should be very comfortable by doing that. And you just need to go and type there sample video MP4, and you'll find many places where you can just get samples. And in order to create a video element, we would have to create tags, and the tags obviously would say video. And over here again, we're going to start adding the attributes. So again, the first attribute, the one that we already know really well, would be the source, so where we're getting that video. And as you can see that by default it comes really big. You can see that I downloaded it, but it comes really big. So let's say that we have a couple of more attributes that we could use. And the first attribute I would use is actually width, and I would set it, I don't know, to like 200 pixels. So you can see that it's much more smaller. And I can obviously add the height the same way how we did it, but I'm not going to do that this time. So over here, I would go and I would write another attribute that we already know, and that would be controls. So let's go over here, and now we have our controls. And of course, we have the same two attributes, which one would be loop, which would mean that video keep on playing. And we could also add right away autoplay, right? So let's just refresh, and you can see that video starts playing, and it's going to be pretty short. So you right away see that it's looping also. So you can see that actually adding a video is very simple, the same as audio. It's very straightforward, and as long as you have the video actually that you want to add to the web page, you should have no problems doing that. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. What is going on, guys, and welcome to HTML tutorial. In this video, we're going to talk about a very interesting element in HTML, and it is called iframe element. And what iframe element is that it's basically like a little frame that actually links your website to, let's say, a different website, or the different page in your own website, or image, or most popular, it's actually used to display a Google Maps on your website. So let's go ahead and let's create a iframe element. And the way we would do that, we would have to create a iframe element over here, and the name and self-explanatory would be iframe over here. So I just click over here, and we would have to use a source attribute, and the source attribute would basically tell the browser where to look for our iframe element. And in this case, I'm going to create an external source, and it's going to be ESPN. So I would have to type over here the HTTP, and over here I would create ESPN.com, and I'm going to close it over here, the iframe. And you can see that I have ESPN over here. Now, the thing is, my iframe is pretty much automatically set by default, but I can use two more attributes to control the width and the height, the same as with the image. So here I would say width, let's say, and I would say that I would want width to be 300 pixels, and I would want my height to be, let's say, 300 pixels, right? So you can see all of a sudden how it's changing, and if I just make this website a little bit bigger that I'm working with in index over here, you can see that my iframe is getting bigger or smaller depending on how I would change the width and the height of my iframe. Now, we could also link to the pages within our own document. So let's say you can see over here that info page that we created, and I'm just going to create a live preview over here to see that you can see over here that this is our info page. You can see the name over here, and I'm actually going to zoom in so you can see that this is our info page, and this is our index page, right, where we have the ESPN. But if we go back to our index over here, and let's say I'm going to change the source, I'm going to change it from the ESPN, I'm going to change it actually to info, and if I write over here, the bracket gives me right away code hints over here. So if I just save this and refresh over here, now you can see that I am in my index page, right? You can see I'm going to zoom in here. However, the iframe is actually pointing to the different web page within my own page. That is actually the info page. Now I could also use the iframe to actually connect it to the images that I have over here in my image folder. So let's say I would write the source over here. Instead of info, I'm going to write a images. That's the folder that my images are located, and now I have two options. Those are the two images that I have downloaded, right? So let's say that I want Kevin Hart over here, so I'm just going to save this over here, and I'm going to refresh, and you can see that now my iframe is displaying a image that's actually located in my images folder. Now, another cool thing that we could do with iframes, we could actually use links to point to our iframe and actually display whatever the location of our links are. So let's say over here that I have iframe over here that is actually pointing to the picture, but I'm going to get rid of this source over here. So it's just going to be empty, and it's going to be, as you can see, the width is going to be 300 and the height is still going to be 300. And you can see in our live preview that the iframe is still here. However, There's no source, so that's why it's blank, right? And what I'm gonna do over here, I'm gonna create a name over here for this iframe, and I'm just gonna name it frame over here, right? So I have an iframe, it's blank, but it has a name. And over here, I'm gonna start creating links, and the first link I'm gonna create is actually gonna go again to ESPN. So I'm gonna say HTTP, and it's gonna be not with 3 P's, so I would have to fix it over here. And I'm gonna write ESPN over here .com, and in here I'm gonna use another attribute, and it's gonna be target attribute. And the target attribute, I'm gonna write the same name that I given the iframe. So you can see that I given the attribute name, I gave the value of frame. So right now when I'm doing the target, when I'm writing the target attribute, I would need to use the same value that I gave it the name. So I'm gonna write frame over here, and I'm gonna create a ESPN over here. So now you can see the link. And usually in any case before that, when we created the links, they were actually going externally. So let's go ahead and see what happens now that we have created a link that actually has the target attribute over here, and it's linking to our iframe, right? So now I'm just gonna save this file over here, and I'm just gonna click it refresh over here, and you can see as I press over here on a link, actually the ESPN is loading here in my iframe. So I didn't have to point it with the source, I could actually do it with the link. And the cool thing about it is that I could, let's say, create another link over here. I'm just gonna create a line break before that. And what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna copy the whole thing over here. And now I have 2 links, and I'm gonna create one more over here. So I'm just gonna say, I'm gonna select this, and I'm just gonna copy that. So now you can see that, I deleted, but I'm gonna copy it again. And now you can see that I have 3 links. All of them are pointing to ESPN, so we're gonna fix that over here. So what I'm gonna do is this location href, I'm gonna change it to let's say info page that we did before. So now I have href over here, info HTML, but you can see that I'm still using the target, and the target is still the frame, which is the name of my attribute over here. So over here, I'm gonna create a different name. I'm gonna say that this is gonna be the info page. And the last thing that we're gonna do is we're gonna actually create a image over here. And our link is gonna be to the image. And I'm gonna say that the image is gonna be funny, or let's say Kevin Hart. And over here, I'm gonna use the href to point to my image over here. So I'm gonna say images over here, and then I'm gonna find my picture with Kevin Hart. Okay, so I'm gonna save this over here, and now you can see what happens when I refresh it over here. You can see that I have it blank, but as I'm pressing, now I have the ESPN, then I have the info page, and then I have Kevin Hart over here. And you can also notice here that my page is not reloading as I'm doing this. So when I'm pressing over here the ESPN, that it's not opening the new page. It's still working over here. And the same thing happens if I have info page or Kevin Hart over here. So what's happening is that you don't need to reload your page in order to use the iframe. It's actually doing while you're still on your page. So it saves the time for whoever is visiting your web page, that the page is not downloading twice, right? So the last thing that we're going to do is we're actually going to create a Google Maps in our iframe. So I'm just going to delete it over here, everything all together. So now you can see that I have a blank page. And I'm going to show you that, let's say that if you would be creating a page for, let's say some type of business, and you would want to use the Google Maps to actually point to that web page, right? To point to that location. So I would go over here, I would open up the web browser, and I have Google over here by default. So I'm just going to write maps, and you can see over here that the Google Maps, we were going to open the Google Maps. And what we would need to do is we would need to write the name of our business that we would want to point at or the address or anything anything of that sort. So in this case, I'm going to type the business, and you can see that this is going to be a very good steakhouse in Chicago, and this is going to be Tango Sir. So now you can see that the web page, or I'm sorry, that Google Maps is pointing to the business. What we can do is over here, you can see that share. We just click share, and we have share link, or we have embed map. And once we click on embed map, we can see that iframe is given already for us, right? So all we have to do is actually copy this one over here, and then we go back to our text editor, and all we have to do is actually paste this over here. And now you can see that our iframe is already made for us. But you can see that it has already default height and width, and what I'm going to do over here is I'm just going to make it to 300, and this one is also going to be 300. So now you can see that if I just make this live preview bigger, you can see how we have a map, the Google map, on our website using the iframe element. And what I can do is I can always zoom in or zoom out over here using the iframe and using the Google Maps. So you can see how it is a very, very neat feature. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to HTML tutorial. In this video, we're going to continue with our website project, the one that we actually have right now, a main page, and then we have two separate ones with articles and production. And what I want to do over here, I'm going to want to create another page, and in that page we're going to create a iframe element, and that iframe element is going to, let's say, point to the best tea shop. So over here I'm just going to write the best tea shop. That's going to be our name to our page shop over here. So we're just going to do some free commercial for somebody in our area, and over here obviously I would need to create a file, and the new file, and let's say that there's going to be tea shop over here like this, HTML. So you can see that it's opening and it's blank, so we're going to go back and we're going to write over here a tea shop. So you can see that now it's linking actually to our page that we created. And the next thing that we need to do is actually we would need to again copy whatever we have over here with these links and with an image, so we don't have to do double the work. Copy this, and let's jump to the tea shop. And now we have over here the HTML skeleton again that we need to insert. So I just click done, and we get rid of this metadata. We say that this is going to be a tea shop. That's going to be the name of our page. And over here we have a body, and I'm just going to paste it what we have, and we can see again we have 4 articles, and underneath there we're just going to go and we're going to create a H1 heading, which is going to say this is where the best tea shop is located. Over here shop is located over here like this. So now we have a heading, and underneath that heading we're actually going to insert our iframe. But I'm just going to make my life a little bit easier. We're just going to go over here. I'm going to open a new window, and as you remember, if we clicked in Google Maps, so I'm going to write maps over here. Now the Google is opening the maps. We go to Google Maps, then over here we write, I don't know, I'm just going to write the best tea shop, I guess. Best tea shop over here. So we go to the best tea shop, and now it's going to give us a bunch of places probably where is that tea shop. So I'm just going to go with the first one when we have, like I said, a free commercial for the coffee and tea exchange. And over here, if we click share like we remember, and we choose the second embed map over here, and now I can see that right away we have iframe. I just copied this iframe. I can close it out over here, go back to the my main site over here, or just let's say in production so we can see what's happening. Or you know what, not production, we needed a actual we need the actual tea shop one, but we haven't actually opened it yet. So let's go over here. We're gonna paste it over here. This is gonna be our iframe, and let's just go right now and find where is our tea shop webpage, right? So now you can see what's happening. We go over here, and you can see that I have an iframe element, right? So, and right now, because I'm sitting on it, it's actually making you can see that it's getting bigger and smaller, but you understand that idea that basically right now we created a page that actually has a iframe over here, and we can just zoom it in, zoom it out over here, or scroll over it. And what I also can do is over here, let's do this thing and let's just maximize this and maximize one more time. Now you can see that I have, this is all the pages that I have. This is the T-shop, this is another T-shop, the article and production, and when we have a homepage also. And in T-shop webpage, you can see over here what I have. Okay, so this is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. What is going on, guys, and welcome to HTML tutorial. In this video, we're going to talk about HTML forms. And actually, we're going to start talking about HTML forms because, as you can see, there's actually many forms that we could use in HTML. And if you think of forms in real life, it's actually you're collecting some type of data, right? From, let's say, when you're filling any type of survey or anything like that. So the same works in HTML. When you're filling out the form, you want your user or whoever is visiting your website either to leave a comment or, I don't know, or leave some type of information about themselves. Or let's say if you're filling out any type of survey again online or something like that. So in order to create a form in HTML, you would have to first create a form element. And you can see that it has the opening and a closing tags. And after that, within that form element, we would start to type what type of form we would want. So in this case, we're going to start with the most basic one. It's going to be text field. So I write over here input, and then over here I would type attribute type. And you can see what options I'm given by the brackets, right? That you can see that it's quite a lot. So we're going to start with the first one, which is text. And the input is actually a self-enclosing form. So we'll just put here / over here. And now we have a form over here. You can see over here. But let's say I'm just going to make it a little bit realistic. And I'm just going to write username and a colon over here. And now you can see that I have a username and I have a form over here for that username. Now, once we're going to start actually working with a forms, or in general, once you're going to start working with forms in real life, you'll see that obviously the database would need to know what type of form it is and how to process it. So another attribute that you always have to write with the forms is actually name of the form. Now you can choose whatever name you want, but it would make sense actually if you would make something that's relevant to, let's say, username. So in this case, I'm just going to write username, but I could have easily named this dog or cat or animal or whatever I would want. But it makes more sense if it's relatable to the actual form that you're trying to fill out. So we go over here and we have username, and let's say I'm going to say Johnny345. And obviously once I press enter, the page just reloads, but nothing is happening because we haven't connected to any type of database. But you can see over here that we have created our first form. So let's just copy this and let's make another text input field. But this one, let's create a line break in between, and like this. And over here, I'm going to say favorite food. Okay, and now I have a username, and then I have favorite food. Now, once we will actually going to be sending the forms to some type of database, there's actually two attributes that we would need to enclose in the form element. The first one would be action over here. And the second one would be method. And again, you can see that method has two options. It's get or post. And action actually attribute would have more options because we can either send it to that website, send it to the database, or just in the most simple one, we can just send it to our email, which is we're going to do, but not right now. We're going to actually start covering that once we cover the input type is going to be the submit button. And then I'll show you how we could actually just test it out by sending to our email. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Now, another attribute that we could create is actually called max length attribute, which actually limits the actual letters that we could, let's say, use in our forms. Okay, so we go over here and I would create a max length, and you see that the bracket is giving me a code hint. So I'm using the max length, and over here I would say, let's say, I don't know, 5, right? So I go back to the password, and as I keep typing, you can see that if you're still even trying to type, it's not going any further because you have set the limitation to 5. And the same way you could set the limitation to 2. And let's say I would delete this right now and start typing again, and you can see that the max that allows me is 2. And you can obviously use the max length attribute also to the input if you would want it to, or any other type of form. It's the attribute that you can use on all your forms. And basically what it does, it limits the amount of letters or characters that you're using on your forms. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to HTML tutorial. In this video, we're going to talk about another HTML form, which would be text area, and which could be used for, let's say, example, when you want your user to leave the comment. So within the form element, I'm going to write leave your comment here and put a colon, and I'm going to create a text area form, and the name for it is pretty self-explanatory, text area over here. And now you can see that over here I have a text area, right? Now again, we would use the attribute name, which we will just gonna, right now I'm gonna write comment, but again, it's used when we're actually sending data. For now, it's just we're naming it so it's relevant to what type of text area we're creating. And another thing for text area is that we can actually control the height and the width of the text area with attributes. And the first attribute is going to be calls, and that actually controls the columns in a text area. So let's say if I'd want, like, let's say 10, or if I wanted 50 columns, you can see how my text area is changing. And I'm just going to leave it again at 10. And another thing, we can actually control rows. So I write rows over here, and I'm going to say that I want, I don't know, let's say again 10 rows, and you can see how my text area is changing. Now another thing about HTML forms, in this case, in the text area case, that as I'm writing over here, and let's say I'm just pressing enter and I'm going down, you can see how HTML is actually creating a scroll bar on the right hand side over here. So if I write in a text area, and if my comment, let's say, is really long, HTML is actually creating this neat little scroll bar that just helps the user to navigate. Now let's just recap little things from the previous video. Let's say if I would want just to type a username over here, username, and I would create over here a input form, and I would write that input form as type, and I'm just gonna say text, and name, I'm gonna say again username, and I'm gonna close it out. And you can see right now that we have a normal username, and then we have a text area. And if we want to recap one more thing about the password, then we wrote a password over here, and we put a semicolon, and then we would again create a input, and this type, the type would be password, so it's going to be password, and the name again would be password also, just because it would relate to the actual element that we're creating. And now we have two things. We have username, we have password that we learned before, and we have the actual text area that we covered in this video. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to HTML tutorial. In this video, we're going to be covering HTML forms, and more specifically radio buttons. Now again, the same thing is that, like the previous forms, we would have to place them within a form element. So let's say over here, I'm just going to write a paragraph, and the paragraph tags, within the paragraph tags, I would say, what is your favorite city to visit over here. So now we have a paragraph, and that is asking what is your favorite city to visit. And let's say over here we're going to create a input element, but the type should be set equal to value as the radio button over here. And now, just like before, we would have two more attributes. One would be name, and the other one in this case is going to be the value. And let's just create a first option over here, and I'm going to say that this is going to be Chicago over here, and let's just make it a little bit bigger so it works with us. But you can see that again there's two attributes, and we don't need to worry about these attributes right now. We only need to worry about them when we're going to be actually sending information, how to let's say a database or website or email or anywhere we would desire. However, you can see over here there's a name attribute, and name attribute for all the radio buttons we'll be creating should be the same. So I'm going to create a name city, but the value we can set to whatever we would want, but it would make sense if we set it equal to the actual option that we're giving. Right over here I set to Chicago, so I set the value also to Chicago. And what I'm going to do over here, I'm just going to copy this 2 more times and just start a new line, so it just makes a little bit more sense. And now we have what is your favorite city to visit, and we have 3 Chicagos. But again, the name should be all the same for all of them, so they know, so the browser knows that this is the combination of these radio buttons. So over here, I'm going to set the value to, let's say, Detroit, and I'm going to give it as an option also Detroit. And over here, I'm just going to say it to Portland. So this is going to be Portland, and the option is also going to be Portland. Now, here's the thing though. With the radio buttons, once you select one, there's no way of deselecting. You can only select the another one. That's made by design. If you want something like a checkbox, that you will be able to check it or uncheck it. Basically, that you haven't checked anything. But with the radio buttons, you can only deselect by actually selecting the other option, and that's made by default. So let's say if you would have a yes or no question, then you could choose either yes or no. There would be no other option. Now there's also one more thing that I'm going to show you, and that is actually the attribute that is checked. And what it does is when the actual page is already loaded, it displays that radio button is checked, right? So let's say that we have Portland over here, right? So I'm just going to save this, and I'm just going to refresh this. And you can see that right away as the page is loaded, the Portland is checked. Now I could also just move this attribute, and let's say that I'm just going to cut it, and I'm going to set it equal to Chicago over here. So now the Chicago is checked. And again, once I refresh, you can see that my Chicago radio button is checked. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to HTML tutorial. In this video, we're going to talk about HTML forms, and we're going to talk about checkbox more specifically. So let's say again, we're working in our HTML file, and you can see that again we would need to place the HTML form, this checkbox form, within the form element. And again, I'm just going to create a paragraph where I would say, what is your favorite, let's say, music genre, right? So I'm just going to say genre, and I put a colon over here. And again, we would have to create a input elements. And again, if we're typing type, and we need to set the value of the type equal to checkbox over here. And again, the same as with the radio buttons, when we are setting the name, we would have to set all of them the same. So I'm going to say genre over here, and if I want the value, again the value should be the same as you're giving the choice. So let's say in this case I'm just going to say the value is going to be equal to rock, because that's going to be my option. And let's say over here I'm just going to place rock, and then I'm going to create another one, and I'm just going to copy this one over here. so I don't have to type as much. So now I have 2 more checkboxes, right? And just let's make a little bit pretty. So over here, I'm just going to create a pop, and that's going to be my other option, not pour, but pop. So let's go over here, pop, and over here is going to be jazz, not jacks, jazz. And over here again, value, I'm just going to set it to jazz. So now you can see that I have 3 checkboxes and all of them have the same name. However, the values again are by design, I just set them equal the same, but I have options. But again, we could have used different value if you wanted to. And you can see over here that with the checkboxes, I can check all of them, I can check none of them. That's again made that way, and that is the biggest difference between radio buttons and the checkboxes. And also, as always, we can have the attribute checked over here, checked, and we can set it equal to checked. So we're just going to save this, and once we refresh, we can see that rock, let's say, has the checked attribute right now. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next. What is going on, guys, and welcome to HTML tutorial. In this video, we're going to keep covering HTML forms, and more specifically, we're going to cover drop-down list box. And again, while the rest of the HTML forms, exactly the same, they were actually within a form element, so the same would be they with a drop down list box. So we go within our form element over here, and we would I'm going to create a paragraph which would say what let's say, what device do you listen your music on, right? What device over here do you listen to music on? So over here, next thing I would want to do is I would want to create a select element, and it would have the attribute name, and the name obviously would be the same for all my drop down list box over here. So I would create a name, and I'm just going to say that this is going to be equal to devices over here. So I'm going to close it out, and now all the options are going to be within my select element, and you can see that this is my drop down list box. So I'm just going to start with the first one and the option, and this is going to be my element that I would need to create. I would need to create a option element, and I would have to set the value over here, and the value is going to be obviously again connected to what option I'm going to give. So let's say in this case, I'm just going to create iPod, and you can see that right now my first on my list box is actually iPod. Now I'm just going to copy this 2 more times, and let's say that I'm going to say that this is going to be equal to radio, and you can see how it is very similar to how we were working with checkboxes and radio boxes. So again, the value is radio, and I'm going to give it radio. So now when I open it up, you can see that I have radio and iPod. So the last thing as I would need to do is I would actually need to change this one over here, and I'm going to say that it's computer. And over here, I'm going to write also computer. So now I have 3 of them. I have iPod, I have radio, and I have computer over here. And again, I can check, and once I check one of them, it's pretty much works the same as with the radio button, that you can select only one of them. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to HTML tutorial. In this video, we're going to be covering HTML forms, and more specifically the multiple select box. Now, it's very similar to drop-down list box that we actually covered in a previous video. However, there's a couple of ways how we can actually make it for user that he can select multiple options. So again, we will going to be creating our HTML form within a form element over here, and we would have to create a element, a select over here, And again, the name should be the same for all of them. So we're just going to create a name where we're going to say that it's going to be equal to instruments over here. And I'm just going to create a closing tag also. Now, before that, let's create a paragraph that would actually ask the question that we would want to ask. So let's say, do you play any of the following instruments? That would be our question, right? And over here, we created a select box that would have multiple options over here. And again, we would start over here by creating a option element over here. And the first one, we would set value to, let's say it's going to be guitar. So I'm just going to say guitar. And over here, I'm just going to close it out. And I'm going to say guitar. And I'm just going to take this, copy, let's say, a couple of times. And now I have a guitar. Then I'm going to say that I want keyboard. And again, my spelling might be not the best, but it gets the job done. So keyboard, then it's going to be drums. Then it's also going to be drums. And the last one is going to be, let's say, bass. Right? So we have bass. And over here the same. So now we have an options. We have 4 options, and it's pretty much the same as our drop-down list box. However, we can do a couple of tweaks. And the first thing we could do is we could actually add a attribute, and that attribute would be size. So I would set the size, and I would need to give it a value. So let's say I would give it a value of 2. And you can see what happens is that I have right away 2 options over here that I have either showing I have guitar and keyboard. But let's say if I would set it to 4, I have all the options that I want. So that's what the size attribute does. And what other attribute is that you can actually use the multiple attribute and set it equal to multiple. And what it does, that it allows your user actually to select multiple options, not just one. So that's how it makes it different from the drop-down list box. And obviously over here we can do the same thing where we can actually use the selected. So let's say I create again the selected attribute over here, and I set it equal to also to selected. And once the page is going to load, you can see that my first selected guitar was right away selected. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next. What is going on, guys, and welcome to HTML tutorial. In this video, we're going to talk about HTML forms, and more specifically a submit button. And again, like the same with the rest of the other HTML forms, we will going to be creating that within our form element over here. And let's say over here, I'm just going to write a basic question within the paragraph, and I'm going to say, let's say, subscribe to, let's say, to our email list, right? So you would want your, I don't know, your visitor to subscribe to your email list over here. And the next thing what we would do, we would create a simple input type text box. So over here I would write type, and it should be, the value should be equal to text, and the name I'm gonna say, I don't know, would be equal to, let's say, email in this case. Again, we don't care about it right now because we're not gonna be sending it anywhere yet, but I'm just gonna close it out over here. And the next thing, now that we have a simple input text box, we're gonna create a simple submit button. And the way we do that, over here we would write type, and the type, the value is going to be equal to submit over here, and the name, I'm just going to say, in this case, is going to be subscribe over here. And one more interesting attribute is going to be value, but the value in this case is going to pretty much display what is the name on the button. So let's say over here, I'm just going to say subscribe, over here, and then I'm just going to close it out. And now you can see that I have a subscribe button over here, and that is within a form element. Now that we have created a submit button, we could actually try it out how it is that we can send the form, right? Remember, I was telling you that actually we would have to fill it out here, action and the method. So this is what we're going to do. Just for training purposes, we'll see what happens if we try to send the form. Well, since we don't have any type of website that we can send to, or we don't have any type of database where we can send to, let's try sending just basically to our email. And what I'm going to do right over here, I'm going to write post. And this is going to be a method because we have two methods. We have actually get and post. And over here, the action, I'm going to use the email link that we learned. And this is going to be mail to. And then we put a colon. And here I would write the actual email address that we're using. So let's say in this case, I'm going to say your, and I'm going to say at email.com. So you can pick whatever email address if you want to test this. So now that we have everything set up and we have learned how to create a submit button, let's go over here and let's type that, say Johnny, and at, I don't know, at hotmail.com, right? Over here, and I would click subscribe over here, and now you see what happens. It actually takes us to our mail once we click the submit button, where we can actually send let's say send whatever our email to the email that we wanted to. So now again, in this case I created an email that doesn't exist, but you can try it with your own email, write it here, then send it, and you can see that how it's going to arrive in your email box, right? So I'm just going to close this over here, and I'm going to say I don't want to save this, and let's just jump back over here, and now you can see that this is how we could create a nice submit button that would actually submit our form. And again, this is just for training purposes, but I'm just going to leave this one for next videos so we can kind of try it out how our forms work. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next. What is going on, guys, and welcome to HTML tutorial. In this video, we're going to be covering HTML forms, more specifically file input box. And just like with the rest of the HTML forms, we will going to be placing them within form element. And since we learned in the last video how to actually work with the submit buttons, how to create them, how to use them, you can see that we're going to be using this form, and we're going to be actually using this action and method. And action is going to be if you want to try it out, you can always write over here your email, and you can use this method post, and you can actually in an email you're going to receive the form that you just created. I mean the values that you're going to be putting in that form. Now let's say that if we wanted to user to upload their file, right? So I'm going to create over here within the form, I'm going to create a paragraph where it's going to say upload your file here. And the next thing I would need to do is I would need to actually create a place where they could upload that file. So again, I would write a input element, and the type I would write over here is going to be equal to file. And again, the name, I'm just going to create I don't know, file. It doesn't really matter for the purpose that we're just testing it out over here. And I'm just going to close it over here. And now you can see that I go over here and I have a choose the file, upload your file here, and it says that no file is chosen. But if I would click over here, choose the file, you can see that it's opening up right now my desktop, or I can go to my documents or downloads or anything. So the user by default, he can basically go ahead and download the file that he would want. And the next thing that we would do is we would actually create again a input, and we're just going to create a submit button. And again, the type is going to be submit over here. And let's say this time I'm going to be using the value, and you can say over here that upload your file here. or just say upload, and I'm just gonna close it out. And now you can see that how I've created also a submit button with my file. So let's say if I would choose the file over here, I would click on it, and let's say that I would just pick this screenshot, and then I would say upload here. And now once I click it, again, we're just gonna go over here to the email, to your email that is on your computer, and it tells you where you're sending the file over here. And you can see that it's actually sending this file that I actually picked. I'm not gonna do that, so I'm just gonna close it out, don't save it, and jump back over here. And this is gonna be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to HTML tutorial. In this video, we're gonna be covering a couple of more elements that actually help our forms to appear much nicer. And the elements are going to be label, field set, legend, image, and also we're going to be creating a button that has the background of an image. So first, let's get to label element. So the normal way how we'd always work with a form elements, we would place them within the form element tags over here. And then we would, let's say over here, I would say contact details. You can see that again, my typing is not very great. Contact details over here. And then the next paragraph, I would say, let's say, again, I'm going to create another paragraph, and I would say email. And over here, I would just create a simple input element, and I would set type equal to text over here, text like this. And name, again, I'm going to say email, right? So that would be our typical way how we always done it before. Now, here's the deal. Once I actually pressing on this email, you can see that nothing is really happening. Now, there's way actually around it, how we can create a label element that would actually uncover this email, this text over here, and our input box that we have created. So I'm just going to delete this over here. These paragraph tags, we're gonna get rid of them, and over here I'm gonna create a label, and you can see that it has a closing tag. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna cut this and actually paste this over here. So now we have the email and input type text that is within our label element, right? And what happens over here, once I press it actually on the email, you can see how my box right away lightens up. And it actually helps with the ones who are visually impaired. That's why when you're creating websites, you're actually doing this. You're actually, whenever you have some type of form, you're actually putting within the label element over here. Now, let's create a couple of more of these labels. So again, I just deleted it, but let's say that I would want to copy this, and let's say that this one is going to be phone. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to over here I'm going to say that this is phone, and over here I'm going to create phone. Again, the name should be the same as the choice that we're giving. But what I'm gonna do over here, I'm just gonna create a line break over here. So now we have two forms. We have email and we have phone. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create another one. And what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna copy this and paste it over here. And the last one should be mobile, right? Let's imagine that the phone is the home phone number or work phone number, and this is going to be mobile over here. And let's say here I'm going to set it to mobile again, and here again we would have to create a line break. So now we have three nice forms: email, phone, mobile. And what we can do is, since they're actually referring to the same thing, we could actually create something called field set, which actually let's say covers all our options if they're pretty much similar, right? So what I would do over here, I'm just going to delete this for now, and I'm going to create element field set, and again you can see that it has opening and closing over here, and I'm just gonna cut this and paste it over here, and now you can see how all my forms are actually are sitting within a nice box which is called field set, which actually it makes sense. Let's say if I would be creating forms about the phone right now, but then let's say it would be about something else, I could actually create my forms within one field set, then create another field set, so it actually kind of makes sense, and it's easier to operate for the user who's coming to our website. And what we can what we can do is, if we want to create a nice top for our field set, we can always use the legend element over here, and let's say over here I'm going to write contact details, right? So now I can see how nicely it is done over here, that we have a nice contact details on top of our whole box. And the last thing that I'm going to show you is how to create a button that has the background of an image, right? And let's say that, again, I'm just going to write input, and over here as a type I'm going to go down here, and the value I'm going to create is image. And what we would need to do for the image, the same as for the regular image, we would actually have to have a source. And I'm just gonna know that in images somewhere I have Kevin Hart picture, so I'm gonna go over here, and that's gonna be probably funny. That's gonna be my Kevin Hart over here. And also what I would need to do is width and a height. Those are two attributes the same as for my image. So let's say width, I'm gonna send it to 100 pixels, and over here the height, I'm gonna have it, I don't know, to 10 pixels. Set it equal to 10 pixels over here, and close it out over here. And now you can see my little Kevin Hart over here, the button. But what I'm gonna do is, you can see that I created actually outside the field element. So let's say that I'm just gonna cut this over here, and I'm just gonna create a new one. And now you can see this is my little button. Now I'm gonna make it a little bit bigger so we could actually maybe see it a little bit better. And if I go over here, you can see that as I'm hovering, it is actually working as a button. So this is something that maybe this image is not the best for the example, but you can, if you have some type of image that you would want to use as your button, you can actually do it like this. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to HTML tutorial. In this video, we're going to talk about HTML forms, and more specifically of how to validate forms. First thing that I would want to show you though is how we can use a label element a little bit differently than I showed you in the previous video. So let's say that right now we would create a label, and that would be an opening tag, and we can see that I made a mistake. It needs to be label, and over here label also. And now within this label element we would actually write that, let's say, username, and over here colon, and over here I would write a input, and the type would be text, and let's say name would be again username, and I would close it over here. And you can see that this is how we were using the label before, right? So we click on it, and actually it right away highlights our input text field. Now there's actually a better way how to use the label, and it works like this, that I would cut this one and I would place it at the end of the actual name here, the username or whatever name we'll be using. However, in opening label tag, I would use a for attribute over here, and the value for the for attribute would have to be the same value as we're using for the name. So over here I would use the username over here like this. So this is the proper way how to actually use the label, by connecting with a for attribute to connect to the text or whatever type of form you would want to connect it to the label. So this would be the proper way. So I'm just gonna take this, and I'm just gonna copy this and I'm gonna paste it here. And so this one, I'm gonna create a password, but let's do this. Let's, in between them, let's just create a line break. So in this case, I'm just gonna create password, and over here I'm gonna create also password, and here also I'm gonna create a password. So password like this. Now, and obviously we remember from the password as we were typing, but it shouldn't be hiding. But since I didn't change this to password, over here I would have to write password. And now as I go back in here, you can see that it's hiding the text I'm typing. Now there's a way in HTML how we can actually validate the form. And the way to do that, we would actually write required. That would be our attribute, and we would set it equal to required also. So now I go over here and you can say, well, nothing happens, right? Well, let's do one thing. Let's create a input, and we're going to create this input as type, and we're going to set it equal to submit. So basically we're going to create a submit button, and the value I'm going to create also, I'm going to say submit over here like this, and then I close it out, and now I have submit button. And since we have created here this our test email where we are technically sending our data, let's try it out. So let's see over here, and let's say I'm gonna delete this. I'm just gonna write over here username, and it's gonna be Johnny. But see, when I'm trying to submit it, every time it jumps back and says please fill out this field. So I cannot submit this form or send it to our fake email because I have set this attribute, required attribute, to my password. So every time I'm trying to submit, you see it's not letting me to do that. So of course, if I'd want to set this attribute, add it to, let's say, to my username value, it would do the same thing. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next. What is going on, guys, and welcome to HTML tutorial. In this video, we're going to look at a couple of more inputs. So it's going to be website, email, search, and placeholder input. So let's start by again creating a label element over here like this. So we create a opening label tags, and over here I'm just going to write a for attribute, and I'm going to say that it's email, because over here I'm going to place email and colon over here, and after that I'm going to create a input box. But when I'm writing the type attribute, I'm going to write email, and you will see why I'm doing that. And a name, I'm going to give it again email. And what happens over here is that I'm just going to close that out over here, and now I can see that if I'm trying to type anything else, let's say that if I'm starting with Johnny and right away it gives me Johnny Hotmail, right? Well, let's say that if I would just write Johnny and I'm just trying to pass it the information, however, you can see right away it says please include a @ otherwise it's not going to accept the form. Now another form that I would want to show you is actually a website form, and it works pretty much the same way. So all I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this and over here, and I'm going to say website over here, and I'm going to say the name is a website, and over here also is going to be a website. And what I'm going to do over here is I'm just going to write a type, and it's going to be Earl like this, and save it. And now I'm gonna have to do a little bit of line breaks, otherwise it's not working really well. So what I'm gonna do over here is I'm just gonna create a line break like this, and now I have two nice forms. And over here is exactly the same. You can see that if I'm trying to just type whatever I want, it's actually there's a tooltip that's saying that please enter actually valid let's say the website, right? And the last thing that I would want to show you is actually how we can create a search input. So I'm just going to copy this over here and paste it over here, and let's say that in this case I'm just going to create I'm gonna create a search, and what I'm gonna do over here, I'm just gonna write search, and it a little bit messed up what I was doing, so I'm just gonna create a colon over here. I'm just gonna delete this, and I'm gonna delete this, and over here I'm gonna write as type, I'm gonna write search, and again I'm gonna have to create a line break somewhere, otherwise it doesn't look particularly good. So line break over here, and now I have a search. So over here, if I'm typing something that it's technically starting to search, and I can just use the X and get rid of it, right? Now there's also one thing that one more attribute that I would want to show you, and it's a placeholder attribute. And what happens is that attribute helps you if, for example, I don't know what to type here, I'll write enter keyword. And you can see how it's lighter gray. It's basically suggesting what I should type in the search box, right? So once I start typing, it disappears. However, once I get rid of it, you can see that again it's saying enter the keyword. So that's what the attribute placeholder would be for. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to HTML tutorial. In this video we're going to be covering HTML forms, and more specifically we're going to look at how we can actually use the date input in HTML forms. So what we would have to do is, obviously we're going to start creating labels like we learned how to do it properly. So over here I'm going to create 4 attributes, and I'm just going to set this let's say set this blank for now, because I don't know what I'm going to be using. But let's say if I would want to have some type of date sometime, so let's say I'm going to say departure. Okay, that's going to be the date that I would be interested in. And over here I'm going to create a input, and the type is going to be date, date over here, and the name I'm going to say, let's say the same thing. I'm just going to say departure over here, and I'm going to close it out. And so since I know that I need to connect my label with my input over here, I'm going to use the same value for the name. So it's going to be departure over here. And once I've done that, I'm just going to create a submit button. So let's say again, I'm just going to write input, and I'm going to say that my input would be type. I would use the attribute type over here, and I would say that this is going to be submit, and submit, and the value is also going to be, let's say, submit over here. So now I have a little date input, which is you can see what I can do is I can actually open it up, and you can see that I can set the date to whenever let's say would be departure would be happening. And also I can have over here a submit button. So I go down here and I can just pick whatever I want, and I can just cancel that and open it up again. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to HTML tutorial. Now that we have learned everything about HTML forms, I'm actually going to show you a shortcut or a help that a brackets text editor would provide for you, where we can actually download the extension, and it's going to do all the forms for us. So let's go to extension, brackets extension manager over here. So I just click it over here, and I go to the available. Over here, I just click it. And once I'm in here, I just write quick form tools. And over here, I just click install. So now that we have downloaded the extension, you can see this little toggle menu over here on the top. And if I just press it over here, and you can see what are our options. And I want to point to you, the first thing that we would want to do is we would actually want to add actual form element over here. And by mistake, I had my cursor all the way on the top. So I just need to cut this and paste it over here. And now you can see that my form element is within my body. And over here, let's start going down a list. So this was my first one, was I actually added the form. So let's say that I want a file input, and you can see right away how I have a file over here. Now you can see that I don't have the label over here, or a field set, or a legend. So those elements I would need to create myself. And also, obviously, if I would want a line break in between them, I would also need to do that. So let's go ahead and do that. And I'm just going to create a line break over here. I'm going to place my cursor, and let's say the next thing that I would want a text field. So now I can see that I have a text field over here. And again, I'm just going to create a line break. And let's just keep going down the list. So the next thing, I have a button, and I would need to also add my value for the button because it comes in blank. So let's say I'm just going to call it a button. So now you can see that I have a button over here. And you basically get an idea that all these forms that we actually learned in whatever, the 10 videos or whatever, you can actually add them very easily like this. So let's say I would have a link right now. So I'm just going to press a link, and you can see that I have a link that is not technically part of the form, but it still makes your life easier, where you can actually use this to add the links if you wanted to. And here are the radio button, I believe, right? So let me just create a line break over here. And let's check it out, the radio button. And now we have a radio button. I guess the name is here, but obviously I would still need to create a some type of name for it. So I would still need to do that myself. But you basically get an idea of how we can work with this quick form tool. And this would be the audio, and this would be the video, and over here is the embedded Flash file. Now I want to also show you these three things that you have over here. So basically what it is this creates files for you. So this one would be a new HTML file, and you can see on the left hand side how right away it's going to appear. You can see this untitled file over here, and you can see what it's doing. That basically it created for us a new HTML file. You see that with the char set, or with a character set over here, and with the body where we're working. And let's go back to our index where we were working before. But if I would wanted to, I could actually add a new CSS, the cascading style sheets, and new JavaScript. So you can see how it could be very neat if you're working with a lot of forms. It actually could save your time, that you don't need to actually type everything out, that you just create a form and you add whatever the attributes that you would need yourself. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to HTML tutorial. In this video, we're actually going to be covering one more page in our website project that we're working on. But this is going to be the final page that we're actually going to be adding. And this page is going to contain forms. But as you can see, if we have a look what we have over here, so we have our T website, and then the articles page, production page, and T-shop page. So let's go back to the T website over here, and I have 4 links. So I would need to create one more link actually, if I would want to make it obviously one more page, right? So I'm just gonna make this smaller because for some reason it's really getting in my way over here. So I'm just gonna keep this small so we have a little bit more space. And what I'm gonna do over here, I'm just gonna copy this over here like this, and actually I cut it, so that was pretty smart. But anyway, so now we have one more link, but we don't want it to be the same link, so I'm gonna say that this link is gonna be called survey over here like this. And over here I'm gonna write that I need to create a page first, right? So I'm gonna say that this is gonna be survey HTML, and over here I'm just gonna say that I need to go on the website, I need to go back to survey HTML, and this is gonna be the location of where I want my link to go. So now I can see that I have, I believe, 5 links, right? 5 links, and I have 5 pages. But again, as always, what I would want to do is actually I'm just gonna copy this so it makes it a little bit faster. So I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to go to survey, and over here I'm just going to use again brackets extension, basic HTML skeleton, and over here we just get rid of these meta tags for now, and within the body we just paste it over here like this. That's it. This is the work that we have done, right? So now we have all the addresses, and everything. And over here, what we're gonna do is we're just gonna place some forms here. So what I want to do is make it a little bit bigger so we can see, and all our forms are going to be here. And obviously I'm going to create, well, I'll try to do as many forms as I can, but I don't think that I'm going to do all of them. But the first thing that obviously we would need to do is actually create a form element over here. But the attribute, the action, and the actual method, I'm just going to leave it for now a blank over here, action. I'm just going to say that this is going to be a blank, and method also. I don't think that there's a way, there's a need to actually do that. If you want, if you remember, we can actually try to do in our email, but I'll let you do that yourself because, again, we're not going to be covering anything right now, how to actually deal with the forms in a sense of actually working with the databases. So the next thing that I would want to do is actually create a field set over here. And within that field set, the first thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to create a legend over here. And the legend is going to say, let's say your details over here like this. So this is going to be my legend. And as I keep going then I'm going to start creating a labels, a bunch of them actually. And the first label is going to basically going to be a name. And I'm going to say name over here like this. And we can go over here. You can see this is where we're starting right now. And obviously, by the name, we're going to write that input. And this is going to be the simplest one that we actually can have. And this is going to be text over here like this. And I'm going to say the name of it is going to be name over here like this. And the next thing that I would want to do is, let's say that I'm going to leave the size to be like, let's say 30. Because I don't want whoever is dealing with those forms, I don't want them to be become a writer. So we're just going to leave it at 30. And the next thing what we're going to do is actually we're going to create a line break over here like this. So now we have created our first form input, right? And obviously we're going to keep on going because we're not going to be stopping here. And the next thing what we're going to do is actually we're going to create a, let's say, I don't know, 2 more. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take these labels. I'm going to copy this and paste it over here. And over here, again, we're going to paste it, right? So now we have 3 of them. But of course, here I'm just going to write a different name. If we had name over here, here I'm going to save that I would want their, let's say, email over here. And the next thing that I would want is, let's say, we're going to have them to actually review it, right? But here email, and then we write text, and obviously it's going to be email, and actually the name is going to be email also. And I'm going to say that the size, let's say, is still going to be 30. And I think, you know what we can do? We can actually take this last name over here, and we can still say that this is going to be text, and we're going to say that this is the last name. And now what we can do is actually we're just going to change it around, because I think I went right away with an email, but I should have probably first would be smarter a little bit if we actually would have put the last name, right? So now we have a name, we have a last name, and we actually have an email, and you can see that the input type is email, right? So moving along, what we can do is we can actually create another field set, right? Because this would be our details. But the next thing, let's create a field set that would be actually dealing with a review of how the person would find our website, right? So I create a new field set over here. And again, I would start with the legend, and the legend would say your review over here like this. So you can see, again, I have a nice legend. And the next thing that I would want is, let's say, to create a label. And of course, that label would be, I think I'm going to place it within paragraph tags over here like this. And let's just keep going and create a label over here. And that label, I think in this case, I'm just going to add a attribute over here, like 4. And let's say I'm just going to leave it blank for now as I'm working right now. And over here, I'm just going to say, how did you hear about us? Over here, and exclamation, not an exclamation, actually a question mark. and I'm gonna close it out this label like this. And actually I didn't mistake. You can see the label is here, and actually I'm just gonna put it here. So this is how I want to look. And then what I'm gonna do is actually I'm gonna create a select box over here. So I'm gonna write a select over here, and I'm gonna say that the name is, let's say, select. Pretty simple. And over here I'm gonna say ID, and again I can just say something. Let's say I'm gonna hear about. And now when I know that what is my name over here for my select box, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna create this ID, and this is gonna be here about. So now you can see that I have created a select box over here. How did you hear about us? And what I'm gonna what I need to do is obviously I need to create a couple of options here, so they actually have something to choose from. So the first thing is I'm gonna do is I need to write a option over here, option element, and I would say value, and that value would be, let's say, Google. And over here I'm gonna write Google. So now this, you can see that this is my first option, right? So what I'm gonna do is, again, I'm just gonna copy this so it's a little bit quicker. And the next thing what we can have over here is a friend. And the next thing probably we can do is advert. That would be the commercial somewhere over here like this. And the last thing what we probably would do is, let's say, other. So that's their options. So we go over here, and again we write the same thing. So we have friend, we have a advert, and then the last thing we have other. So these are the options, and you can see that this is our nice field set over here that we have set for how did you like what is, let's say, our review, right? But now when we're done with this paragraph, let me just go up like this. This is going to be our first paragraph in this how did you hear about us. And what we can do is we can actually create another paragraph within the field, same field set, right? This is just going to create us a little bit more room, and let's open up a different paragraph, and let's just keep working. And over here I'm going to say what would be like, would you visit us again, right? Would they be interested in, let's say, of coming and visiting our website, right? Would you again? Over here we write like this, and then I'm going to create a line break over here like this, line break over here, line break element over here like this, and then I'm going to keep on going, and I'm going to start creating again a labels. And in this case I'm just going to create a radio buttons. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a label, and within the label I'm just going to start creating a radio buttons. And the way we obviously create a radio button, we're going to use type, and we're going to say that the type is going to be radio. And what we need to go is that we need to actually create a name, and the name for all of them should be the same if we're working with them. So in this case, what I'm going to say that the name is, let's say the name is going to be a rating over here, and the value is going to be, in this case, it's going to be yes. But I'm going to create yes, no, maybe. So now I have yes, and what I need to do over here is actually create a yes option for the person, right? So what I'm going to do over here, I'm going to close this label, and I'm going to copy this this label 2 more times, because these are going to be my radio buttons. So I'm going to press copy, paste, and we're going to open a new one and paste it over here. And now I can see, would you visit us again? Yes, yes, yes. Well, but that's not what they probably would want to do. So let's go here, no. And over here, we're going to say maybe. And over here, the value obviously would have to, well, would have to be the same in a sense that it would need to make sense. So therefore, we're going to be creating the value exactly the same as our option over here. So I'm just going to say no over here. And what I would want to do is actually probably this is going to be it for this paragraph. And the next thing that what I'm going to do is actually I'm going to create another paragraph, and this is going to be for the comments. So let's just keep going over here. We're going to close it out, and we're going to keep on with the new paragraph. So in a new paragraph, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say that I'm going to create a new label, and that label is going to have a over here a attribute, and it's going to be attribute 4, and it's going to be for comments over here like this. And within that label, we're going to write a comment. So we're going to say comments. So you can see what I'm doing over here, and you can see our labels. And maybe what we can do always, we can just zoom it in, so we can see a little bit better how it looks like over here. And you can see that this is in our survey page. However, I haven't named the page, so let's just jump over here and right away write survey. So we know that this is our survey page, right? And now we're still working over here with the comments. And the next thing that I would want to do is actually I'm going to again create a little bit more space over here. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a line break over here like this. So now we have a line break. And let's see what is happening, what else we can actually add over here. And I'm going to say that I'm going to add let's say a text area where they actually could write their comments, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say a not template, text area over here. And I'm just going to get back again the code hints, text area over here. And I'm going to say that text area is going to have, let's say, rows, right? That's going to be the attribute that we'll be using. And I'm going to say that it's going to have like 10 rows, and it's going to have like, I don't know, like 50 columns, right? So this is going to be a 50 columns, 10 rows, and I'm going to call it ID. I'm going to say that this is going to be, I'm going to give it a name ID, and I'm just going to say comments. So this is going to be my ID, okay? And over here, I'm just going to close it out, and this is going to be a text area, right? This is what we have. So if we go over here, you can see that this is the comments and this is the text area. So I'm going to, again, make it a little bit more space for myself over here. And I'm going to do the last paragraph over here. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a label over here. And the label is basically going to be a submit, right? For the submit button. So now that I've closed this paragraph, and the last thing that I'm going to do is actually create a submit button. But also I think that it's good to actually have a checkbox over here. I think that's also something that it's probably better if we actually remember how we did that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create label over here. And I'm going to say that this label is going to be for the input, and I'm going to say type over here, and I'm going to say that type is actually a checkbox, right? Because that's what I said over here. So I have a type is going to be the checkbox, and the name is going to be subscribe. That's going to be my option, and then I'm going to say that this is going to be checkbox checked. Because remember, when we wanted a checkbox to be checked, all we had to do is actually create a attribute over here like this, checked, and this is here, I'm gonna say checked. So now I'm gonna close this out, and now you can see that I have my little checkbox over here. And let's say that I'm gonna have a name for it, so I'm gonna say that sign me up for email updates. So this is going to be my checkbox, you can see over here. And the next thing that I would want to do is actually I'm going to go ahead and make room here with the label. And the last thing that I'm going to do is actually create a line break over here, like this. And what I'm going to do is actually I'm going to create a submit button. And I'm going to write over here input, and I'm going to say that input type, and it's going to be a submit. That's going to be a submit button. And the value, I'm going to write that, let's say, submit if you dare, right? If you dare. So I'm just going to close this out for now over here like this. And basically what we have is pretty much the end, because we have a form and we have all the field sets, and I think we have covered everything that we wanted, right? So this is going to be it for these forms over here. And what I want to do is actually I want to maximize this window over here. And again, I need to maximize it one more time. And now you can see that I have my survey, and this is going to be my actual T-shop whatever page where we had our iframe over here. And over here, if we wanted the survey and articles and production, and let's just jump back to our brackets, and now you can see that this is our website in general, right? So when we had a website, you can see that this is where we're actually working without a live preview. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to HTML tutorial and brackets. In this video, we're going to talk about two attributes that from now on, when we're going to start actually learning CSS, we're going to be using a lot, and it is ID and class. And what is the difference? Well, remember we were covering a little bit of ID when we were actually setting up links within our own page. When we wanted a specific link to go, let's say down all the way to the bottom of the page, and we created an ID for that, right? And what we remember is that for IDs are actually made unique. So let's say that if I have this first div over here, right? And I'm just going to change this color so they're a little bit stand out. So you can see that I have blue, and I have red, and I have blue, right? So where the IDs and where the classes are used? Well, the IDs are used if you want your block to be unique. So let's say over here, I would create an attribute ID, and I would set it equal to, and I would give it a name, let's say, I don't know, special box, right? So now I know that I have a special box that's going to be uniquely designed, because whenever I'm going to be working with CSS, whenever I'm going to pick this ID, no other element is going to have the same name. The purpose of ID is that, let's say I want this box to be special, so I give it ID and I give it a special name that I would know that this is very unique. However, with the classes is, if I would want to, let's say, create some kind of attribute class over here, and I would just say box, and I would style that, I would style it over here, then I could do the same thing where I could just go over here and I would just copy this, and actually I would add it to the same div. I could say, you know what, I want both of them to be, let's say, to have the same class. So you can do with classes. You can add the same class to, like, let's say, multiple elements. You'll be able to add it to the unordered lists. You're going to be able to add it to list items. However, whenever we're going to be working with IDs, we'll be uniquely setting those IDs, like we did when we were using the links. We were not just putting willy-nilly. We were actually adding an ID for a specific place where we want it to go on a web page. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to HTML tutorial and brackets. In this video, we're going to cover two things that we're going to be using a lot in CSS, two elements, and it's going to be div element and span element. Now, div element is used to group text elements in a block. So let me show you how it works. So let's say right now I create a div. And in order to create a div element, I would have to write div. And right away, you can see that brackets is creating an opening and a closing tag, right? But you're saying, well, wait a minute. I mean, I don't see anything. Nothing is showing up there, right? Well, let's place a text inside there, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to place there an unordered list. And I'm just going to create, I don't know, 3 list items. And over here, again, I'm going to say home. And then I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to say info and an about, right? Info and about. And you're still saying, well, wait a minute. I mean, I cannot see anything. What are you talking? How does it group text elements in a block? Well, again, we're going to do this little trick, the same like we did with the table, where we're going to add style so we can actually see the element. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to write here over here style. And I'm going to write border, and I'm going to say here 2 pixel again, solid red, right? So now all of a sudden you can see where is my div element. So you can see this is the div element. and you can see how it is actually working with the text, how it's actually grouping the text in the block, right? So what we're going to be able later to do with CSS, we're going to be able to change the background color. We're going to be able to change the layout over here. However, all this is going to happen within this block. We're not going to be actually, as we're going to be styling this div, we're not going to be touching the rest of the page. And just to show you, let's say that I'm going to copy this one right here. And I'm going to copy and I'm going to paste. And now you can see there's 2 blocks. So obviously you can have infinite amount of blocks in the HTML page, and with the CSS, you're going to be able to style it however you would want, right? So let's look at the span element here, and what would be the difference. So I'm just going to delete this, and I deleted one of my divs, so that's why you can see right away this purple icon. So I need to add a div, and then I'm fine, and you see it's yellow, and now it starts working. So let's go over here, and what I'm going to write is I'm going to write a paragraph over here, and I'm going to say I am, and I'm going to leave this blank, and I am the best over here, right? But here I want to write Johnny, but I actually will eventually would want that Johnny to stand out. So I would write over here a span. And I would find a span over here. You can see element, and it creates the double tags right away. And I write over here Johnny, and you can see this little block, but this is actually with a live preview. It has nothing to do actually with what we're about to do. And what I'm gonna do again, I'm just gonna copy this just so we could see. And I'm going to paste it again over here. And again, once we'll be dealing with CSS, we're going to do it differently, but I'm just showing you the way right now. So you can see we didn't want all the text elements, we just wanted this one. So therefore we're using the span element whenever we want to deal with the text that is in line. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What's going on, guys, and welcome to your first tutorial on CSS. Now, instead of talking about CSS for half an hour, not really getting anywhere, let me just show you a quick example of what you can do by learning just a little bit of CSS. So let's say that you know HTML and you wanted to create a website, and you created this really, good website. You added unordered list, you created as a links, you actually added a picture, there's a paragraph over here, a heading, a input text, and the buttons. And you really worked your heart out. However, it's probably not going to help him with the ladies, right? Because the traffic to this website in this day and age is probably going to be, well, if not 0, then negative for sure. So what we can do is just by learning a little bit of CSS and implementing this website, we can actually get more traffic for him. Now, I'm not saying that he's going to be more successful with the ladies, but at least the traffic to his website is going to improve significantly. So let's close this out. And now you can see I went really dumb and wild with the colors. So because just to show you what options you would have, and in real life you probably this website is not much better than the previous one. However, you can see what just a little basic CSS, and guys, you'll learn that this is pretty much basics. What it can do, how much more better your website is going to look just by implementing a little bit of it. And now you can see that there's an opacity as I'm hovering over. There's actually, it changes. You can see that over here as I'm going over the links, the background color is changing. It's the same over here. The form looks much more nicer. The countries he still picked: Russia, Uzbekistan, and USA. I guess that's where he wants those ladies to be from. And you can see over here how easy it is to add in nice icons right next to your buttons if you want. And again, this is really basic. So if you want to make your websites look much more better, you need to learn CSS. Now, what CSS stands for, it's cascading style sheets. And again, in the basic text, what it means that it's responsible for design of your web page without changing the elements. You can see those are the same elements that we had in the first website. However, what we did is we added some style to it. Now, if you really wanted to go wild, I'm going to close this out, and you can start rotating your elements, and you can start 3D changes. So, but that's for further lessons, and you'll get there. I have no doubt about it. So let's go back to the text editor and just let's learn the most important thing about CSS. So now that we are in our text editor, and before you click away from this video, let me just show you the most important thing that you would need to learn about CSS. The same how we learned about HTML, that the most important part about HTML was tags. All you needed to know was tags. However, about CSS, the most important thing is what you need to know, that you will going to be creating a selector, that you'll be selecting a element, then you'll be selecting a property, and then you're going to be changing that property value. So the way you add the CSS to your website, within the head tags over here, you would have to nest style tags. And you just write over here style, and I'm going to close it out over here. And now whatever we're going to write in between the style tags is going to be styling our website. So like I said, we have right now, you can see over here, you have three elements, right? So if I would wanted to change the appearance of H1, I would have to write H1 selector. And the way you write a selector, you just write here. In this case, we're just going to write H1. So now I'm telling the browser, listen, I'm selecting H1 and I want to change something about it because it knows that it's in between the style tags. Now we create a curly braces, and I'm going to start new line just so we can see it much better. And what I would need to write right now is the property that I would want to change. And I'm going to go really basic. I'm just going to write background color. Now, if you have the same text editor as I have, which is brackets, which is actually, I would suggest if you're just starting out, is to get hold of brackets, because they're really good for somebody who's just starting out and wants to do web development. And what I really liked about brackets that you see that it's giving me suggestions, so I don't have to just guess. As soon as I start writing, it gives me the hints of what property I would want to change. So I click over here, the background color. This is the property that I want to change, and right away it tells me what colors do I want to choose. So again, in this case, I'm just going to go with this one, and I'm just going to put a semicolon. So the syntax for changing the background, the syntax for changing the property would be, you would have to write a property name over here, that you would put a colon, and then you would have to write what value of that property you would want. And then you would end over here with a semicolon. And you can add as many properties as you want over here. Just remember to put a semicolon in between over here. And I'm going to start a new line because it's much more easier for us to see. So let's say if I wanted to change the something else like font size, right? I would write over here font size, and I would say that I want it to be 50 pixels, right? So again, I'm selecting a property and I'm changing the value of that property. And again, I'm putting colon and I'm putting semicolon. So, and also the last thing, you need to remember that style tags need to be within the head element. You cannot put it within the body because you're not adding the tags, you're actually styling your tags. So I'm going to save this over here. I'm going to show you where I've saved the file so you can do the same thing. And you can see over here that I have the CSS, and this is my CSS HTML. Okay, but I already opened in a browser, so I'm just going to scroll back to the browser. I'm going to close this nice picture, and you can see the hello world, and this is our file. However, I haven't refreshed it because once we save the file, nothing has happened because we haven't refreshed it. So let me click refresh, and you can right away see that I changed the background color and I changed the actual font size. And you can see how easy it is. And it's the same works with all the properties. You're basically, all you're doing is selecting an element, and I want to change this property, that property, and I want to change this value or that value. So like I said, the same as HTML. There's one basic principle and you just need to follow it. This is going to be it for this video, guys. I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. In this video, we're going to start covering the selectors in CSS. And if you remember from the last video when we were learning the syntax, the selector would be the first thing that we write when we wanna, like, let's say, get the element. So h1 in this case is going to be the selector, and what it means is that I'm selecting this h1 element over here. So if I would wanted to select h2, I would write h2. I mean, pretty simple. And if I would want to write the paragraph, I would have to write a paragraph. Now, continuing with the syntax, if you remember from the last video, then we needed to create these curly brackets over here, and then we needed to write a property and a value. Now I just want to show you quickly how brackets actually makes our life a little bit easier. That if, for example, I would want to write a property, in this case it's going to be background property, just for the visual purposes, so it's easier to see what we're changing. So if I would just type B, right, because I know that the background property would start with background, right, would start with B, then the next thing, the brackets right away shows me these code hints. So all I would have to do is actually, I can either find it over here, or I just can keep typing, and I can see that this is the background color, this is the property that I want. So you have two options. You can obviously write it yourself and remember the properties, or you can just use these code hints, which actually make your life much, much more easier. Now, another thing that the right away, as we actually press enter, you can see that the brackets finds the property that we chose and actually gives me the values that I would want. Now, these are not all the colors, and in a couple of videos we're going to actually start covering colors. However, this gives me the very nice set of colors that I would want to choose. So let's say that I'm just going to go with, I don't know, the blue violet, right? So you can see that I don't need to remember the name of the color. I don't need to actually remember the property name. All I think that I can do is I can actually use the brackets and use the fact that it gives me these code hints, right? So the last thing that I would need to do, I would put a semicolon here and I would close this property. Now, in the last video, what we did is the typical way. We actually minimized the brackets. We found the folder that we're working in, which is going to be the CSS. And we went over here, we found our file, and then we just clicked on a file, and the web browser opened up our file. And I'm just going to close these ones because it just opened too many, right? However, in the brackets, if you haven't been watching my HTML tutorial, in the brackets, there's actually a very nice, neat thing, and that's actually called live preview. And again, there's two ways how we can get the live preview. We can either do it through the file over here, or we have this little icon. And what happens is the live preview opens up right away the file that we're working in Google Chrome. And you can see that this is our result. This is the violet that we created as a background color. And let me just show you what I usually do. That I just minimize this screen, and for the Mac I just press it to one side over here and press it here, and this one I get on the other side, and then I just do it like this so that I can see. And why I'm doing this, because right away the another thing that brackets live preview does, that like the name suggests, it's live preview. So as I would be, let's say, changing something over here, and if I would say, I don't know, I would say that I want this color to be green yellow, right? So you can see that right away I have a green yellow. So I can see live what I'm doing, what I'm changing, how it works. And it's actually very nice, especially for these tutorials that we don't need to save the file. Let's go and find the file. So therefore I would suggest you using brackets, because it's a very, very neat feature. And another thing about the brackets, now that we have this preview, and if you don't want, let's say this column is messing up, like let's say you don't have enough space, you can always find it in brackets. There's a couple of ways we can have this view, and you can see that this hide sidebar. So just press this, you can see that sidebar is gone. Now we can use a shortcut, which would be Command-Shift-H, and you can see that I have it back. And I'm just going to get rid of it. This is just a little preview of what brackets can do if you're going to be following this tutorial and if you'll be using the brackets. Now let's go to the selectors. So you can see that Again, the selectors will be the first thing that we write whenever we are actually picking the element, because this is going to tell us what type of element, which element are we choosing. This is going to be selector. So again, if I would change over here to paragraph, you can see how my background color of the paragraph changed. Now there's a couple of selectors that are universal. So the first universal selector would be actually if I have this star, and you can see the whole document basically is selected. And this is what it does. Whenever we're using this, it affects the whole document, right? So again, if we would change the color over here, let's say, I'm just going to say that I want the color to be red. You can see that the whole color for the whole document would be red. And also what I can do is I can actually select, you can see over here, these body tags. Remember when we were covering them, I can actually select the body tags as a selector. So if I write over here, you can see that again, it selects the whole body, because what you can see is, if you remember from HTML, we were actually nesting these elements. You can see that all these elements over here are nested within the body. And then the body is actually nested within a whole HTML wrapper, right? Over here. This is our whole file. So if I'm selecting the body over here, I affect the whole thing, because all my elements are nested within a body element. Now, here's another thing. If let's say that we have element, right? So we have element H1, but of course, if we want, we can select H2, and let's say that we want this background color. And again, I'm sorry I'm using the background colors, but I just think that this is, for now, once we haven't covered many of these properties, this is going to be the most visually, I don't know, best one to show us what we're doing. You can see that right away I have this as aqua, because I selected the H2, which is this one. And then moving down a line, let's say that I would want to select a paragraph. And again, I would do the same thing. I would just say background color. And let's say that I want it, well, not black. Let's say again, let's go back to blue violet. And the last thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to see this background link. Well, not link, background. I'm sorry, not background link, a link. So we go over here and we just select the link, and again, the background color. And I'm just going to say that this one, I want yellow over here like this. So now you can see that I have selected all my 4 elements, and I have changed the background color on them. Now let's say that I would want to have H1 and H2 to have the same element, right? To have the same background, right? So let's say I'm just going to delete this for now. And what I can always do, if I'm selecting multiple elements and I want them to appear the same, all I would have to do over here is I would write H1, that I would put here a comma, and I would select that H2. So I can write as many as I want. I can write a paragraph over here, and I can write a link, or I can do however I want. So you can know that if I'm selecting multiple elements, then I can just write H1, and well, not H1, I would need to write the first element that I would want to select. Then I would just put over here a comma, and I would just keep going. I would just write whatever elements, however I would want. If I would want to add 50 over here, I could add 50 over here. Now, another thing is, if let's say that I want this background color to be red over here, right? For both of them. But let's say for the actual H1, I would want it to a little bit more stand out, so I'd want the color to be white. What I can always do is, once I have selected this one property for both of the elements, in this case, if I want specific other property to change in one of them, right? All I would have to do is again write H1 the same way. So you can see that this property right now is affecting actually both of them. But if I would want some specific, let's say, as a color, right? And it's funny that in the CSS, the color affects you will see the font color. You know, the background color is red, but the font color actually, let's say that we're gonna switch it to what this one. So you can see how it right away stands out, right? So you can see that first property background color is selected for both of them. However, if I wanted to change just one color, all I had to do is actually write over here the element name and actually select that property. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. In this video, we're going to start talking about colors in CSS. because you saw in the last video what happened that when we were trying to choose, let's say, background color or a color, we actually had to use the color. And in this case, we were writing all the time. We were saying that, let's say that I would want this red, and I just press red, and you can see that brackets would give me code hints. Obviously, I could have remembered all these colors and just written them down. I didn't. Technically, if you don't want to use them, you don't use the code hints. However, this does make your life easier. However, remember when I told you these are not all the colors that you can pick. These are called web colors, where you just write the name of the color, right? So let's say I'm just going to press royal blue here. However, if we go over here in a quick edit, and I'm sorry, if we right click it, you can see that there's a quick edit. And there's also a shortcut for the quick edit, where is the Command D. So I just press it over here, and you can see what happens. You can see that right away brackets opens up a nice window for me. And you can see that there's actually 4 options how we can write. And these are the 4 options how we can write actually a color. We can write it royal blue over here. We can use something that's called RGB. And those are the values, let's say, how much of the red, how much of the green, and how much of the blue is in this color. We can write the hex color. And we can write this one with opacity in it. So these are the 4 ways, right? So what you can see over here that I still have the same color, but what brackets does, it actually gives me all these ways how I can actually write this color. So technically, I could have just written this by myself if I would have remembered. I would have said RGB 65, 105, 225, or I could have remembered this hex color over here like this, or I could have remembered this one. However, the nice thing about brackets is as it's working with this quick edit over here, the only thing that I could actually need to do is, let's say I would remember the color. However, if I want to change this color, you can see that as I'm sliding around, my color is, first of all, it's changing in a live preview. Second, it's that all these values are changing as well. You can see the RGB changed, so hex changed. So if I would want to change the color, it actually right away gives me a nice way how I can I don't need to remember thousands of values, let's say, of RGB, because imagine for each time when I'm pressing, you can see that it's changing. So only thing that I would need to do is actually just slide around here, and if I don't like those colors at all, I just can slide up and down over here, and then I just change the values completely. And what's happening, again, it gives me all these 4 values that I would technically have to remember. However, the brackets does all the work for me. And now the last thing that I want to show you about the color, that when we're picking this opacity color, this is basically how transparent it is, right? So let's just choose 2 colors that are exactly the same. So I'm just going to go over here, and I'm just going to delete this, and I'm just going to say that I want it red. Right? But let's say I'm just going to delete this selector right now. I'm just going to cut it out, and I'm going to say that I want to leave it this way. However, I would paste it H2, and let's say that I would again change the background color, and I would say that I want this background color to be the same. I want it to be red, right? Because I want to show you what opacity does. So let's say over here I right click it, and I go again back to quick edit. And what I do is, you can see as I'm changing the opacity, how much more transparent it becomes. You can see they're both same, they're both red. However, as I'm changing the opacity, it's actually changing how transparent the color is. So let's say if I go all the way down here, you can see that it's completely gone. You cannot see it. If I go all the way to the top, you can see that it's completely the same as it should be, because it's red. And again, just to let's say bring it home one more time, we could have just remembered these colors. We could say, let's say that if I would remember the hex color, I can just write the hex color over here. Now this wasn't a valuable hex color, however, we could do that. And why I'm telling you is this: let's say that you have a button, right? And you want to create a Twitter background on that button, right? You want that button to appear like a Twitter color, right? So what you would do over here, let's say I can always go to Google, and I can say Twitter hex code, right? You can see over here, hex code color over here. So as I click it over here, it's gonna open up for me, and you can see that this is the Twitter dark blue, right? So only thing that I would need to do is I just copy this hex. I just say copy. I can just close this one out. And let's say what I'm going to do over here is with H1, I would want it to be a Twitter hex color. So only thing that I do over here, and I just delete this point, and now I can see that I have the Twitter color for my H1. So you can see that these are hex color. This is not the color. I didn't write the color like in navy blue or something like that. This is actually a specific Twitter hex color. So this is how we can, and obviously we could have done the same way if we're using the RGB values. However, I really suggest just using the quick edit, because with this one you can manipulate your color however you want. You can pick multiple colors, you can change right away opacity, and you don't need to deal with remembering numbers. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. In this video, we're going to talk about the cascading style sheets, and basically it's a long name for CSS, and we'll actually see why it is called cascading, and why, but not just by why it is called cascading, but how it actually affects our work. So let's say that if we remember when we were talking about selectors, we were able to actually select all our elements with this little star over here, right? So if I just write over here, let's say I would say font size, I would here write font size over here. This is my property that I want to change, and I would say 40 pixels. So you can see that how all my elements right away got the same property and the same value for that property, right? But it also happened when we were actually writing the body over here, the body selector. So now I'm actually selecting this whole body element. Now the reason for that is because these elements over here, you can see H1, H2, paragraph, and link, they're actually called children of this body, because you can see how they are actually nested. And the body is a parent element for all these elements because they are nested within the body. Now, how it affects us? Well, if we change the property over here, so let's say the property is going to be text align, right? And I would say that I want this to be, let's say I would want it right. You can see that right away how it affects all the children if I just change the property in a parent element. And how it helps us is that we don't need to go element by element. We don't need to select it. We don't need to write the property that we would want. We can actually just change the property in a parent, and all the children will gonna have the same property with the same value. Now let's say that if I would want to change this, let's say hello world over here, this paragraph, let's say that I would want it moved all the way left, because let's say I want these aligned right, but I want this all the way to the left. So what I would need to do over here, I would just write over here a P. This is I'm selecting the paragraph right now. And again, I would write the property that I would want, and I would write over here that I would want it left, right? So you can see right away how it moved to the left. And here's the deal. If we have affected a property for the parent, it affects our children elements. However, if the children by itself have the same property, but they, let's say, have a different value, this overrides the parent property selection. So if I have over here a body that's saying text align right, but if I have one specific child element that says, no, you know what, I want it to the left, it actually, this overrides the parent element selection. So you can see how it helps us that we can select all the elements, but then if we want to change something, we can actually select the actual element and change that property on that element. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. In this video, we're actually going to talk about div and span elements, which we actually covered in HTML tutorial, but we were not able to cover them in much detail. Only thing that I said is they are actually used to style elements that are bunched together. And let's say this is going to be for a div element, and the span element was actually used to style the element that is within the line. So let's say if I would want to just let's say style this word CSS over here in H1. Now what I did over here is I created these 3 paragraphs, right? And I actually duplicated the same paragraphs. And what I'm going to show you is that when I said that we are using actually a lot of div elements in the CSS. And the reason for that is in the previous video, we covered that div elements I'm sorry, elements in general could serve as a parent elements, right? So body element over here is the parent for all these elements, all 6 of them, right? Well, now 7 because I created a div. But what I can do over here is I can just, I'm just gonna cut this one right now and paste it over here. And now you can see that my div element right now serves as a parent. And you can see that live preview right away gives me this little box for these 3 elements. And just like before, what we can do is we can use the selector, and in this case I'm just going to be creating using the div selector, and I'm just going to select this div and I'm going to start working with that. So let's say I'm just going to go over here, I'm going to say background color, and I'm just going to go with the red over here. And you can see that right away my div over here is affected because this is the parent element. However, my 3 elements over here, they're not affected. And you can see why right now we're using a lot of these divs, because we can actually choose which elements we're actually putting within the div, and then we can start styling it. So let's say I would again use the text align, and I would just say that I want it right, okay? So you can see all my elements right away went to the right. However, these 3 still stayed unaffected. And I also want to show you that, let's say when we were working with an image, right? Remember we were able to use the width property when we said, oh, well, let's say we were going to make it to 300, right? Width over here. So I just write 300 pixels, and you can see how my div is right away changing. And the same I can do with the height. And we're going to be covering these properties more detail in the next videos, but I just want to show you what you can do. And you can see over here that, let's say if I would create another div for this, I could just start styling both of them, and I can start changing the width and the height, and that's very, very neat. Now, I also want to show you again something we'll be covering in more detail, but I just want you to be aware of that we can actually use a very neat feature of percentages. So let's say over here I would write my width, and I can just write that I want 30% of the screen that I have. I'm not writing the pixels because the screen can change, right? As my screen is, let's say, getting bigger, you can see that it's right away taking the 30%. And as it's going smaller, you can see that it's also getting smaller. So it's very good when you're starting to work with responsible designs, that actually if you're styling for smaller screens, this is the percentages we can use to do that. And I'm just going to delete this for now. The height we don't care about for now. So now we have a width that it's 30%, and you can see that this text is kind of looping out, but that's okay. We don't care about it right now. And let's just check it out what we can do with the span. So we have the same thing. I'm just going to write over here span, and within the span element, let's say I'm just going to place this little CSS. So I'm just going to cut it, and I'm just going to paste it over here. Now you can see that I have my span over here, but you can see that technically nothing is happening, right? So again, we need to go over here, and we need to actually select the span element. What do we want to do? And again, we're just going to start with something that we could right away see, and that's going to be background color, right? So let's say I'm just going to use aqua, right? So you can see that right away I changed this little element, and that's the reason for span. We're not using it actually to change some type of style on a, let's say, big 3-element sections or something like that. Actually, you're doing that when you want to change something in line. And remember, when I was working in HTML, I was showing you that we can add style over here, and we can do that. However, in CSS, the reasoning for that, we don't do it because what we want to do is, let's say we're going to create multiple spans over here, right? So if I would go over here all the way, and I'll do the same thing with this CSS. So what I would want to do is, let's say I'm just going to paste it. We'll see what, the CSS is pasting. This is what we don't want. But let's say if I would just copy this and copy this one over here and paste it. And now I'm just going to delete this CSS. And you can see what happens. So whenever I have a span element in 2 places, right, they both affected because I'm actually selecting it within my style tags here in head element. I don't want to start styling them one by one. I can do that, and we're actually going to be covering in later videos how to do it and the reasonings why not to do it. But the main point is that we can do styling with affecting through the style element over here, much more better because we can actually affect multiple elements at the same time. Let's say all the span elements that we have. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. In this video, we're actually going to talk about the most important thing in the CSS, in my opinion, and that is actually the CSS box model. And let me show you what I mean. You can see that I have over here a picture, and just to show you that I'm not doing any kind of black magic, over here I just download this picture over here. And I saved it, and I obviously placed it in my HTML document over here. And over here I have two paragraphs that I have here underneath, right? And if you don't understand this picture right now, you will actually, once this video done, is you're gonna actually understand very, very clearly. So I have this paragraph over here, and I have this H1 heading, right? So if I go over here, and if I just say that I want to style this paragraph, and again, I'm just going to use the background color because I think that's going to be the best way to actually show everything. So I'm just going to go this with aqua, right? So now you can see that I have my paragraph that has a background color aqua. I mean, we have covered this, so it's not a big deal, right? However, you can right away notice that this element, P, paragraph, right, actually resembles the box. You can see how when I actually add a background color over here on a background, you can see how it resembles the box. And now we can see that, let's say that this is the content, right? So this is the text. So we can actually affect the padding over here. We can affect the border, and we can affect the margin. So let's one by one go through all these things so you can see how by changing the padding, border, and margin, how the appearance of the element changes. But the main point of box element that all the elements are created like with the box, and we can affect these three properties over here. And by doing that, we can actually change our appearance a lot on our elements. So I'm just going to get rid of the sidebar over there, and let's just start styling our paragraph over here. So the first thing what we would have is the padding, and you can see the padding is basically distance between this text over here and the border. So let's say I would write over here padding. And one thing we need to remember that there's actually, you can see that this is a box, so obviously there's 4 sides. So what we can always do is we can actually one by one affect 4 sides. So let's say first I'm going to write padding bottom, and I'm just going to say that padding bottom, let's say I would want like 20 pixels, right? So you can see right away how my padding is here created by 20 pixels. Then the next in line is, let's say I'm just going to again write something like padding top, right? So again, I'm just going to write 20 pixels. And again, you can see how my padding right away on the top changed too. So the next, obviously, we can write padding left. And again, I'm just going to write 40 pixels over here. And the last thing that I would want is padding right. So we go over here, and again, we can create something like, I don't know, like out of 50, right? We're just not going to see this because right now this text, you can see that there's already big distance anyway, so it's not going to affect anything right now. Now let's say that you wanted all of them to be the same, right? So you decided I want my text to have 20 pixels or around. So you don't need to write them one by one. Only thing is you can do over here is you can just write padding and then just write 20 pixels, and you can see that right away all the padding all around is actually 20 pixels. Now let's say that if you wanted to change one specific one, let's say that padding left, you would want it different, right? So what you can do is you can actually write it in a clockwise style, and what it means is that we're going to add 4 values, and if you think about a box, we're basically going to be changing them clockwise. So let's say I would add 20 pixels over here and then 0, and what it means is that I'm adding 20 pixels over here on top, 0 on the right side, and let's say I'm just going to add 50 over here, and this is going to be the bottom. So you can see the difference that I'm going here first with the top over here, and then it's going to be left, which is 0, and then the bottom is 50. And let's say that over here I'm just going to create something like 40 pixels over here. So I create that, and you can see how I did it the clockwise way. So if you want to do it this way, you can also do it this way. I mean, there's no really the most popular. You can choose it just by, I don't know, creating one like this. I mean, that works also. And that's a lot of times used because it's Obviously much more easier that way. Now the next thing, again, we can just start styling a border over here. So you can see over here border. So let's start border, and that's going to be pretty much the same way, because what we're going to go right over here border, but I'm not going to write border left, border right. We're just going to go right away to the fact where we're affecting all four sides. But just remember that if you want, you can actually affect all four sides. So the first thing that I would want to do is actually, I would want a border to be, let's say, border style. So I would write over here, I would say that I want border, and I would find where is the border style. Over here is the border style. And you can see how many options I have. I have double, and I actually, if I go back, I can just change to, let's say, solid, dashed, outset, and the good thing is that brackets actually allows you to, you don't need to actually go and search for them. You can see that right away how it's creating for you. So that would be the first thing that we would need, is actually border style, right? So over here, I'm just going to write solid. Over here, this is probably the most popular, that we have over here a border style, and this is going to be solid. Now the next thing, what we want to do is, let's say that we want to add the thickness of this border over here. So again, I would write over here border, and I would look for border width, and that's going to be the property name, is going to be border width. So, and again, you can see that I can just change the one side if I would want it to, and we can obviously change the same way with the clockwise style. However, I'm just going to go all around the border, and I'm just going to change the width all around. And you can see that you have a couple of these options, which is medium, thick, and thin. But we can also, what we can do is we can just write how many pixels. So you can see right away how I added 4 pixels over here, right? And let's say that I just want to show you that I can actually change it, border bottom width, right? So here I have 3 sides like this, but then the bottom is very thick because this is what I changed. Now another thing that I want to show you is that with the border, we can actually use a shorter way, where we actually write a property, just say let's border, and then we write over here, the first thing we were going to write thickness, then we're going to write what would be the size, style is going to be solid. And over here, we're just going to close it out. And you can see that I have right away, I have 2 pixel solid border all around, right? And the last thing that we could actually add over here is the color. So let's say I got blue, right? So you can see that I have the border, that it's a blue color. And obviously, if I'd wanted to, I could go over here. And if I wouldn't have this blue, then I could obviously go here and search for border color, right? So over here I go border color and whatever, and then again I can choose whatever colors I want because of the brackets, because they allow me so many options. But the shorter way is actually going over here and just writing, and let's say that I want green, right? Again, I have a green border. Now the last thing that I want to cover is actually margin, and margin is the distance in between the elements here. So what I'm going to do is over here, I just want to show you how it works a little bit better. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this one over here, and I'm just going to set it for my H1, the other element that I have over here, and I'm just going to paste it. And you can see that I have right now two elements that are styled the same way. And what is the margin? You can see margin is the distance in between them, right? So again, I can affect all 4 sides at once, or I can just do side by side. So just to show you how we can actually get 2 elements together, you can see that I am affecting right now the paragraph element, right? So what I would do over here, I would write margin, and I would say margin bottom, because that's what I'm interested in this distance in between. And then I would say that I wanted 0 pixels, right? Actually, just write 0. So this is going to be our margin bottom. But technically nothing changed, because still this element by default has a margin to the top. So what we would need to do over here is we would actually need to write margin, and here we would need to affect margin top, and here we would write 0. Now you can see how right away how both elements are together, right? how they both basically, I made them side by side. Well, not side by side, one top of each other by using the margins. Obviously, the same way how we're affecting the top and bottom margins, we can affect left and right. So over here, I can just write margin, let's say left for my paragraph over here, and I would say that I want this margin to be, I don't know, let's say 25 pixels, right? So you can see how my box right away moved, right? And over here, I would write margin right, and I would say that I would want the margin right to be, let's say, I don't know, like 15 pixels. So this one, you can see that how it's moving away from the right side over here. Now let's do something that's sometimes tricky, and that is when we want our elements all the way to the right and left, right? Let's say that we would want to create something like border over here to be completely 0. So I go over here and then I write 0, and you can see that nothing is happening. And you're like wondering, well, why nothing is happening? Because by default, the body element has its own like margins and paddings. So what usually when we're making CSS, what we want to do is actually create for the whole body. We just go margin 0 over here, and you can see how all the elements right away had enough space, apart from margin right over here, because it's set by default that I wanted 15 pixels, and I would obviously want a padding also to be set to 0. So now what we always do is we actually set the body margin padding to be 0, so then whatever we are affecting, we can actually do it. And then we can change it. If we want margin left to be 0, we can have it 0. If you want it 10, we can actually have it 10 pixels. However, if we're going to be trying to make it 0 by not changing over here the body, you'll be always stuck, because there is by default a margin all around our document. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. In this video, we're going to cover ID and class attributes in CSS, and I wrote here over revisited because we already covered it somewhat in HTML. However, we were not able to cover them completely because there's some things that only affect once we're actually working with CSS. So here's the problem right now, right? So let's say that I have 4 paragraphs, and if I want to create a background color, I would write background color over here, and I would just select red, right? So you can see that I have 4 paragraphs and all of them are red, right? However, what if I would want to select a paragraph, one of those paragraphs, and I would want to have a different background color, right? Because if I just select one, it selects all the elements that has the same name, which in this case is going to be paragraph. So the way I would do that, I would actually add a class attribute over here. So I would write over here class, and I would say that the name of the class I would have to write over here, so the value, right? So in this case, I'm just gonna write, I don't know, let's say green, and I can choose whatever name I want for my class. However, it makes sense if I'm choosing something that actually relates to that class. And over here, I'm just gonna write hello world, I am green. So I go over here, and now I would need to select this class. And what is the way how I select this class? I can actually press dot over here, and then I write the same name for the class that I have the value. So over here I write green, and let's say over here I'm gonna write background color, and I'm just gonna say that this is gonna be green. So over here green, and you can see how this one paragraph that has this specific class actually turned green. Now I could have selected like this. I could have written the name of the paragraph. Let's say that you'll have like let's say that you have another option, right? So you have over here a heading element over here, and you have a heading element, and let's say that it says hello Johnny, right? And I add this class green over here because maybe I want this green to be a background for this heading, right? So I just copy this one over here and paste it over here. Now you can see that the heading also has the class green. So as because I haven't selected it yet, so let me again try this one, just green, and I'm just gonna select heading over here, and I'm just gonna say background color. So I go over here, green, and now you can see that both of them. So I can use the class this way also. I can obviously select two elements if I want, as long as I add that class. However, here's the deal. What if in some case I wouldn't want this heading to be green, right? What if I would just want the class that actually is within the paragraph element, or affect only paragraph elements that has a class green? Well, I would have to write the element that I want to affect in selector. So here, if I just write paragraph over here, you can see that it only affects my paragraph right now, what's green. However, if I write over here H1, you can see that it's affecting only the H1s, which in this case is only one of them, but it only affects the heading ones that has the class green. However, if I just write the dot and green, then it would affect all the classes that I have green, including heading 1 and paragraph 1. Now, the same thing works with a ID, and it's just a little bit different syntax. So for ID, we obviously would have to change the attribute from class. We would write here ID, and when we are selecting, we would actually select again like this. We would select the hashtag, the same as we did with the links, and then we would write the name. So in this case, I'm just going to write green, and then I would decide what type of background I would want, right? So I'm just going to write that the background I would want, let's say, I don't know, background color. I want aqua, right? So you can see that my ID is right away turned let's say aqua, because I selected it and I changed the background color. And just for the sake of it, let's do again the paragraphs. All the paragraphs, I'm just going to say that they're going to be, background color is going to be red for them, right? Over here. So now you can see that all my paragraphs are red, and my one ID is actually different. Now the difference between classes and ID is that you want to have only ID is unique. So let's say you don't want to make like 10 IDs with the same name. Classes, you can add as many as I want. Let's say I could have added all this class green to all of the paragraphs or to all of the headings that I would want. However, IDs are unique because for design, that you know that if you're just actually styling that one ID, that you're not styling 10 of them at the same time. You only have one element that has that one specific ID, and class is the one that you can actually add to multiple elements. So that would be the difference. And let me just show you how it would work, let's say with div elements, right? So again, I'm just going to delete this for now, and I'm going to create a div element, and within that div element, I'm just going to place, I don't know, a couple of paragraphs over here, and I'm just going to say hello world. And what I'm going to do is over here, I'm just going to copy this, and then I'm just going to copy this whole thing, right? So I'm just going to copy and paste it over here. So now I have two divs, right? And it's styling right now everything red because I said that all the paragraphs should be red. However, I'm just going to delete this right now. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to add one class over here. And I would say that this class would be red. And over here, I would want to say class, let's say, I don't know, blue, right? So if we remember that when we were styling the div, it actually affected everything, all the divs that are there. So let's say if over here, just I'm going to say background color, let's say is going to be brown. So you can see all the divs are affected. However, if I would start actually naming the classes that I would want to affect, so let's say over here, I'm just going to write red. You can see that only these three are affected. So you can see this box type when the div is actually working as a container. It contains these three, so it affects only these three. So if I would want over here div, which is the class blue, and over here I would just write something like background color blue over here, and I'm gonna go to blue. So that's it. So now you can see that now, before that, when I was writing div, I was affecting all the divs, all the containers that I have over here. However, if I start adding classes over here and IDs for something very unique, I also could have added an ID over here. However, if I'm just adding classes, you can see how I already can style different divs with different styles. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. In this video, we're going to talk about how we can actually affect div elements by actually changing the height and the size of a div element, right? So now that we know that if we want to select a separate div, we would need to create a class. In this case, it's going to be red. In this case, it's going to be blue. And what we already know that if we want to actually style those classes, we can write it either the name of the class, or we can, in front of the class, we can write what type of element the class has. So in this case, it would be div, and it would be the same result if I would write class or just div and then the class. So they would work both the same way. Now, I want to show you that how with div, we can obviously start styling the width and the height of an element, right? So let's say that I would want a 700 pixels over here. That's going to be my width. And then the next thing that I want to show the height, let's say, is going to be like 100 pixels, right? But obviously we cannot see anything because we haven't done anything with the background. So we'll do the background color. And again, down the list, we're just going to Dodger blue, right? So you can see how my whole screen right now is, you see this box over here, and because obviously my screen is smaller, it's still going all the way. It has no margins because my screen is smaller. Now, if I want to do the same thing over here, I'm just going to copy this div over here, and I'm going to create for my blue box. But you can see that I did a mistake over here. Here I'm going to write blue, because that's going to be my blue, and red over here, we're just going to switch it to red. And now we have red over here. And obviously here, I'm just going to change it around. I'm going to say that this is going to be 100, and this is going to be, I don't know, 300, something like that. So you can see right now how if by changing the width and height, that's how we can style our divs and whatever is inside the div. Now, here's the deal though. Padding and margin will gonna affect our boxes, because let's say right now I'm just gonna create two equal boxes, 100 and 100. You can see two equal boxes. Now nothing to complain about, right? However, let's say I'll do this. I'm gonna add padding for this one, and let's say I'm gonna add padding all around. So let's say 20 pixels over here, and you can see right away how my box got bigger. You're like, okay, well, I mean, what's the big deal, right? So let's do the same thing, and let's add the margin. And let's say that I'm going to add margin to, I don't know, like 10 pixels all around, right? Now you can see margin doesn't affect, it just moved my box. So I'm just going to get rid of it again. So the only thing that happened, the box was moving. It didn't become bigger or smaller. However, if I create border over here, and I'm just going to do it like the shortcut that we learned. Let's say I'm going to add 5 pixels, solid black. That's going to be my color. And you can see it even got even more bigger. Now, here's the deal. When you are working with the boxes, and let's say initially these two boxes were actually exactly the same size, right? 100 and 100. However, what happens is when you're adding padding, left and right padding is actually added, and also the border is added. So let's say if I'm adding over here a padding of 20, it's actually 40 pixels are being added to the box, and also 10 more pixels left and right are added to the box. So that's what you always need to keep in mind when you're dealing actually with the width, and the same thing happens with the height. If we're adding left and top and bottom, if the padding is added top and bottom, and the height and the border is added top and bottom. So if you want to create two equal boxes, you need to keep in mind that the padding and the border is going to affect the actual size of the box. Now, one more thing that I want to show you is that what I really like is using the percentages, because I think that always kind of helps to actually visualize everything. Instead of wondering how many pixels is where, we can always just go 80%, let's say. I always like 80, I guess. And this is my width over here. And over here, I'm also gonna go 80%, right? So I just go 80%, and the same thing over here as 80%. Now you can still see that the padding and the border adds it. So let's say I'm gonna get rid of it right now. and you can say again, they're both equal the size because I've used the width with 80%, and both of them have the same height. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. In this video, we're actually going to be covering backgrounds, even though you're probably sick of already, because every example that I'm doing is the background, right? But let me rest you assured that this time we're going to be using images, not just colors. However, the most basic example, again, I would have to show you with the color. So one property that we can do is actually a background, right? And we already learned in, previous 7 videos, right? So let's say in this case, I would select body, right? And then I would say background color. And then I would say, something like this. So you can see how my whole body right away gets that background color. Now let's do something more interesting. We can also add image as our background. So over here we would find image over here. So that's the name of the property, background image. And you can see that it gives us the options, right? What we want to do is over here, this one. And we can see that I downloaded a couple of images over here just to see how some of them look. So let's say these are going to be coffee beans that I created. And I'm just going to put a colon over here. And you can see as you refresh, my whole background is actually really cool images. However, you'll notice, maybe you won't gonna notice in here, but in general, notice that it's actually a bunch of little images over here repeated. And you can see that if you want to do something like this, you would actually have to pick the image that when it's repeating, it actually looks good. So you cannot see these lines. So let's go back a little bit and I'll show you how you can actually tell that. So over here, let's say that if we would do repeat, we would find background repeat, and I'll show you how it is repeating. Background repeat, and you can see that we have options, repeat X and repeat Y. So it's obviously horizontally and vertically, right? So you can see how my coffee beans image is actually repeating one way like this. And I can also set it that it's repeating Y. So here I'm just going to change that it's repeating vertically, right? Just maybe to give you a little bit different example, I found some funny people from Walmart picture. Again, I'm just going to refresh, and you can see that how this image is repeating. You can see that it's top to bottom, or let's say X over here, the horizontally, or if I would just get rid of it, over here, you can see that how it's repeating all across the web page. And if I make my web page bigger, it's obviously more images. If I make it smaller over here, it's less images. Now, here's the deal what we can do. What we can always do is we can actually find a background size over here, and we can use the cover. And what happens with the cover is that the image covers actually the whole background. Now, it obviously stretches the image, so don't think that just because you're gonna get the smallest image and you're gonna use the cover value and you're gonna get the image. However, you can see that how the image is actually very bad quality because we're stretching it so much. So in general, you would need to get something that's actually closer to what you're using. However, you can always have this option with the cover. And the same things we can actually do with a paragraph or any other element. I'm just showing you the body kind of, so it's the biggest example. So over here, let's go with a paragraph over here. So you can see over here that I have a paragraph that actually has the image, and it's kind of hard to tell right now. So therefore, what we're gonna do is we're gonna make our paragraph bigger. So we're gonna set the width. Let's say we're gonna set it to 80% over here, and we're gonna set the height. We're gonna set to let's say 500 pixels, right? So something like this. So now you can see what's happening, that we have our paragraph, and let me just add color for this Hello World Johnny, I guess, so it's a little bit stands out more. So I'm gonna find red over here, and you can see that I have, well, it didn't help much, but anyway. So you can see that right now, again, it's the same situation. It's repeating all over the place. So what we would need to do is we would actually have to set the background image over here, but we would have to background repeat property, and we would say that no repeat, right? So this is our image and it's not repeating. And technically you cannot see anything because again, everything is white. However, if I would create here a background color, our beloved background color that I've been using all this time, let's say to blue, and you can see what's happening, that right now my paragraph is actually this big over here. It's 80% by 500 pixels. And the image is right here floating on a left-hand side on the top. What we can always do, there's a couple of options. We can always do the background position, and we're going to find the position over here. And now we have a couple of options. We can put it in the bottom, center, left, top, right. So let's start with the center, right? So what I do over here, you can see that it's center. Now we can also do, let's say, left, and you can see that it's again coming left. Now here's the deal. If I'm not writing bottom or top over here, by default the browser is going to put it in center. So if I'm writing left top, it's going to go all the way to the top. If I'm going to write here left bottom, it's going to come all the way to the bottom, and so forth. So if I'm saying right, then it's going to be on right hand side. However, if I don't write anything, you can see that it's right away center. And of course I can do it here over here center, and then right away by default it sets it in the center. Now just to show you how it actually works, that when we were doing the background size, you can see what is the difference between contain and cover, right? When we're doing the contain, you can see that it's only going as big as the image actually is. So in this case, the image is within that 80%, so it's covering left and right. However, the height is actually, image's height is less than 500. And we can check that over here when we check out the Walmart, and yeah, sure enough, it's actually 241 pixels, I believe. So this is why you see that this 400 is not actually covering. So therefore we're actually using the cover, not contain, and therefore we can get the whole view. So here, if I would do the cover, you can see right away how it covers the whole paragraph over here. And this is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. In this video, we're going to look at 3 ways how we can actually add CSS to our website. Now, we have been all the time covering this internal style sheet where we actually create a style tags over here in the head element, and within the style tags we created a selector, and then we had a property and a value, right? Now we can always do the inline style, right? Over here let's say we would write a style attribute like this, and then over here we would have to write value. So I would say font size over here, and I would put a colon over here, and then I would say, I don't know, 40 pixels, right? So now I have 40 pixels, the font size. Now here's the problem. Let's say if I have 3 paragraphs or 20 paragraphs, 100 paragraphs, this doesn't make sense that I have to go each element line by line and actually adding style. Because the whole point is why we're avoiding styling anything with HTML. We're just setting elements because we want to do it quicker. So therefore we have the internal style sheet where we basically are creating a selector like we did before. And again, we just create font size over here, and we select 40 pixels, and bam, this is what we have. Right away, 4 paragraphs are changed. And imagine that there's like tons of these paragraphs. Now here's the deal. Let's say that we have multiple pages, which we're eventually going to have in our page. And we don't want to jump page by page and just start adding or styling something. We just want to have one file that is actually responsible for that. And the way we do that is actually create an external style sheet. Now, before we do anything, let's just create another file. Let's say, I'm just going to say that this is going to be new file, and this is going to be main HTML. Or let's say first HTML. First HTML, this is my web page, right? So what I'm going to do over here, I'm just going to copy this and just paste it to first HTML. This is going to be my web page, and I'm going to create some headings over here. I don't know. I don't know, the greatest, the great developer over here, right? So I'm just going to copy this And over here, I'm Great Developer. And let's just copy this over here. So just like in HTML, we have created 2 pages. We haven't linked them together yet. Over here, copy, and we go to index.html. And we just paste this. So now we have 2 pages, right? So the way we actually create an external CSS sheet is we again create a new file. And over here, I'm going to write main, but I'm going to call it CSS. And the difference is that it is a CSS extension over here. You can see that I have main and CSS. And what brackets right away does, you see that I have this extension that actually creates this little icon. So we know that it's a CSS. And we don't need to create any type of tags over here. Only thing we would need to do is actually we would just pick the selector the same way how we were doing internal. So it's a background color again, our favorite over here. Now I would go with brown. And let's say for the H1, I would say that I would want, I don't know, font size, I don't know, again, 100 pixels. Let's go wild, huh? So I have the external style sheet. However, you can see that nothing has changed over here because I haven't done anything yet. I haven't attached this style sheet to my file. And the way I actually create this style sheet, I would create a link. And the attribute name would be relationship over here. And over here, I would say style sheet. And you can see that it's giving me this option. And over here, I would need to point where the file is located. So again, I would create a href and main CSS. And now you can see right away what happened. As soon as I added this file, my main CSS file, which is exactly the same if we would have the tags and it would be located over here. However, you can see that how much easier it is that we don't need to deal with the rest of the document. We just have our CSS separately. So we're not mixing HTML and CSS. And that would be our index HTML. And if we would want to add it over here, again, we would add it in the head, within the head element. And we're just going to paste it. And I'm pasting completely something different. Pasting actually headings over here. So let's go back to the index HTML. And let's just paste this style sheet over here. So if I go over here and I paste it, and you see that this is what happens. Now, here's the only thing that I still want to show you is that actually there's 2 things that I want to show you. The first thing is I want to show you that inline style is actually overriding the external style sheet over here. So let's say I would create a style, and again I would say background color, and I would again create it blue. You can see right away that it is overriding the external style sheet. So if you set anything in inline style, that's pretty much forever. Unless you go over here and change it, it stays forever because it overrides whatever we're writing in external style sheet. Now, another thing that I want to show you what we can do in brackets, there's actually called thing like vertical and horizontal splits. So you can see that, let's say we'll be working an index, right? And I'm adding, I don't know, I'm going to add another paragraph. I am the last. Oh no, you know what? Let's create a link, something like that, right? So let's create a href over here. And I would say that, let's say, I don't know, I'm going to Google. I'm going to go to Google over here and google.com. And over here, we're going to say Google. And I just deleted everything because I'm a moron. So let's just go back and create another href. So I'm going to write over here href, and I'm just going to say http google.com, and over here I'm going to create a new one and Google. Okay, so now we have somewhere here with a little Google over here. And if I would want to style it, I would need to jump obviously over here in the main and open a new one. And I would say that I want to style this link and blah, 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 blah. However, you can see that I can actually have here in the brackets, I have this split the editor. And if I go over here, I have a vertical split. And you can see that right away, I have the left side and the right side. So if I just move this file over here, you can see what happens. That if I'm just going to get rid of the sidebar, you can see that right now I have this index HTML. This is what it says over here. And I have a main CSS. So this is my styling. Now, it is with the live preview, it is kind of tight. You can see over here that if I'm working over here, that you can see that it's not much space, and I'm starting all the time the new lines. However, you are avoiding a little bit of the fact that you need to jump back and forth, right? That you can actually sit over here. You can look, okay, I want to style this the link. And let's say again, I'm just going to do the, I don't know, text decoration. I would say, I don't know, line through, right? So now you can see that my little link has here line through, right? So this is the point of dealing actually if we want to have a vertical split. So again, we just go back over here and we say no split, and then we have just our main CSS or whatever the file we're using. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. Now, in the last video, we learned how we can create a external style sheet, but in this video, I just deleted all the rules that we had before, just so I can show you something that we can do with the brackets. So let's say that right now we have index HTML, right? And if we wanted to go and actually start styling something, we would need to go to our main CSS. And remember that we have paragraph and H1 or something. We can use the split screen if we want, but in general, it would be something like this. Again, we would choose the selector, and then we would need to choose whatever the property and value would need to change, right? However, with the brackets, there's a little bit nicer way. So over here, you can see that if I'm sitting on this element or this one, what I can do is I can go over here and I can just click over here, quick edit. And when I press quick edit, it actually gives me right away a option of new rule. And by the way, this is I'm doing with a right click over here. I just press quick edit, or I can just do it with the shortcut. So I just press it over here, and again, it gives me a new rule. And that new rule is right away going to be set up in our CSS. So what happens, you can see that it tells me that it's main CSS. This is the line. Okay, this is the line number. And let's say over here, what I'm going to do is, again, I'm going to do something like font size, and I'm going to create it to like, I don't know, 30 pixels. Okay, so you can see right away that it changed. But I didn't actually need it to go over here to main CSS. I did it right away from the index HTML using the brackets quick edit. And actually, it saves a lot of time. So only thing we would need to do is press Command S. And now it saves it. And now if we go back to main CSS, here we go. Here's our rule. And it works the same way if we would, for example, would have created over here, let's say ID, right? And I would say that this would be the first. Right, so this would be my first paragraph. So only thing I would need to do, again, I would need to go over here, click quick edit, and again you can see that it tells me new rule, and you can see that it's already styling for me. It says, so this is the ID that is first, and I'm gonna say it again, my favorite background color, and this is gonna be again red. So you can see this is how easy it is, and I just save it again. And if we go back to main CSS, it's right here. So I don't need to leave this document. I can actually do all the styling from here just by going on element. And also one more thing that I would want to show you is over here, if we're working in main CSS, right? Let's say I would go over the property and I click, right click it again. You see that you have this option of quick docs, and again, it has a shortcut. You can use that too. But what quick docs is, it actually explains you the property. So if you're not, let's say, happy, if you're pissed off with my explanations, which you probably wouldn't be watching this video then, but you can right away see over here where's the full explanation. So sets the color, and if we want to read more, we actually press it over here, and we can read it more. We have more options over here if we want to do it that way. So I'm just going to go back to my index HTML. We can close that out. And you can see how that works. And it's the same thing over here, quick docs, but you can see that for HTML, it is not available in this case. So what we would need to do is we can use it for CSS. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. And in this video we're going to talk about how we can decorate text and what are the options, how we can style the actually text. And the last video we learned that we have the external style sheet over here, main CSS. I deleted it, so it's completely empty. However, we learned that we can actually use this quick edit, and we can actually, with this quick edit, it's much more faster. We don't need to go to file. We just click quick edit. We create a new rule, and it's creating in our main CSS. And let's say if we would have a couple of style sheets over here, we would be able to choose which CSS file we would want to use. So over here, what I would do is I would actually write color, because that would be something that I would want to change. I would want to change the color of the font. So over here, the property name would be color, and I just go to something like, I don't know, crimson. So you can see how it right away changed. And if I would want to do something with the color, let's say that if I'd want some type of a little bit more complicated color, I would press over here quick edit, and now I can see what are my options. And basically I can choose whatever that I want, and I can either get an RGB or a hex or whatever, but I'm just gonna leave it for now. I'm just gonna go back to good old classic red over here. So now we can see that this is the way how we can actually change the color of the font. So let's go back to index.html and let's do the text decoration property. So again, this time I'm just gonna choose the paragraph over here, and again I'm doing the same thing. Again, I'm just creating a new rule because I don't want to jump back and forth. I'm just creating right here in index.html, and the property name would be text decoration. And again, I would be able to do the overline, underline, and let's say line through, right? So overline I can do over here, so you can see that it's on top. Obviously, if I'm doing underline, it would be opposite. It would be in the bottom. So we go over here, and if we want none, then obviously nothing would be there. Now, where we use none. So let me just get rid of this one because I don't want to keep this. But let's say that we have a link over here, right? And you can see by default it has this little like line underneath, right? What we do again, we create quick edit, and we go over here, we say new rule, and we say the text decoration, and we say none, and this is where we use it. That if we want to get rid of, let's say when we will be creating a menu over here on top, navigation menu, we don't want these underlines, so this is how we get rid of them. So in this case, I don't quit escape, I actually save this by Command S, and you can see that right now my rules are all saved over here. And the next thing that I would want to show you is actually text align, and we'll go back to index over here, and we are working with H1. Now, when I press quick edit, right away you can see that it's dealing with the element that I've selected, the selector, and it already remembers everything that I've done. You can see that I had a property here and a value. So I go down the line and I say, you know what, I want text align, property changed. And we can either have it center, or again we can have it left over here, or we can have it right over here, and now it's right. Now we also have an option of text align justify. So let's just save this, and that's why I picked this random paragraph about T, because it just kind of, it's a little bit easier to see. But with justify, basically what it does is just like a newspaper, both sides are even. So let's again click quick edit over here, and we have text decoration still left. But what we're going to do is we're going to change it to text align, and over here we're going to say that text align is going to be, let's say, justify over here, and you can see how it's stretched. So basically what's happening is that now our document is, you can see that it's on both sides even, right? So there is no left or right. It's pretty much the same like the newspaper would have. This is going to be it on text for now. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. And in this video we're going to continue to look at how we can actually transform the text. Now, to give us a little bit more space, I'm just going to get rid of the sidebar over here by Command Shift H over here, because now we know that we have main CSS sitting over here. That's going to be our main style sheet, but we're going to be all the time using the quick edit. And now it allows me to make this one a little bit more bigger, right? So we can see our space over here. So the first property that I would want to show you is actually text transform. So again, I go to quick edit and you can see that it gives me already two properties that I have. One was color red and the other one was text align right. And so over here, I'm just going to say text transform. Okay, so we go to transform and we over here have a couple of options, right? So we have lowercase, uppercase, and capitalize. So over here, I'm just going to do, let's say, everything to lowercase. So you can see obviously what happened, that everything went lowercase. And obviously, if I would write over here uppercase, it would be uppercase like this. So everything is uppercase. And let's just try to do the capitalize over here with this, with the whole thing. So let's just do the paragraph, quick edit, and let's just go over here. Now we have the text align justify, but over here we write text transform again, and in this case we're just gonna say capitalize, right? And over here is capitalize, and now you can see that every word starts with a capitalized letter if we would want to do something like that. Now we can also do a property text indent over here. So we have, if we have, let's say, a paragraph right now, we can actually do the indent property like this. We can indent, and now we would have to write whatever pixels, right? So let's say how much the first line is going to be indented. And what I would do is, I don't know, like let's say 25 pixels over here, so you can see what happens. So if I'm creating a paragraph, I can just add these 25 pixels and indents the first line, and it indents, let's say 25 pixels. Now the next thing that I would want to show you is actually letter spacing. That's another property that we can use if we want to space out the letters. So let's say letter spacing, and let's say I would do something like, I don't know, 5 pixels over here. So obviously you can see how much it spreads it out. However, if I do something like, I don't know, 1.5 pixels over here, you can see that what happens, that it's much more less, but still it actually spaces out the letters. And obviously what we can do is actually word spacing also, the same thing. Then we're not dealing with the letters, we're actually dealing with the words. So over here, word spacing, and what I'm gonna do is over here, I'm just gonna get rid of this one for now, and let's say that I would wanna, again, I'm gonna create something like 5 pixels, right? Again, so you see what happens, that we're spacing out pretty much words. And the last thing that I would want to show you is actually line height. So let's say if you're not happy with the fact how these lines are so close to each other, so we go over here, we go line height property, and we go over here, and again we can say, like, I don't know, 1.5 pixels. You can see that it's more than enough, right? Well, actually not, it's just messing up right now, but let's say that we were going to do something like 5 pixels, right? And that's not good enough also. So let's do 20 pixels, and 20 pixels is something that we had already. And let's do something, I don't know, 30 pixels. Well, 30 pixels is better. So you can see how we went from 1.5 to 5 and everything, and you can see how this one looks better. Now that we went from 1.5 to 30, probably is a little bit better, right? So these are the options that we could actually work on a text. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. In this video, we're going to start covering the font family and how we can actually change the family of fonts that we're using. I mean, pretty straightforward. So we go over here to paragraph, what I have over here, and again, I'm opening with a quick edit, so then I don't have to jump back and forth. And you can see that all the things that we have done already. So we have the paragraph as text align, justify, capitalize, the line height, and over here we would add font family, right? So we go over here, we see where's the font family, and this is the some basic font families that we have available, right? So over here I can let's say choose monospace. You can see how it's changing, and I can also have a couple of other options. So let's say I'm gonna say sans serif over here. So you see this is a little bit different. Now sometimes for someone, let's say, who's going to be reading your website, they're not going to have that font. So what you always need to do is actually specify a couple of fonts if the first one is not working, right? So let's say over here that I write a monospace again. However, if the let's say user doesn't have the monospace, I just put a comma over here, and then I write either I want serif or either I want something else. However, I'm writing the primary font that I would want, and the second I would need to write what is the like, let's say, backup plan if the user doesn't have that font. So it's pretty straightforward. However, I also want to show you how we can actually go online and get a more customized fonts. However, be careful. There's whenever you're getting customized fonts, you need to check whether it's actually open source, meaning there's some let's say websites who maybe allow you to have it on your let's say while you're working on your website. However, you cannot have it for, let's say, commercial purposes and stuff like that. So the best way, I think, just to try it out, we can go to Google Fonts over here, and we just click Google Fonts, and you can see all the options that I have right now, right? So I can just scroll down, see what's more interesting for me. So let's say we'll try this one out. So I just click on it. You can see that it's downloading. You can say over here, select this font. Then I go over here, and you can see that it's telling me of how I should actually add it to our style sheet, right? So you can see that it's the same thing as we added the style sheet. It's just we would need to add this link over here in the head element, which is actually explains you over here. So what we would need to do is over here, copy, and then we're moving back, save it over here, and let's say we're gonna go on top over here, and we're gonna add it, paste it over here, and then let's go back to this one. And now they say that if you want to add it, you just need to use this font family, and this is the name. So we just copy this one again, and now we, let's say, go again to a paragraph that we want to change the font size. And, well, sorry, font family. The font size we actually changed in I think in the next video we're gonna change it. So I go over here, I paste it, and now you can see that I have a much more customized fonts that are, well, in some cases nicer. In this case, I don't think it is nicer, but anyway, it gives you a perspective of how you can get fonts. But again, you need to be careful of how you cannot implement the fonts that are actually not allowed to use for commercial purposes if you haven't bought them. So for sure, be careful with that. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. In this video, I'm going to talk about a property called font size, and we already covered it a little bit as I was showing you examples. However, I want to show you a couple of ways how we can actually control the font size and what are the benefits. Now, the first thing that I want to show you is that, let's say that I'm going to create 3 paragraphs over here, and it's going to say hello world. And obviously, if we wanted to, it's very basic that we can just go ahead over here, create a quick edit, a new rule, and we can say just font size, and we would say, I don't know, like font size, what, I don't know, 24 pixels or something like that. So we write 24 pixels, and we can see that how right away they change. However, there's a couple of more ways how we can do it, and one was with the percentage, and the other one is with EM. And what does it mean? So let's say over here that I'll show you what is a way how we can actually work with both of them. So let's say I'm just going to change around a little bit over here, and I'm going to say hello world, and I'm going to say I am always 24 pixels. And over here I'm going to write hello world. I am, let's say, I'm going to say what, 150%, because that's going to be another way. And hello world, I am always 200%, something like that. And here I have to write I am always, and you'll see what I'm doing in just a second. I'm always 150, I'm always 200%. Now here's the deal. Over here I'm going to create a ID, and I'm just going to say that the name of it is going to be 1. Okay, and here I'm going to create another attribute, an ID, and I'm going to say that this is 2. And the third one, I'm going to create a ID, and I'm just going to say 3. So now I need to go back over here, and I just want to delete this, just get rid of it. And I just want to go over here, and now I can see that I would need to go over here and change it to quick edit. Now I'm actually affecting the ID, and I would say font size over here, and I would say that I would want it 24 pixels, right? And over here I'm just going to save this, and over here again I would do the quick edit and new rule, but this case I'm just going to save it as 100%, 150%. And what is the point of percentages? Well, here's the deal. By default, all the font sizes are going to be 16 pixels. That's going to be for all your, the same as, it's not like it's 0. You can see that there is a font size already, and it's actually, it is 16 pixels. So if I'm picking, let's say that I want a 150%, that means that I'm actually getting, this is also 24 pixels, the same as this one. Because you can see that it's not 100%, 100% would be 16 pixels, but if I'm doing 150 pixels, it's actually 24, because it's 50% of the 16 would be 8, and 8 plus 16 is 24. So actually they're both equal, right? So these are 150, and I'm just gonna save this over here. And the third one, I'm just gonna make that this is always gonna be font size, and this is gonna be 200%. So this is gonna be 32 pixels actually. This one is actually 200 pixels. Sorry, 32 pixels. Okay, so you can see that it's already bigger. Now, why this is important? Because over here, when the body is, you can see the body element, and I can actually style the actual font size for the whole body, right? And if, let's say, I change it over here, let's say the font size right now is going to be, I have it 100%, right? So this would be the case that the default is 16 pixels, and this is the font size would be 100%. So if I write it here, this is default, right? However, if I change it over here, if I write over here 150, you can see what's happening. These ones are automatically actually scaling as they are designed to. So let's say if I save that this is going to be 150, as I'm changing the fonts for all my body, for a body element, it's actually, they are changing along because they're actually based on percentages. The thing is, with these pixels, you can see that they stay the same. Now, why that would be a problem? Because let's say, well, again, I'm opening something wrong. So let's say that if I would want to change it here in the body, you can see that nothing is happening. I changed the whole fonts. However, in this case, I would need to go one by one if I would have multiple of these attributes and actually find them and change them manually like this, right? So let's go over here and let's quick edit. And then we would have to change the font size, because the fact that I changed my whole fonts on my whole document actually doesn't help, because it doesn't affect pixels. So you can use pixels, it's fine. However, there is this shortcoming over here. Now also, let me show you one more thing, that let's say over here, again, these two are the same, right? You can see that number 1 ID and number 2 are the same. However, we can also do something called EMs, and what EMs basically means that EM is the width of an M letter, right? So over here, if I write something called like EM over here, so you can see what is the size, right? Now, why EMs are also preferred, the same as percentages. See, what sometimes can, let's say somebody who's whatever scrolling the web, or even you can do that, you can actually go over here in your tools, and you have over here settings. And if you go over here to show advanced settings, So what's happening, you can find over here the font size, right? So now right now I have on medium. However, I can pick it very small, or very large. See, that's where the problem is, that once I click it here very large and I'm visiting, let's say, well, in this case, my own website, but let's say it would be your website, right? So you can see again what happens. I picked that I want my fonts to be this, I want them to be bigger. However, you can see that this hello world, I'm always 24 pixels. It hasn't changed. This 150 went accordingly. This EM even changed accordingly, right? However, this pixels stay the same. So the idea would be that we are actually always writing over here, that we write what would be the font size, and we go with, let's say we can always go with like 100%, so we know always what we want. However, when we're actually styling something over here, let's say paragraphs, or whether that would be some type of headings or anything, it's actually would be much smarter to actually stick with the percentages, or if you don't like the percentages, you can choose the EMs. However, what's going to happen, they will going to be responsively actually changing to whatever the user is changing, or here to with his own tools. Or whenever you decide yourself that you say, listen, you know what, I just want to make my whole document look better and I want to change the font size. So if you have pixels, you unfortunately are going to have to go one by one and change it. But if you have done it actually with percentages, it's going to change automatically as you change these properties over here. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. In this video, we're going to cover font weight and font style. So we have actually two properties that I'm going to use this time. So let's again say that I'm going to just create a paragraph over here, and I'm sorry that I'm not very creative with what I'm writing. This is the best, let's say, I don't know, best article ever. And here I'm just going to say bold. And next one, I'm just going to copy this one over here like this, and you can see that I'm struggling here pretty bad. So let's create another paragraph, and over here I'm just going to say italic. So how we would actually style it, bold or italic? So over here we would go, and we again would have to create something, class or ID. So in this case, I'm just going to create ID, and I'm going to say that this is going to be bold. And over here, I'm going to go and say that this ID is going to be italic. Pretty straightforward. And over here, we create italic over here. So let's go and style this one again with a quick edit, which is going to be styling in our main CSS. So we create a new rule, and I say that I want a font weight over here. Font weight, and I cannot find it right now, but if I type over here, I have font weight. Now you can see that I have these options. I have bold, bolder, inherit, lighter, and normal. And normal is obviously what you have right now, or I have these 100, 600, 700, I don't know, 800. So again, pick whatever you would like. We can just go with bolder. This is going to be, you can see right away how bold it becomes. So we're going to do it this way. And with italic, we're just going to go over here and do the quick edit. And we're going to create a new rule. And we're going to say that font style over here, and font style again, italic, normal, oblique, right? So let's check it out. Oblique, this is something maybe a little bit different than italic, or we can check it out just italic. Just press italic again, you can see the result. I'm actually gonna zoom in a little bit so we can see better. And you can see that how they have actually changed. One is bold, the other one is italic. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. In this video, we're going to actually cover links and how we can style them. Now you can see that I created actually two links, and one of them is to Google, which for some reason says hello. So let's maybe change that. So one is to Google and the other one is on the Facebook, right? And you can see by default what is the style of the actual link. You can see that it's underlined, and you can see that it's a blue color. So we go to our main CSS, and we're going to start styling. And what we need to remember that when we are actually styling links, we have actually 4 selectors that we can use. And actually they're called pseudo elements, and we'll be covering them later, but let's not worry about it. For now, all we need to worry about is these 4 ways how we can write that. So the first one is we write a, and then we write a colon over here, and then we write a link. And this means for all the unvisited links. So if somebody is visiting your website, before they have clicked on a link, this is how all the links should appear. So over here, I'm going to say color, and I'm going to say color red. So you can see both of them turn red because I haven't visited them. And over here, I'm just going to say background color. I'm just going to say yellow over here. So they are going to be yellow. Now, I also can create if I have visited a link. And over here, then I write visited, and I'm gonna make it something different. So over here, I'm gonna say color, and I'm gonna say black, and the next thing I'm gonna say background color, and the background color we're gonna go with green over here like this. And the next thing that we can do is actually link that as I'm just hovering over it. So over here, we write a hover like this, and we would write that we would want color, let's say blue, and when we are background color, let's say in this case is going to be black. So we go over here, we write black, and this is going to be our background color. Now, and as you can see, if I'm hovering over it, this is what happens. Now the last option that we have is actually once we are actually the link is clicked, and this is called active. So you'll see that as I'm just clicking the link, it's actually changing. So I go over here and I say the color should be, let's say chocolate. No chocolate. Yeah, chocolate over here. And background color is gonna be beige. Background color, beige, or bisque, or whatever. They're all the same to me. So I just save it over here, and you can see what happens. As I'm pressing this link, you can see what happened. This is the active link. It's not going anywhere, but I have pressed it already, right? And if I'm hovering, you can see how they both are reacting. They're becoming black and with a let's say a blue font, right? And if I doing just a normal unvisited, you can see that they are red with the yellow background. Now if I click one of them, let's say Facebook over here, you can see it opens up a new page. It asks us to sign up. We don't want to do that. So we go back and you see what happens. This is my visited link right now, because you can see how this one is different because I haven't visited Google. However, I have visited this one. And also what we need to remember is that we can actually create some type of, let's say, if we want to, we can actually add 2 of them together, right? So if we would want a hover and a active to be on the same, to appear the same way. So what we could do is over here, we can just delete this over here for now. And what we need to do is over here, we need to create a colon over here, and we write over here a active. Just the thing is we need to write over here a the same way. So now we have a hover and a active, and you can see that this is blue and black, and even if I press it, it's still the same, right? So because I have connected them both. The only thing is that we need to remember that it does work the same as selectors. Remember when we wanted to select a paragraph and let's say a heading element or something, we were doing the same thing, right? However, in this case, we need to remember the order. So we cannot put visited in front of a link, and we cannot put active in front of hover, right? So, well, sorry. So they need to be in an order. So if we're going down the list would be link, visited, hover, and active. So if I'm placing them one after another, that's how they should appear. You cannot just start willy-nilly start moving them around, because you'll have problems then. It's, well, not problems, it's just not, the browser is not going to do what you want. And let's cover something interesting. I'm just going to create something like a little bit more fancier outlook for the link, so it's not as basic. But what I'm going to do is over here, I'm just going to do that on unvisited link, right? So I'm just going to delete this one for now over here, and let's just style it a little bit more interesting, right? So the first thing we would need to do is background color, and we're going to type in the hex code over here, and we're gonna write F44, and we're gonna go 336. Okay, so this is gonna be our hex code. Then moving on, we're gonna do the color, and we're gonna say that the color is gonna be white over here like this. And then we added some padding, because that's another thing that we can do actually to the link. We can add padding over here, 14 pixels, and let's say we're gonna add 25 pixels over here, so you can see what is happening right now. Then the next thing that we want to do is actually text align. And that's going to be text align. We're going to add to center over here like this. So the next thing that we want to do is actually text decoration, and we already said that. Oh no, we didn't actually. Text decoration should be set to none. So we go over here, none. Over here, that's it. So now you can see how we got rid of those underlines here. Next thing that I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna change this green also to something else for visited. I'm gonna use quick edit, and I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna make it blue, but I'm gonna make it like a very big opacity over here, something like this. So, and I'll just leave it like this. So this is a little bit more sophisticated way. So you can see right now what we did. We added some paddings, we text align in the center. So you can always know that there's actually not just these basic two ways how I showed you with color and background color. We can actually do much more stuff with our links if we wanted to. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. In this video, we're going to talk about lists and how to style lists in CSS. So the first thing we would need to do, we're going to create an order list. And I'm just going to say that I will have, like, let's say 3 list items over here. And I'm going to say that it's going to be home. Over here, home. And then I'm just going to copy these ones over here. And it's going to be about, I guess. And the third one is going to be contact, right? Contact. That's going to be our 3 lists over here. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to give it a class. And I'm going to give it a class, I don't know, 1. So this is going to be my first unordered list. And what I'm going to do over here, I'm just going to take this, copy this, and paste it a couple more times. And over here, I'm just going to write that this is going to be a 2. And the third one, I'm just going to create a ordered list already. So I go over here, and then I would write OL over here. That's going to be our order list. And name of the class is going to be 3, and over here would need to change it to OL, and you can see that now I have 1, 2, 3, and I just opened a new line. So let's go down here and let's copy this, the last one over here, and copy this and paste it, and now we have OL. So now we have 4 lists, 2 of them unordered, and actually 2 of them ordered, right? So what we can do is we can go and start styling over here. So the first thing we can do is we can click quick edit, and we can create new rule and a list style type. Let's say always we're going to probably go for something like none over here, and you can see how these little square round circles disappear, right? However, if you want to do something more specific, you can always say that, let's say that you would want to style it, in some way. So let's say if we press over here, we have a circle, and if we just delete this again, we have another one. We have a lower Greek, lower Latin, upper alpha. I mean, you can see what's happening. We have all kinds of types over here that we can choose for list type if we wanted to. But in most cases, I'm just warning you that most likely you're always going to do something like this, right? Now, we can always also do is we can actually use a list style as an image. So if we go over here and we write image over here like this, and again, we would need to specifically say where we're getting it from. So I'm just going to go to images, and let's try with Kevin Hart, right? Well, the image is very big, so it's not going to work really well. Now you can see that I believe it's like, what, 800 by 450 pixels. So what's happening is, let's go over here. So you can see that right now this is like huge. I mean, you can see it on the left side. It doesn't really work that well. So let's try it out maybe with that Walmart lady. Maybe it's a little bit better. Walmart JPEG. Well, it's still pretty big. So I think that was my smallest image, but you get an idea. If you get really something small, you can actually do it like this. You can actually set the images. Maybe the coffee beans were big, smaller. How much was the coffee bean? Okay, let's try the coffee bean. That's gonna be our last one that we're trying. So we go over here, and we're gonna try the coffee, right? Well, still kind of big. Even if we make the size bigger, it's still gonna work the same way. Okay, so you get an idea. If you get an image like that, you can actually use it if you want. But for now, this is obviously, it's not gonna look very pretty because they're so massive. So I'm just gonna go again, delete this, and I'm just gonna leave it as list style. And I'm just gonna say that I don't want on the first one, I don't want a list style. Now we can also, what we can do is we can place the markers inside. So if I go to list number 2, and I'm just gonna say quick edit again, and I'm gonna create a new rule, and this is gonna be list style position. You can see over here, and you can see that this is inside or outside. You can see that if I move it inside, you can see how my whole text moved over here, right? So this is what we can do with that. And the last thing that I want to show you is basically how we can start styling, let's say, the whole the list separately from the list items. And let me show you what I mean. So over here, I'm just going to leave this inside. However, if we keep moving, what I can do is, let's say I can style the actual, you can see that I'm styling right now the whole thing. So if I could say background color, and I would go with background color, and then I would go again with my most famous red over here, right? But if I would want to, and actually affect only the list items, so let's go over here, and then I select a class 2 over here, and then I say li, and then I open it up, new one, and you can see that it's only affecting right now these items. You can see that this has moved. So over here I would write background color, and I would write in a background color. I would decide what kind of background color I would want, right? So in this case, I'm just going to say aqua. So you can see what happens. That I'm actually styling the list items separately from the actual list. Now we could also do something a little bit differently. So let's say that we're just going to delete this one for now. The whole thing for the number 2. And we're just going to save this for now. And let's just jump to our main CSS. And we're going to say that all of them, the ULs and OLs, have no list. List style is going to be none. And the next thing that we want to do is, let's say for ULs, for all the ULs, we're going to say background color. And we're going to say the background color is going to be like this. It's going to be aqua. And for OLs, we're going to do something for ordered lists. What we're going to do is background color red over here, red like this. So now you can see what happens. And let's say for all of them, for all the list items, what we're going to do is we're going to set UL li. We're going to set background color yellow, not red, yellow over here like this. So you can see again, I've done pretty much the same thing. I've created this these lists to appear differently, and I can obviously do the same thing over here. If I just copy this one right here like this, and I'm just gonna copy and start over here, paste it, and this is what I have. So you can see that I could have done it this way also. So basically what I'm doing over here is, when I'm selecting an ordered list, I'm basically just dealing with an unordered list. However, there is a case where I want to access the list items. So what I do over here is I select the first, what I want would be the element, which is actually a UL. And then I would write over here, I would write the list item. And if we would actually be placing anchor tags within the list items, if we wanted to access anchor tags, we would actually write something like this. So then we would actually be dealing with anchor tags that actually are inside. But we're going to cover that in later videos. For now, I just want to show you that there's a difference whether we're styling just the unordered list, or we actually styling are the parts of unordered list, which are the list items. Thank you very much, guys, for watching this video, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. In this video, we're going to talk about block level elements in CSS and inline elements in CSS. Now you can see over here on the right hand side, there's basically a bunch of elements, and the only thing that I have done is actually only change the background color. Everything else has actually stayed. I just actually added the background color property just so you can see what's happening. And you can see the interesting thing over here is that you can see that some elements are actually spanning all across our screen, even though doesn't matter whether we making the screen bigger or smaller. And some are right away staying over here. You can see they're just only taking as much space as the elements width right now. So let's say if I wrote over here this length, it's not spanning all the way across, and they're actually not starting a new line, because you can see all the ones on the top, all the elements on the top, they always start on a new line. However, these inline elements, they actually stay in the same line. They don't need to start a new line. And let's first check it out, which are the block elements. And you can see that I started here with heading 6, but this is just basically like a title. And then over here we have the heading 1 and all the way to heading 6, meaning it's heading 2, heading 3, heading 4. I just didn't want to write all of them, but all the headings actually are block level elements. Then the paragraph is also a block level element, and then there's going to be a couple elements that I'm just not going to show it over here because I'm not going to make the page really huge, but those are form and div, header, footer, section. But then there's going to be a couple more, but we're going to be covering them later, so we don't need to worry about it. Just know that these are the block level elements. And the inline elements over here, let's say we're first going to start with a span, but it's like more like a title for these three. And then we have a span, and then we have a link, and then we have an image. And you're probably asking, well, why does it matter? Well, it matters for a couple of things. When we're going to be actually displaying elements, we're going to be changing this property, because what's happening is this is a default property on these elements. So whenever you create an element, by default it's going to be block element. So it matters if we want to, let's say, when we're going to be working with the layout and we'll be working, let's say, with a centering element, there's a different ways how we're centering the block level element and how we're centering the actual inline element. So it matters to know which are the inline and which are the block elements. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. In this video, we're going to talk about display property in CSS. So if you remember the last video when we talked about the block and inline elements, I said that it matters because this is the property, the display property that is set by default. But if we want to change something, then we would have to change the display property, and also the appearance of the element would change. So let me show you with an example over here. So I'm going to start over here in the top, and what I'm going to do is, let's say I'm going to create a link, and I'm going to create, let's say, a couple of links, and I'm going to say that this is I don't know, I am link, right? Link over here. And you can see that it right away, because it's what I did over here. You can see that I have main CSS. I set actually all the links over here. You can see that they have a background color aqua, right? So as I'm going to be creating, you can see that they all going to have the same background color. And it's, again, just for a purpose so we can see it better. So I go back to index.html, and let's say I have one link here. I'm not going to be actually, again, the href attribute is going to be going pretty much nowhere. It's just going to be a dummy link, because it's just pretty much of purpose of showing stuff. So I'm going to just use the whole element over here. And now I can see that all of them, if I'm creating links, they're all are appearing in line, right? But let's say that I wouldn't want them in line. Let's say that I'm creating like a vertical menu, right? and if I want my links vertical, right? So I would go to main CSS, or I could just use with the brackets, I could use the quick edit over here, and you can see right away we go to main CSS. This is going to be our page, and what I would need to do is actually change the display property over here. And when I say change, because again, by default you can see that they're appearing in line, right? But if I would change it over here, display to block, over here like this, you can see what happens right away. You can see that all my links have become blocks, and they're acting exactly like a block element right now. So what I can do right now is that if I want my blocks, let's say to be, my links to be vertical, I would change the display property, and actually they would appear as blocks. So I'm just going to save this, and let me show you a different example. Let's say over here I'm just going to create a unordered list like this, and I'm going to create a couple of list items, right? And I'm just going to say that list items are going to be, I don't know, hello, right? And I'm just going to again select the whole thing and copy a couple of times. You can see that these ones right away appearing in a let's say they have right away appearing like blocks, right? So what I would do again over here, I would just go to quick edit, and I would say the new rule again, background color, we're gonna make like it, I don't know, like something different, maybe chocolate, right? So you can see what's happening. They are displaying like a block right away by default, because that's how it's set in CSS. However, what if I would want them in line like the links in a previous example? So again, what I would need to do over here, I would say that I would find the display property over here like this, display, and I would say, you know what, instead of appearing as a block, which you do by default, appear in line. So you can see right away. So now I have blocks. So if I want to create a horizontal menu from these list items, I would do the opposite thing that I did to the links. So you can see how display property is actually very, very important. And again, this is just the first thing. Let's say if I would want to change a centering of this element, again, I would first need to set the display property, and I would need to center it, because there's again a couple of ways how we can center this, but we're going to be covering this in a little later videos. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. In this video we're going to talk about display none property and visibility hidden. And what is the difference between those two properties, because sooner or later you're going to run into that problem. So here's the deal. In the last video we covered how we can change the actual display properties, and we can set from inline, let's say we can set it to block by using a display block or display inline, right? Well, there's also, if you noticed over here, that if I go to the H1, let's say I'd want to have a different display, and over here I would click on quick edit, and right away we would be creating this rule in main CSS with the brackets over here like this. So let's say over here, if I write the display property over here like this, you can see that I have option here all the way here. It is, and it's called none. Okay, and if we click it over here, you can see what happens right away. Our element disappears, right? But later you'll also discover that there's actually a property called visibility, and you can have the visibility property hidden. So technically it does the same thing. So what is the difference, right? You can see in both cases it disappeared. However, if you were paying attention, you can see that notice that what is the difference between display none and visibility hidden is that when I write over here display none, you can actually see that the whole element actually disappears from the rendering. So what it means, it doesn't even take up the space. So your whole web page layout actually is changing as you're using display none. And you'll be using display none probably when you'll start using the JavaScript and everything. So when, let's say, you'll be clicking buttons and some elements are going to be appearing and disappearing again. And difference between display none, that you can see that again the layout is actually changing because the whole element is gone. However, over here, if we write visibility like this, if we write visibility and we write hidden, you can see that it still takes up the same space. So what's happening is that the layout stays the same. The only difference is that the actual element is hidden. So that's the main difference between those two. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. In this video, we're going to talk about position property in CSS. And the first position property value that I want to talk about is actually a static position. And what I mean by that is when we're going to be dealing with a position property in CSS, and there's going to be multiple values elements right here, right now in HTML. They actually are in a static position by default. The same way how the block elements were actually displayed by default as blocks, and inline elements were displayed by default as inline elements, right? So the same thing happens over here, that all the elements by default are actually displayed in a static position. And you can see over here that I have a heading 3, and the only thing that I have done with these elements over here that I have added a border. That's the only thing that I've done. The rest of the actually stuff is staying the same. You can see that it works the same for the paragraph. It works for the same for the div element. And what static actually position basically means is that the elements are actually sitting exactly where you placed them in HTML. Exactly, just basically the way browser reads the page, looks where the elements are, and just places them. And in the later videos, we're going to start actually manipulate that position. But for the first video, all we need to know is that all the elements are just sitting exactly where you want them to be by default, because they have a position, which is and position property which has a value of static. This is going to be it for this video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. In this video, we're going to talk about a position value which is going to be relative, and we can start by doing basically just let's go to this middle one, and I'm going to write relative, because you can see the rest of them, all of them were static, but I'm just going to write relative over here. And let's go to a paragraph over here. I'm going to click quick edit, and we can start changing the property. So I'm going to find position property over here, and I'm going to actually change it. I'm going to say that I want it to be relative, right? So here it is relative. And what relative positioning means, that I'm going to start moving this box over here, this paragraph. I'm going to start moving it to relative where it's actually sitting right now. I'm not going to start moving it actually according to the whole document. I'm just going to move it away from where it's actually should be sitting when it's statically. I'm going to start moving it around or away, or however you would want to call it. And after we write this position relative, we would actually need to start placing the values where we would want the browser to move this element. So let's say in this case, I'm just going to write top, and I'm just going to say 10 pixels. And in general, we have 4 options. We have the option the same as with the borders and paddings and margins. We have top, left, bottom, right. So in this case, you can see that I moved 10 pixels, and you can see what happened. That it moved 10 pixels away from where it was sitting. And I can actually do the same thing. I can say left, and let's say I'm going to move it like 30 pixels. So you can see that it's actually moving away from the whole document, because I've set this value over here, and it's kind of going all the way to the right. So let's try it with a different element, so you don't think that I'm doing some black magic just here with this paragraph. So I'm going to save this, and let's say that I'm going to do the heading 3 over here, right? So we just do the quick edit. And again, we're just doing the position, and we're doing the position relative, right? So here we have relative, and again, we'll do the same thing. We're going to say that we want, let's say from the top, we want like, I don't know, like 50 pixels this time. We're just going to make it bigger. Over here, 50 pixels, and you can see where it's sitting right now on top of the blue one. And let's say from the right, again, we also would want like 50 pixels. So you can see that it's completely different where it was sitting statically. So again, I'm just going to delete this right now. And let's try on a third one. On a div element over here, and I'm just going to say quick edit. And again, we're just going to add position relative over here. And I'm going to say relative. And here, let's say I would want to move all the way close to this blue one, right? So obviously, we would think that we would need to write like top 0, right? But you can see nothing is happening. But the reason why nothing is happening is because the position is relative to where it is sitting. So you can see that it's statically already sitting over here. So when we're writing, the top is going to be 0 pixels. It's not going to go all the way to the top of the page. It's actually just going to sit where it's exactly supposed to sit. So what we would need to do in this case, if we want to move it up, we would need to write negative pixels. So now you can see what's happening. It's going negative top to where it was actually sitting. And if we wanted them, I guess, side by side, so let's just put 15 pixels or something like that, you can see what's happening. You can see how close they are because I started to move them negatively. So this is how we actually operate with a relative relative value on a position property. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. And in this video, I'm going to talk about CSS property position, and when the CSS property position has a value of fixed. So over here, this green one, this green div over here, I'm just going to write that this is going to be fixed. Like this, so we can see that it's different. And over here, I'm gonna open the quick edit, and again I would write position over here, and I would say that the position is gonna be fixed. But what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna say that the position is gonna be in the bottom. So over here, I'm gonna write bottom, and I'm gonna say that it's gonna be 0 pixels, so you can right away see where it's located. And the next thing that I would want to do is actually say that it's going to be all the way to the right, like this. And on the right, it's also going to be a 0 pixels, right? And the next thing that I would want to show you is that what happens if we add like more divs, right? So over here, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to save over here. And you can see that, let's say, this paragraph element, and we're just going to copy a lot of them. So what happens, you can see that as I'm scrolling down, you can see that this div stays in the same position. That's what happens with a fixed position, is that we basically set it, we choose the property position, and then we choose the value of fixed. And once we actually set the parameters where it should be fixed, in this case it's going to be 0 and 0, that while we're scrolling down, up and down the page, it actually stays in the same position. So I also could have moved it obviously to the top. So let's do that. Let's say that we want not the bottom, but actually the top over here to be 0, and you can see what happens right now. Right away move to the top, and let's say, again, change it around here. Let's say left is 0. Now you can see that it's here. So it could be like a nav bar. You can see that as I'm scrolling up and down, it's pretty much stays in the same position. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. In this video, we're going to talk about CSS property position, and position property when it has the value of absolute. So again, we're going to go to this div that says I'm static, and I'm just going to write here I'm absolute over here, and I'm just gonna go again to quick edit, and I'm gonna give it a position property, and I'm gonna say the position property has a value of absolute, and I'm gonna say that it's gonna be top, let's say 0, again all the way on the top, and over here on the right, again it's gonna be probably 0. So the next thing that I would want to show you is what is the difference between fixed and absolute. So I'm just gonna save it over here. And again, what we're going to do is we're just going to make a bunch of these paragraphs, so you can imagine that we have a bunch of elements in a page, right? But as you can see, as I'm scrolling up and down, it actually disappears. So that's the thing with absolute, that it stays there. Unlike fixed, which actually, if you remember, we were actually, when we were moving up and down, scrolling up and down, actually it was still stayed on the page, right? So with this one, it's actually going to move away as you're scrolling down. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. In this video, we're going to talk how we can work with a position property, and more specifically, how we can work with values absolute and relative. So let's go ahead, and we're going to create a div over here, and I'm going to say that the ID for this div is going to be a relative. And I'm just going to close it out. And within that div, I'm actually going to place another div. And I'm going to say that this ID has a name of absolute. Over here like this, absolute. And I'm just going to close it out. And now it's time for styling. So again, I go over here, I click on quick edit, and I create a new rule. And first I'm going to say that width of this div is going to be, let's say, 100%. So it's going to be spanning all across. And the height of this div is, let's say, going to be like, I don't know, 300 pixels. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a border all around. And I'm going to say that it's going to be 3 pixels solid, let's say black. Over here like this. So this is my, let's say, imagine that this is very over exaggerated banner, right? So we go over here and we're going to actually work with this div that's located inside that div. So I'm going to say quick edit, and I'm going to say the new rule, and I'm going to say again that this div is going to be like, let's say, width is going to be like 200 over here pixels, and the height is going to be 200 pixels. And I'm going to say that a border for this div is going to be, let's say, 3 pixels solid, let's say red, right? So now you can see that it's nothing major what I did over here. I just created basically 2 divs. But now I want to show you how we can actually change the location of this div within, and how we can actually, you'll be able to see how we can locate it from one part to another part without leaving this div. So I'm going to just make this smaller. And the first thing that I would need to do is I would need to actually set this property, or for this big div, for the one that has a black border, I would need to have position, and position should be relative over here like this. And now if I go over here and if I set this position to absolute over here like this, sorry, if I just need to write position first, not the absolute. So I write position and then I say absolute, and I go down, and now I need to start telling the browser where it should be located, right? So let's say over here that I say that I would want a bottom over here to be 0, right? So now I can see right away how it moved. However, you can see that it didn't leave the div. It actually stayed within the div. If you remember, when we were actually dealing with a normal absolute positioning, it actually would have went all the way down. So let me show you what would have happened if I wouldn't have here position relative. So you can see what happens. Right away, this div leaves. Because by the rule, when we are setting position absolute, it actually ignores all the other elements, and it's actually just using this our web page as our, let's say, starting place. So if we're saying that we're going to be 0 from the bottom, it actually thinks, okay, so you want 0 from the web page, right? So it ignores all the other elements. However, if we set this div that actually contains this second div, this red div that was absolute, if we set this div position to relative over here, you can see that it actually holds this div over here. So now I can move it however I would want, right? So what I can do over here is I can just say that, let's say that I'm going to make it like a little bit smaller. I'm going to make it 50 by 50 over here. And now I can just start moving it however I would want. So let's say I'm just going to say that I want it from the top, right? I want top 0. And I want, let's say, from the left, let's say that I would want, like, I don't know, like 50 pixels over here. So you can see that how I can start moving pretty much this div all around, and I could actually add some, I don't know, my favorite background colors. Let's say I'm just gonna add something like this. So I can see that now how this div actually contains this little small square, and I can start just moving it pretty much all around how I'd want. So you can imagine that if I would have made some type of banner, I can just start inserting my elements, and basically if I set this position to relative over here for the first one, and if I use the absolute for the ones that are going to be placed within inside, they're not going to leave this div. They're not going to be somewhere here on the corners. They're actually going to be contained, and I can do a lot of things with that. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. And in this video, we're going to talk about z-index property and how we can actually do some cool things with it. So let's say over here that I have a heading over here. You can see that it says nice, and I have the Walmart picture with the lovely lady who's, I don't know what she's wearing, but it looks very cool. So, but let's say that I would want to move this heading within this picture, right? So how would I do that? Well, the first thing that I would want to probably do, I would want to open the quick edit over here, and I would want to move this picture all the way to the top. So what I would do over here, I would say position, and I would say that the position is going to be absolute, and I would say that I would want to move all the way to the top. So I'm just going to set the top, let's say to 0, right? 0 pixels. However, you can see that right now it's covering this whole picture, right? Well, here's the deal. We have actually a property called z-index that affects how we see the object. So what I'm going to do over here, you can see that if I set this z-index for this picture, it's actually going to be appearing after the heading over here. So heading would be appearing first because I set the z-index negative. However, obviously, if I would set the z-index 3 over here, you can see that it still would do the same thing, but it would be covering. And let me show you what we can do with an actual heading over here. So you can see that I'm sitting right now with my image behind it because the z-index is negative. And I'm going to save it over here. And let's go over to the heading. And I'm going to do quick edit over here. And I'm going to also apply a new rule. And I'm going to say that I want position to be relative over here. And I'm just going to move this text around a little bit. Because I'm using the position relative, you can see that right now I'm going to be moving this text relative to where it's sitting right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say that I want to move it from the top, let's say 100 pixels over here. And let's say that I want to move it from the left. I would want to move it, I don't know, like 50 pixels, right? So you can see that I actually can position wherever I would want this element by using the z-index and also applying to whatever we learned from relative and absolute. Now I'm going to give you one more example. I'm just going to delete this right now so it's not in our way. And I'm going to go to our main CSS and also going to delete this because this is so it wouldn't skew our view. And I'm going to come back here and I'm just going to show you how we can do a div banner. And I'm going to give it ID. And I'm going to give it ID banner over here. And within that div, we're just going to create, well, I don't know, let's say 3 more divs, right? And I'm just going to say that the ID is going to be, let's say 1. And I'm just going to create this. And I'm just going to copy this 2 more times. Here I'm going to write 3. And here I'm going to, here I'm going to write 3. And here I'm going to write second over here like this. Second. So now we have 3 divs, which we obviously, 4 divs, but 3 within 1 div, but we cannot obviously see anything. So the first thing that I would want to do is actually I want to do again the ruling. So I'm going to create a new rule, and I would want to say that I would want this div to have a width of, let's say, 100% over here. Then I would want to be height, like let's say 200 pixels, and I would want it to be a border over here, let's say 3 pixels, solid, let's say black, very basic. But because I'm going to be placing these divs and actually moving them around, I'm going to do the position relative because I want to contain all my divs, right? So I'm going to say position, and I'm going to say that it's relative. So it would hold all these divs that are within. So I'm just going to save this over here, and we're going to start styling the div that has ID number 1. So I create a new rule, and I say that I would want this div to be, let's say, right now, 100 pixels by 100 pixels over here. And I would want this to be like background color, let's say red, right? So I have a background color red. And what I'm going to do over here, I'm just going to also apply a absolute positioning. So I'm going to write position, and it's going to be absolute over here like this. And I'm going to say that it's going to be bottom 0. Bottom I want 0, and left is going to, let's say, for this case, it's just going to stay pretty much the same way, right? And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to save this over here. over here. I'm going to save this. So I just go over here to the second div, click quick edit, set a new rule, and I'm going to paste this over here. So now you can see that it has the same thing, but I'm just going to, let's say, change the background color. I'm going to say blue, but I'm just going to move it a little bit to the left. So let's say that a left position would be, let's say, I don't know, 25 pixels, right? So now you can see that I have these two boxes over here, but one is overlaying the other one, right? And let's add another one. What I'm gonna do is, again, I'm just gonna go over here and I'm just gonna copy this. I'm gonna close this one over here, click quick edit, set a new rule, and I'm gonna do the same thing. However, here I'm just gonna say that it's gonna be 50 pixels over here, and the background color is gonna be green. So pretty basic colors, right? And what you can see is what's happening is right now these divs are sitting like this, right? However, what if I would want to change around some stuff? What if I would say right now that you can see that this div is last and it's pretty much blocking, let's say, this blue one, right? So I'm just going to save this right now, like here, like this, and I'm going to go to the second one. And you know what? I'm going to say, listen, I want to change the Z index over here, and I want the Z index, let's say, to be 1. So you can see right away how it covered and how it appears in front of the green one, even though it should be other way around, right, by default, because we added this element on top of that, right? So this is how Z index works. And the same thing we can do over here. Let's say right now I'm just going to leave this Z index, I'm going to leave it intact. But if I go to the first one, and let's say that if I would want to change the Z index over here, I could do the same thing. So I'm going to say Z index, and I'm just going to say 1, and you can see how it covers right away both of them. So the main point is you can play around with the Z index, and actually it changes where the actual element is appearing. That even though by default it should be some element maybe sitting on top of your element that you would want to move, you can actually use the Z index and it would appear first. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. In this video, we're going to create a image, and we're going to place a text in the center of that image. So what I'm going to do over here, I'm just going to delete this div. And the first thing that we need to do is actually create a div over here like this. And I'm going to say ID, and I'm going to say ID is going to be container over here like this. And over here, I'm just going to close it out. And within that div, we're actually going to place an image and a heading over here. And the image source is going to be, again, the Walmart lady. So I'm just going to go over here and say images and say Walmart over here. And just close it out. And over here, I'm just going to say that it's going to be H1. And the text is going to be, I don't know, nice pants, something like that. Nice pants. Okay, so the first thing that I would need to do is actually go to container over here. And I'm going to say that I'm going to add some properties to it. So the first property I'm going to add is just going to be basically position over here. And I'm going to say the position is relative, because obviously we're going to be using the absolute value over here for this text. And for now, I'm just going to leave this over here. And the next thing in the line is actually the image. And what properties I would do with the image. First, I would say that width, I'm just going to span it all across. So I'm just going to say that it's going to be 100%. And over here, a height, we're going to say that it's going to be auto. So whatever the size of the image over here. And a couple more things that we could do. Let me show you the opacity property, which basically shows how transparent the image would be. In this case, image, or in all the other cases in general, whatever element you're selecting. So if I set opacity, let's say to 0.5, you can see how transparent it becomes. And basically the opacity has values between 0 and 1. So imagine if you have 0.9, it's obviously as close to the 1. And if you're saying 0.2, you can see how much more transparent it is. So as you're controlling these values, that's how the transparency changes. And the next thing that I'm going to want to do is actually set this heading, and I'm going to give it a couple of rules. So the first thing, obviously, what we want is actually set the value absolute, right? Because we want to position it somewhere along this element, right? So what we need to do is actually we would need to set a position over here, and I'm going to say the position is absolute. And just to show you that this is the whole div, let me just quickly just go back over here, quick edit, and I'm just going to add the fact that this div is going to have a border, and the border is going to be 2 pixels solid black over here. So now I can see that technically my heading is not within this element yet. So let me just save this, and we're going back to heading. And now what we would need to do is, let's say we have absolute and it's sitting within the div. So we would need to say that, let's say top is going to be 0, right? So now I can see right away it jumps to the top. And next thing, if I'd want, I would say left over here, some type of value, I don't know, like 20 pixels or something. But we already knew that. So we already knew that how to work with these things. So let's check it out how we can actually place it in a center. So the first thing that we would need to do is actually we would need to set a top value to 50% over here like this, 50%. And once we set it in 50%, you can see that it's sitting here. However, remember that 50% considers the fact that this is it also includes the size of the element. So when you're saying 50%, it actually includes the element over here itself. So the next thing that we want to do is actually place it in a center horizontally, right? Because technically right now we have it vertically. So what we would do is actually we would write a width over here, and we would say that width would be 100% over here like this. So you see with the live preview how it spans right now right away. And the next thing what we want to do is text align, and we would say text align center. So now we can see how easy it is to actually put it in a center. And if I would want to make a font size bigger, let's say, I would say font size somewhere here, font size, and the font size, let's say we're going to add it to 25 pixels. So now because this heading is obviously became smaller, so what we would need to do is actually do something like this, and now it's 40 pixels, and now it's bigger. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. And in this video, we're going to look at the overflow property and what are the best ways how we can use it. So you can see over here that I have a div, and I placed within this div like a text, right? But let's say that if I would go over here and use the quick edit, and let's say add some width and some height, right? Let's say again 100 pixels over here, and height also is going to be like 100 pixels. So now you can see that this is my div. However, the text is overflowing, right? And just to make it more clear, I'm going to say border, and it's going to be 3 pixels. Let's say dotted black or here like this. So now you can see clearly how the text is overflowing the div. Now the overflow property, we could actually use it to actually get rid of this, right? So we use overflow. However, the reason why it's right now like looking like this is because by default it's actually set to visible, the same as like we had with the block elements or something, when by default something is set already. So if we would want this overflow not to be visible, we would need to either use it hidden value over here like this, where it just pretty much just shows whatever fits in a div, or we could use something like scroll, where we basically set it to scroll, and you can see that I have a little scroll bar over here, or I can set it to auto. So basically what auto means that if our div is going to be big enough, then it's going to be not using the scroll bar, and if it's not big enough, then obviously we'll be using the scroll bar. So if we set this, so you can see over here, right now I have a scroll bar, but if I would set this over here to like 100% over here, and then this one I would set to like, let's say like 1000 over here, you can see that this scroll bar is already that I'm using for the whole page. It's not really for the actual little div. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. In this video we're going to talk about float property. So let's say that right now we have, you can see we have two divs, and one has ID 1 and one has ID 2, and you can see that they both texts are exactly the same, and they're placed, let's say, one on top of each other, right? But let's say that if I'd want to start actually styling this text and start moving it around, right? So the first thing that I could do is actually go to quick edit over here, and I could use the float property, and I could say, let's say we have these options left or right. So I would say I want it floated left. However, I right away need to tell the browser actually the width that I'm going to be using. So I could use the width of 200 pixels, let's say. So you can see what happens. I have floated this element to the left. However, I taken out of the a static element. So right now you can see what's happening, that this element is actually flowing around this element. But let's just keep going with this video and you'll understand everything shortly. So the thing over here is I have width over here 200 pixels, right? Well, most commonly I'm just going to use the percentages because it's going to make a little bit more sense. So you can see right now how I'm using 30% of width, right? And you can see that I actually use 30% of width, and you can see that right away this element is actually sitting right next to the other one, right? This one is 30% and this one is just flowing all the way up. So we have a couple of options what we can do. First one, what we can do is, let's say, go over here and we're going to use the property, and the property is actually use clear. So clear is actually allows us to avoid this problem where actually they're sitting side by side. So what we can do is over here we can just find clear left, and we go over here, and now we can see that we have this floated this element over here like this. However, the next element is actually sitting where right underneath, like we haven't been actually floating this element at all, right? Another option, we can actually float the other element too. And what we can do over here, we can say float, and I could say that I want to float it right like this, and I want to say that width, I would want to say, let's say, another width, and I would want like another 30%, right? Not 3 negative, actually 30. So now you can see that how both of them are sitting actually side by side, and both of them are 30%. So if I'd really want over here, I could go like this, and this one would be 50%, and this one also would be 50. You can see that how exactly they use the whole span of the window, right? So they're sitting side by side, 50%. Now, let's check out some other things. But before that, I actually want to use a border property, and I want to say 2 pixels solid black, right? And you can see right away what's happening. It's changing. It's not using 50% anymore because we're actually adding these 2 pixels. So remember, when you're working with widths and you want 50%, you need to actually account for the border too. So over here, if I'm going to write a border, and I'm going to say the border is also going to be 2 pixels solid, let's say red over here. You can see that it's, I'm just going to save this over here like this, and we'll check it out why it's not showing 2 pixels. Oh, because I didn't have the semicolon over here. So you see what's happening. So we go over here and you can see that it's obviously more than 50%. They're not sitting side by side because of the border that we added, right? But let's say that we're going to change it around and we're going to do it like, I don't know, like 30 again, right? Over here 30, and it's going to be over here 30. So now we have 2 of these elements, right? Not 330. Well, let's check it out what happens if we add one more div underneath here. So let's add another div in the bottom over here, and I'm just going to say div, and I'm just going to start typing some gibberish, right? And you can see what's happening, that this gibberish actually is going in between them, right? Because they're both floated left and right. So technically they're out of the usual rendering. So they're pretty much they're on their own. And the way, if we want to avoid this, let's say that if we want these 2 elements left and right, we can obviously make space. So there's no space for this element. So let's say 50% and 50%. But we can also do with this div element over here, we can just go over here and we can add a attribute over here, and I'm going to say attribute ID, and it's going to be 3 over here like this. And then I'm going to say that, listen, quick edit, and what I would do is actually clear, and I would say clear both. And now you can see what's happening is that this element is actually sitting here right underneath, because it's actually clearing both of them. So if you want to avoid element floating all the way to the top, you should use clear. And in this case, I'm going to use clear both, or you can use just in general clear if you are floating one of the elements. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. In this video, we're going to continue with the float property, and we're just going to look at two more examples that would be very interesting for us. So the first one over here, you can see that I've created a div over here, and it has an ID 1, and it's basically a text. And what I want to do is over here, I want to insert a image over here, and I want this text to be flowing around the image. So over here, I'm just going to create an image, but I'm just going to leave the Walmart lady alone, and I'm just going to go to Kevin Hart over here. But you can see that it's a massive image, if you remember from the previous tutorials. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to basically set the width to be like, I don't know, like 50 for now, and height also to be like 50%, right? Not 50%, sorry, 50 pixels. So you can see what's happening. I created an image, and right now I have a text that's actually right underneath, right? So what I can always do is I can go over here and I can use the quick edit and add a new rule to our main CSS. And what I can write over here, I can say, you know what, listen, I want you to, the element to be actually floating to the left over here, like this. And now you can see, because it already has a width and height, you can see that right away the text is flowing around. But just to make it a little bit nicer, let's say that we can add a margin, and let's say the margin to the right. And we would say for the image margin to the right, we would add like 10 pixels. So you can see right away how the text got away. And we can obviously add the same margins in the bottom. Let's say over here in the bottom, if we want a margin, we could add like 50 pixels over here. You can see it moves the whole text. If we want, we can just move 10 pixels. So you have an understanding how easy it is pretty much to do it, right? Now, let's look at another example, actually, where we're using it, both of them within a div. So for now, I'm just going to delete this over here, and I'm just going to save this and get rid of this. And let's say that we're going to put this image and a text over here within the div, right? So let's say that you would have some kind of paragraph or something. So I'm just going to paste this over here. And now I screwed up whatever I pasted. So what I'm going to do over here, I'm just going to take this, copy this, paste it over here. And now I'm pretty much pasting the whole thing again. I'm sorry, I'm just really, I guess, had too much coffee. So right now I have one div, and all I need to do is actually create another div. So let's just do it like this. So now I have a div, and I'm just going to create a container over here, and this is going to be a div for this div that holds the image and this text ID, right? So let's say that I would want to do the same thing. I would want to float it around, right? Pretty easy. Again, what we do is we go over here to image, and we're going to add a new rule over here. And I'm going to say that, again, it's going to be floating. And in this case, I'm just going to do it right. Okay, so now you can see that it's floating right. But just to show you what happens if we start making a picture bigger, let's save this over here. And again, add the famous border, because I think it just serves better if we can show this. So let's say I'm just going to say border 2 pixels solid black, right? So now we can see this is our div, and this is let's say our image, right? And the text within the image. So let's go over here and let's start changing the height. Let's imagine that we have a situation where right now we have a nice situation where actually a picture is sitting within this div, right? But let's say that this picture would be bigger, right? And I'm just going to make a height, because this is going to be most realistic situation. So let's say we have something like this, right? So I really over exaggerated right now, but the height was 1000, right? Let's make it just 100, right? So you can see that the width is fine. However, because this element has right now been floated, it's actually sitting outside a div that we want. So a very easy fix for that would be we go over here and we write that we want another property over here, and the property would be overflow. So what we write over here, we write overflow, and we write auto, and now we go back, and you can see that it's sitting exactly where we want to. It's not overflowing. So that's going to be the easy fix if we want to do this within the div. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. And in this video we're going to look at a display property, and display property when it has the value of inline block. So let's say right now we have 6 divs over here, right? And very easy way, I'm just gonna float them left and show them how we can like create nice boxes, right? So I'm just gonna go over here, quick edit, and I'm gonna say the usual float left. And obviously we know that we need to set the width. So let's just say I'm going to set the width of 100 pixels over here. And I'm going to set the height of 100 pixels. And just so we could see the boxes, not just in a live preview, but in general, we obviously need to make our famous border. Again, the 2 pixels solid blue in this case, right? So now we have 6 divs. And let's check it out how they look like, right? So as I'm making the screen bigger, you can see that I have 4 divs over here. They just fill up the space, and then there's 2 more in the next line. So what I want to do is actually I just want to add a margin around them like this, and I want to say that, let's say margin is going to be like 10 pixels. So now they look a little bit nicer, and I can place whatever I want within those divs, right? But let's say that I have a next paragraph over here, that I just create a paragraph, and within that paragraph I say hello world, and you can see right away what's happening, that it's actually pushing all the way to the top, because these floating elements are actually in their own, technically in their own universe, right? Right now it's not pushing all the way to the top. You can see that it's pushing all the way right next to these 2 divs, but that's not what we want, right? What we know already, that if we add over here a clear property, if I go over here and I say new rule, and I say that I want clear, and obviously since I have been floating these divs, you can see over here to the left, obviously over here if I write clear left like this, I say clear left, you can see that what's happening, that it's actually going back into the line where it's supposed to be. And you can see that I have 6 boxes over here, and I have hello world underneath, right? But let's change around a little bit, and let's actually use the display inline property, right? But not in display inline, but in display inline block. So what we do over here, we go back to our divs where we were working, and we say display. And I say not block, not inline, I say display inline block. And you see what is happening right now. That right away, the box is only filling up the space, where basically it's making the space of 3 and the next line in 3, because right now our boxes not only have a width, but they have a width and a height. So therefore everything is filling up nicely, and also we actually don't need to use whenever we're using the clear, whenever we are using inline block, we don't need to use the clear. So I can just delete this, and it's still going to do the same thing, because right now you can see that not only I have a width, I have also the height, right? So what is happening, that's actually a understanding that we need, whenever line we're creating over here, we don't need to worry about actually writing a clear left, right, or both, or anything like that. So therefore it's very nice to use the actually inline block property. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. In this video, I'm going to start talking about horizontal and vertical alignment, and this is going to be the first video, so it's going to be very basic, and we're just going to have a look how we have a text within a div and how we can get it in center horizontally. So let's say we have a div, and I have a text here, and I will say this text is going to say exactly the same. It's going to say text here, and if I go over here to quick edit, and if I'm going to say new rule, and first let's just create a border so we can see what we're talking about. But we have 2 pixels solid, let's say green, over here. And the next thing what we want to do is we'll want to do text align, and we're going to say center. So let's check it out what we have. You can see over here that I have a div element, but because it's a block element, it's spanning actually all the cross. And therefore, when I set text align in the center, it's actually right in the center. And actually really funny, but actually it works the same with a image, because image, if you know that an image is actually a inline element, right? So let's say that we're just going to close this for now, and we're going to place it here, a image. And I'm just going to put a coffee beans. I'm going to leave the Walmart lady alone. So I'm just going to say source, and I'm going to say source is going to be images, and the images is going to be coffee, right? So right now it's saying that we have made a mistake, and now we fixed it. So now you can see what's happening. That if I go over here, you can see that coffee beans is right in the center because I have text align property. However, if I wouldn't have used it, let's say I'll go over here to quick edit, and I just delete this, and I just save this over here. You can see what's happening. That it's right now it's on the left. However, if we're using a text align property on the on the image, we can actually place it in center because it's an inline element. And funny enough, it actually would work the same way if it would be the whole body, right? So let's say over here right now we have an image, and we have right now it's all the way on the left. However, if we just would go over here to the body, and we would say quick edit, and we would say again text align property, the same property, and if I would say center and close it out like this, I can right away see what happens. And this is the way how we can actually place the image if we want really simply in center. However, there's another way what we can do it, and we're going to do that in the next video by actually converting to block element, but that's going to be on next video. Thank you very much guys for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. And this video we're gonna do the horizontal and vertical alignment. However, this is gonna be the second video, so we're gonna look how we can actually place a block elements in the center of the page. So let's go over here first by creating a div, right? And we're just gonna again create this div, and what we're gonna do, we're just gonna add some border around it so actually it is visible. So I'm gonna say border, and I'm gonna say 2 pixels solid black, right? Solid black over here. And it's probably better if we place something in it or make a height or something like that, just so we can see what's happening. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna place some text. I'm just gonna write in here, hey, put me in center, like this, right? So now you can see that I have a div, but as a block element, you can see that it's right away spanning across. So there's 2 things that we need to actually pay attention. First, if we go over here, and let's say for some reason we would set the width of this div, right? If we would set width actually for this div, and we would say that it's like, I don't know, 200 pixels, right? So now you can see right away how it actually wouldn't be in center because it's not spanning anymore. Well, coincidentally, that's what we actually need to do in order to place the div in the center. And always with the block elements, they need to have some type of width actually to be placed in the center. Otherwise, if I'm just deleting this, you can see that it's spanning all across, and you can do whatever you want. You're not going to place it exactly in the center because it's already spanning all the way across. So over here, again, I would write the width, and I can pick whatever width I want. I can write those 200 pixels, or I can say 30%. And right now, the way I would set this div in the center, I would actually use the margin, and I would have to write margin auto, because what's happening right now, that it's basically margin from the left is auto and margin from the right is auto, and that way we can actually place this div in the center. Now, it also works the same way with an images. Okay, so let's say that I'm just gonna close this for now, and what I'm gonna do over here, I'm just gonna create a image over here, and again I'm just gonna do the coffee beans. I don't want to offend the lady from the Walmart with the beautiful pants, and I'm just gonna say coffee, and I'm gonna close it out over here. But you can see right now what's happening is that my div is in the center, however my picture is not, right? And in the last video we looked at how we can do it by text align property. However, what I want to do in this video, I want to show you how we can actually make the image display as a block. And remember when we were saying that by default it was displayed in line, right? And the block was displayed, div was displayed as block, and image was displayed by default in line. However, we can change that over here. We can say display, and we want the block, and we want to do the same thing. However, over here we don't need to set the width because there's automatically going to be some type of width, right, for the element. So what we do over here, we just write margin and we say auto, and if we're gonna make the screen bigger, you can see that both of them are in center. And this is how we can actually place the block elements in the center of a page. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. In this video we're gonna have a look how we can actually place a text vertically in the center of div box if the div box's, let's say, size is changing, the height, right? So the first thing we would need to do is actually create a div box, and within a div box we're going to set a paragraph, and within that paragraph we're going to say text here like this, and then within the div we obviously need to use the quick edit, and we'll set a new rule in our main CSS, and what we're going to say is that we want a text align center, right? We already know that. And just for visual purposes, let's just make a over here a border, and we're going to say that the border is 3 pixels solid red, something like that. You can see right away, right? So the good thing is over here, what you can see is that as I'm doing this right away, the text is sitting in the middle, right? But what if I would want to make, let's say, this div bigger, right? One way of doing that, actually, if I don't care about the size, if I just care about the fact that this needs to be center and doesn't matter what is the size of it, what I could do is I could, let's say, add a padding. But when I'm adding a padding around this text, right, within this div box, I would need to add this padding evenly, meaning that if I'm adding 70 pixels over here, I would need to add 70 pixels also in the bottom, right? So over here like this, and then 0. So what I'm doing right now is I'm basically adding a 70 pixels on top and 70 pixels in the bottom, right? Now there's a shortcut how we can write this. We don't need to write it this way. We can actually just write it like this, and then the browser knows that I'm talking about the top and the bottom and the left and right. So over here, again, if I don't care about the size of the div box, I can use the padding like this. Doesn't matter what is the size of the div box as long as the text is in the center. However, let's look at an example where we care about the size of the div box. So let's say we have a height, right? And the height is, let's say, 300 pixels. So what do we do right now? I cannot use the padding. If we're going to be using the padding, even if we're doing evenly, it's still going to be wrong, right? Even if we put 70 here and 70 here, it's not going to do the same thing. And we can obviously try to calculate it and push it from the top. That's an option, but it's not a very good option. So what are our options is actually creating a line height property, and when we are creating a line height property, actually to set the line height property to the same value as we have our div box. So you can see right here. The only problem is over here, you can see that obviously we also need to counter the fact that it has a its own width, right? It has its own pixels. So obviously it is in a center. However, it's not going to be exactly because there's also pixels involved in here. And we're going to look at 2 more videos from now. I think in that video we're going to look how we can actually deal with this problem. However, just for now, you know that you can just set the line height to the same width, and it's going to be very, very close actually to the center. Now let me show you another way what happens. Let's say that if we have 2 lines, right? So for now I'm just going to save this over here right now, and let's say I'm going to go on over here, and I'm just going to put this text not B, not like this. I'm just going to say a line break, and now you can see that I have a text, but because the line height is 300, you can see that there's 1 line, and somewhere here is a second line, right? So how do we fix that? Let's say that you have a text that like multiple lines, but you want it exactly in the middle. So again, this time we go to here to this paragraph, and obviously in a normal case you would have a class and everything, but I just don't see the point of wasting time. I just want to show you how we can do it right away on with the actual selector. So what we would need to do, the first thing we would need to do is we would need to write display, and we would write display, and we would say that we want display inline block. So we have over here display, and we would want it inline block. So first you can see how it's changing to the inline block, and the next thing what we want to do is actually vertical line over here, and we would want a middle vertical line, right? We would set it in the middle. We'll find a middle is over here, and the last thing what we would need to do is actually come up with the line height that we want over here. So line height, and let's say we could start with 1, we can start with 1.3, we can go to 1.7. so you can see what's happening right now. I set them both vertically in the middle because I actually changed the display to inline block of the whole paragraph. And what's happening now, I can just control the line height, but it's still sitting in a vertically in the center. But we always need to keep this where we have the actual a line height is actually equal to the height of the box. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. In this video, we're going to still continue to look at how we can actually place elements horizontally and vertically, and this is going to be a little bit of recap video because we have covered it, but I always think that it's better to recap instead of just forget about it and then 2 weeks later try to find out again how it was done, right? So the first thing we're going to do, again, we're just going to create a div over here, and I'm just going to say the width of the div is going to be, let's say again, 100 pixels over here, and the height is going to be another 100 pixels like this over here, and then I'm going to say that border is going to be, I don't know, 2 pixels solid black over here like this. So this is my div, and what I want to show you is, well, what we have already covered is that if we use the position over here, and if we say that this is going to be position is going to be absolute, we can basically start rolling around how we want this this, let's say in this case, box, how we can move it whatever we want. So if I say top over here, and if I'm going to say, I don't know, 30 pixels, and if I'm gonna say, I don't know, left, then we can move like, I don't know, let's say another 20 pixels, right? So you can see how my box is pretty much, I can move it however I want. And another thing that I just want to go over that we already covered, that if, let's say I would over here, if I would create a div and I would actually place the first div inside the other one. So I'm just gonna cut this and paste it over here. And you can see right now that I have, because I have both of them the same name, I have no difference. So what I would need to do over here is obviously I would need to add an ID. Let's say it's going to be 1, and this is going to be a second one, ID, and this is going to be second. So what we would need to do is go back to main, and over here we would have to set it that it is for the second, and like this over here. So now this is the second div that we're interested, or in general we could just write second like this, and it would work the same way. And if we would create this first div, and if we would say that, let's say that this is going to be, I don't know, the width is going to be like 100%, right? But if we would set a position for this div to be absolute, to be relative over here, and if we would set it, the height over here, let's say to be like 300 pixels, and then again border we would set to like 2 pixels solid red. So we can remember that now we can pretty much dance around with this box over here, the one that's absolute. We can just go around here wherever we want, and the reason for that is that we can actually you can see that this relative box, because the position is relative, it's actually holding this absolute box within these grounds, right? If it wouldn't be for this box, we could technically with this black box go wherever we want. But because we have this like div with the red borders, it's actually holding this black box in this position, right? So if you're making like a banner or something, it's kind of interesting what you can do over here. And the last thing that we want to do over here in this video, I'm just gonna delete this so it's not in my way. But I'm gonna go to index over here, and I'm just gonna get rid of these divs. And the next thing that we want to do is actually create a div that's going to be floating around. And in this case, I'm just going to be a little bit smarter, I guess, and I'm just going to create right away ID. And again, I'm just going to say 1. And again, I'm just going to go with a quick edit and add a new rule. And let's say I'm going to say that it's going to be floating. It's going to be floating to the left. And over here, I'm just going to say that I want a width. And I just forgot the semicolon over here, but here's width. And let's say the width would be, I don't know, again, like 50 pixels like this. And the height is going to be also 50 pixels like this. So this is my small box, solid border. So let's say border is going to be 2 pixels, solid black over here like this. And my typing is terrible as always. And you can see that right now we have this little box, right? However, when we're floating, it's actually very smart if we would set the whole margins and paddings on the body to be 0. So we're actually, it doesn't interfere with how we're working right now over here. And it would be all the same for all the browsers where your web page is going to be rendered. So let's say if I'm going to save this over here, and if I go over here, and if I also use the quick edit and create a new rule on the body, and what I would do over here, I would just say that body, and I would say that I would margin to be 0. So you can see that right away it floats wherever we want, because there's a difference for some browsers where the margins would be in paddings. So you always just want to set the body, so you are the one who's controlling where this element would be, not the fact that let's say different browser would have a different margin, right? And over here I also right away would set a padding to 0 just in case. So when we save this, you can see that right away how I can float my element, and I was able to float it before. However, now I have way more control, because it's not going to depend on some default margins or paddings in different browsers. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. In this video we're going to continue, but for now it's going to be the last video on actually horizontal and vertical alignment, and we're going to look how we can actually use the transform property and actually to do that. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to create a div, and we're going to create within that div, we're going to create a paragraph, and I'm just going to say again text is here like this, right? So this is going to be our text that's within a paragraph that's sitting within the div, right? So the first thing that I would want to do is actually I would want to go over here. I'm going to click set a new rule, and the new rule would be that I would want that height of my div to be, let's say, something like 250 pixels, right? So the next thing that I would be able to do is I would say that I would want my position over here, and I would want my position to be relative, because I will want this, basically this paragraph, I'll set it here in the middle by using the absolute property, right? By actually using the position property, but the value is going to be absolute. So right now I have the position relative, which is going to hold this text. It's going to be absolute. And the next thing that I would want to do is obviously add, as always, our border, just for the sake of it, 2 pixels, solid, I don't know, orange, right? No, something like that. and let's check it out. I think there's some kind of mistake over here. Yeah, you see I left this over here, so now you can see now I have it orange. And this is what's gonna happen in brackets. Let's say if you'll do some kind of mistake over here, it's actually the live preview is not gonna be rendering. So you need to always make sure that when you're working that you don't have something like this untyped. And unfortunately it's not showing over here. When we're working in HTML, our mistakes right away are showing here with pink, but if we're in CSS it doesn't happen like that. So now you can see that I have my box and my paragraph is right in here, but I obviously want this paragraph to be all the way in the middle, right? So what do? I go over here and I use the quick edit, and again I set the rules. And like I said, I actually created purposely this box to be relative, so then I could use the absolute positioning. So I say position, the first thing what I would want to do, and I would say that I want this position to be absolute. And the next thing that I want to say is that I don't want any margins interfering with me. So I'm just going to say that I want all the margins 0, right? So whenever I'm working, it's exactly how I want it, that because I'm going to be working with percentages. If you have this margin over here, it's obviously going to be included. So what we would need to do over here, we're actually going to go and we're going to say that we want a top, and we want a top to be like 50%. So what's going to happen, you can see right away how it goes all the way to 50%, right? So the next thing that we would want to do is actually we would want to set it from the left, right? And we can do the same thing. We can actually set it 50%. So you can see that now it is sitting 50% here and 50% here. However, we also need to keep in mind that actual image, it has its, I'm sorry, not image, the actual paragraph over here has its own dimensions, right? So in order to get rid of them, we would need to use a property transform, and transform we would need to have a value translate, and the translate we would have to add 2 values. So the first one would be minus 50% over here. So now you can see how it moved right away to the left. And the next thing what we would need to do is actually put a colon here, and we would set minus negative 50% here. So now you can see how it moved to the top and with both of them. And obviously if we want to be really creative, I can start doing something like this where I'm actually changing the percentages. However, just in order to get the text in the center by using the absolute positioning and have the box with a relative positioning, this is what we can do. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. In this video, we're actually going to return to selectors that we used in CSS, because obviously we know the most basic one. The only thing we have to do is actually write the name of the element or the class or ID. However, I just want to show you a couple of other ways how we can actually select the elements that are, let's say, nested within the element, right? So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a div over here, and within that div, let's say I'm just going to say that I would want a couple of paragraphs, and I'm just going to say I am paragraph. Very basic. This is I'm paragraph, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to, I don't know, copy it 2 times, right? So what if I would want it explicitly to say that I want these 2 paragraphs? And what I'm going to do over here, I'm just going to create a rule over here for this div. I'm just going to create a rule that it has a border so we can see what is happening. Border 2 pixels solid red, right? But let's say that I would want a background color for these paragraphs, but not for the whole div, just for these 2 paragraphs. So how would I select those 2 paragraphs, right? So this is actually called a descendant selector. And what we would need to do, in this case, I'm just going to go to main CSS so we can see how we're doing in main CSS. So what I would do over here, I would write div, and then I would write a name of element that is basically a descendant that I want to affect, and you can see right away how it is selecting that, right? So I would go over here and I would say that I would want that descendant to be background color, basically a yellow, let's say, right? Or yellow green. right? So now you can see that these two are descendants, that both paragraphs are within the div element. And it would even work, let's say, if we go over here back to the index, and if let's say I would create a span element over here, the inline element, and I would say that within that inline element that still would be a paragraph, and let's say I am paragraph, right? Still I would say I am paragraph, and you can see that it's right away creating a green line because it is still descendant. It is related to the div element. It is within the div element. So if we want to, let's say, select all the paragraphs, or it would be headings or anything, we just write a space over here. We write first what we are actually selecting, in this case it's div, and then we are writing what type of element it would be, right? Now there's another type which is actually a child selector, and let me show you how the child selector works. So we would use the angle bracket over here, and you can see what's happening. That if I go over here, and I'm just going to continue this text, I am paragraph, but you can see that this one is not selected right now because it's not directly, it's not a paragraph that is a child because it's nested within the span. So technically this paragraph is a child element of a span, not a div. It is descendant to the div. It is within this div, but it's not directly. Now let's look at another one, which is a adjacent sibling selector, and then there's going to be a general sibling selector. So let's say that over here, if we create let's say a couple of more paragraphs, right? But you can see they're not nested within this div. So I'm just going to say I am paragraph, right? Something like this. So this is paragraph, and I'm just going to copy it 2 times, right? So what I would want to do is, if I just want to select these 2 paragraphs, right? So I'm going to go back again to main CSS so we can see, and I'm just going to get rid of this for now. And what I would want to write is, actually I would want to write a plus sign, and that means that this is going to be a first paragraph that is actually after the div. So if I'm writing this plus sign over here, this is going to be the first paragraph that I'm selecting, not the second, not the paragraphs within, but actually the first sibling. So technically it's a sibling, it's not a child, it's not a descendant, but it's the first sibling over here. And if I would want to write, let's say in general, like let's say all the siblings to this div element over here, I would write something like this. So you can see that I'm using this above the tab sign, and let's say if I would go back over here, this one is above the tab sign if we use, and if I just go back over here, and let's say that I'm just going to create a heading over here, and I'm going to say I am heading, you can see that it's not getting a background because we haven't selected it. We just said that we want all the siblings over here, the general siblings that are after the div, that are paragraphs, not the ones that are headings. And this is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. In this video, we're going to look at pseudo elements. So let's say that you have a case over here, right? That you have 3 paragraphs and they're pretty much all the same and everything is the same. However, I would want to select, let's say, a first letter of each paragraph, or the first line of each paragraph. So that's where the pseudo elements would come in. Again, we would do the same thing like we always, and we go over here to our main CSS over here, and we would write a selector. However, when we are writing selector, we would have to include a pseudo element, and in this case we're just going to start with first letter over here like this, and then over here we're going to write what we would want to do. So let's say I'm just going to write with font size over here like this, and then I would say that I would want like font size to be 40 pixels, and you can see right away what happened, how my fonts changed, right? And I also can do my favorite background color, and background color we're just gonna go with something like chocolate over here, so you see what happened. Now there's another pseudo element that we could actually use, and that would be first line over here. So we go over here, and you can see that I'm just gonna save it and refresh it, and you can see that now the whole first line is actually background chocolate, and it's actually the font size is much bigger, right? Now we can also, what we can do is we can add multiple pseudo elements if we would want to. we could add over here a pseudo element first letter. So I'm just gonna write here first letter, and then I'm gonna write what I would want to do with the first letter. So let's say I'm gonna do with the font size over here, but I'm gonna say that I would want font size to be like 8 pixels. So you can see that it's very small. And let's say I'm gonna do the background color yellow. So you can see that how I can combine them if I want. If I want a different result, I can actually combine them, and we can use all of them together. Now let me show you 2 more pseudo elements over here that we're gonna use, and I'm just gonna delete this whole thing for now over here like this, and then I'm gonna write that I would want a pseudo elements after and before. So we write over here after and before, and let me just show you what they do. So we write a selector, the paragraph in this case, but we're going to be selecting over here, and then we write what is going to appear after the paragraph. And in this case, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to write a property content like this, and in the content we would need to specifically say what we're going to be using. So I'm just going to write URL over here like this, URL, and I'm gonna say that, let's say we're just gonna use I don't know, coffee image, something like that, right? So let's go back to index.html, and I'm just gonna say images and the coffee image, right? So you can see what happens, that after each of my paragraph, actually we can add this image if we want to. And also we can do the same thing over here. We can obviously do, if we can do after, we can do before, right? So we have before, and it's the same situation. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. And in this video, we're going to talk about pseudo classes. And if actually you remember, when we were dealing with the links, we were using a selector. So let's say that I would create a link over here, and I'm just going to say that href, and href is going to be blank. And over here, I'm just going to say link. But if you remember that when we went actually back to CSS and we said a option that, let's say that as we're hovering, we selected a like this, and then we wrote hover, or we said link, or we said visited. So, and remember when I was telling you that those are actually pseudo classes. And what I mean by pseudo classes, well, if we go back over here, and if I just, let's say, create a simple div, right? And I'm going to say a div. And over here, I would say that I would use the quick edit, and I would add a new rule. And I would say the div is going to have a simple background color. Let's say, I don't know, aqua, right? But obviously, I would need to create a width and a height for them, right? So this is going to be what, 50 pixels, right? And height also 50 pixels. Something like this, right? So I have a simple div. However, if I keep going, and if I write over here div, and I use the same things that we used with link, and I over here write hover, see what happens. And I would say background color. I would say background color would be, let's say, aquamarine, right? Like this. So we save it, and you can see what happens. I mean, I didn't pick the best color. I think I should have picked something more noticeable. So let's make red. Save, and we see right now, as you can see, as I'm hovering the div, it's actually turning red. And what you can see right now, that it's not those, we're using them on links, those pseudo classes, but you can actually use them on different elements. And I want to show you also a very cool little like tooltip that we could make. So let's say that I'm just going to delete this div for now, and I'm going to delete everything in a main as always, just so it's not in our way. And I'm going to go back to the index over here, HTML, and in this case I'm just going to create a simple div, and I'm going to say that this div is going to have a paragraph within the div, and within that paragraph is going to be hello there. And over here I'm going to write that in the text I'm going to say where are you. So I have two texts here, one is inside that paragraph. And if I go over here, and if I say that I would want this paragraph to have a background color yellow. So we go over here. The background color is yellow. And the next thing I'd want probably some padding to be 20 pixels. And the last thing that I would want is actually display, and I would write none. So I'd actually hide this paragraph essentially. So I'm just going to save this over here, and I would go over here to the div, and I would actually open up a new rule. And over here within that new rule, I would write div hover. So as I'm hovering the div, I would want the paragraph, because that's what I'm selecting, actually to be display and to be display block, right? So this is what I would want my paragraph to do as I'm hovering over. So you can see that as I'm hovering over there, it right away appears, right? Hovering over appears. And let me also show you how we can actually connect the classes with divs, right? So right now you can see that I have one div, right? Let's say that I would copy this and I would just paste it. Now we can also make sure that we can use a CSS class with a div, with a pseudo class, meaning I don't want both of these divs doing the same thing, right? So let's say I just would want this one to do, this div to act this way, right? So what I could do is I could go to quick edit, and I believe this is going to be new rule. I don't want a new rule. I'm just going to go back, and you know what? I didn't set any class. So over here I would have to write a class, and I would say, I don't know, X, very basic. I'm just going to call my class X. And if I go to main CSS, you can see that over here right now I have a rule for both divs, right? But because I created a class X, I can just select only the div that's actually appearing in the class X. So if I just save this, and if we go back to index.html, and now we just have to refresh it, you can see that only when I'm hovering over the first one, actually the paragraph is appearing, because I had this class X over here, and I actually used this class to actually select this paragraph within that div. Now let me show you one last thing, and I need to come back in order to do that. So I'm just gonna delete this, and I'm gonna go over here, and I'm gonna say that I'm gonna delete this again, and I'm gonna create some divs. Let's say one div, and I'm just gonna create like 5 paragraphs over here. So I'm just gonna say hello there, and I'm just gonna basically copy this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and let's say that I would want to select just this first paragraph. Let's just this first, right? Well, how would I do that? Well, technically I can add the class, right? But we could also do it with the pseudo class. So I would have to write a paragraph over here. That would be the element that I would want, and I would need to write over here first child. And as you already noticed, it's actually these pseudo classes are pre-written for you, meaning you cannot just come up with your own pseudo class and then expect the browser to do something, right? It obviously needs to be something that it's already made, and obviously we're not going to be covering all of them, but I mean, in my opinion, these are very interesting ones, so that's why I'm covering these ones. So now you can see that I'm selecting the paragraph who is actually the first child of the div. That's the explanation, right? It's not something within the paragraph. I'm actually selecting this paragraph as a first child. And also one really interesting one is a nth child like this. So we write like this, and we can actually put in parentheses which child it is. So we can put 2, 3, 4, and however many paragraphs we have. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. In this video, we're going to look at opacity property, and we already covered it a little bit, obviously, but we're just going to look at a few more examples. So let's say over here we have a div, and over here what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make another div, and I'm going to make them both the same, right? But I'm just going to make maybe a different class over here. So here I would say 1, and over here this one would have a class, I don't know, 2, right? So class 1 and 2, pretty simple. So I go over here and I'm going to use the quick edit, and I'm going to say that this one should have a background color, and the background color is going to be red over here, and the width is going to be what, 50 pixels, right? Something like this. And over here I'm just going to say that the height is going to be 50 pixels, and I'm just going to make a margin all around, right? So I'm just going to make margin, let's say 10 pixels all around, right? So the next thing that I would want to do is actually I'm just going to copy all this, and I'm just going to use the command C in this case. So I'm just going to save this and go over here, and I'm going to create a new rule, and we're just going to copy this one over here. So now I have two boxes, right? However, you can see over here, if I'm putting them side by side and I use the opacity, you can see over here, if I use the opacity, how it's different, right? So if I'm using this transparency, you can see that this is half the red than this one, right? Because this one is transparent. And like I said, the values would be from 0 to 1. So, I mean, you do the math. If you're doing 0.5, you're obviously doing the half, right? Or you can do obviously something 0.75. So it's less transparent. But if I'm doing 0.15, it's pretty close to the white. And if I'm doing 0, then that's it. It's gone. The only thing you can see with this live preview right now, but in general, you don't see anything. So what we also can do is we can actually make it a little bit more interesting. We're just gonna save this over here, and we're gonna say that in main CSS, we're also gonna copy this, and we're gonna say that if over here, we're just gonna say copy, and we'll do the paste. If, as we're going over to class hover, right, we would want a background color to be, let's say, yellow. And over here, we're gonna write that opacity is gonna be, well, 0.15, something like that. So let's see what we have. So I'm gonna save this. You can see right away. So as I'm hovering over the second div, because I only selected the second div over here, class number 2 and hover, and you can see how it's turning yellow. And let me show you one last example that I would want you to see. But again, I'm just going to delete all this, and I'm going to go back to index here, and I'm going to create this div 1. What I'm going to do with this div 1, I'm actually going to place this div number 2. I'm actually going to call it differently. You know what? I'm just going to call it banner. And here I'm just going to call the inside over here. So first thing what we would want to do is actually we would want to place the inside div within the banner. I mean, pretty self-explanatory, right? We're going to copy this and paste it over here and cut this out. And let's say we're going to say this, I am the text over here, just a simple text. And over here, let's do a couple of things with the banner. We'll do the quick edit. We're going to have a new rule, and we're going to say that the width of the banner is going to be, like usually we like to do with banners, 100%. And the height is going to be, let's say, 200 pixels. And we'll use the famous background, but however, not background color, but background image. And we're going to use the URL for the coffee. So we're going to use the images, and we're going to say the coffee. So you can see that all my images here. It's maybe better if we make it a little bit smaller though, so it doesn't sit there. Well, I mean, I guess it could be fine. So let's just make it smaller. Let's make it like 150 pixels. So now we cannot see this text, right? You cannot see this other text here, but we have created the banner. So let's save this one over here. We're gonna go to the inside, you see, to this div over here, and we're just gonna do a couple of things with this div. First of all, what we would want to do is we actually would want a select a rule, and I would say that color of the font over here inside I would want red. So it's red, so it's a little bit noticeable, right? So that's the first thing we want to do. The next thing that we would want to do is actually we would want to create a background color, and we would want to create a background color, but we would want to create a white background color, so it's completely white, right? And the last thing that we would want to do actually is we would want to use the opacity, where we basically can make this very transparent. So I'm just going to use something like 0.15, something like that. And now you can see that we can actually make this div bigger, and we could place it somewhere in the middle. Right, so we would use a position over here. I'll write a position, and I would say absolute, and that absolute positioning, I would say that I would want from the top over here, I would want a 50%, and over here I would want a from the left also I would want 50%. Now you can see that it's sitting within the text, right? So as we remember, we're just going to save this over here, and we're going to go back to quick edit. And what we're going to do is over here, we're going to say that this position for this div over here, it's going to be relative. So now you can see that now we have this text sitting in here. Now, there's a couple of things probably that we can just make it, like let's say bigger. Obviously, this text is kind of small, so we're just going to have to jump back again to the inside one. And we're going to say that, let's say right now the font size we're going to make much bigger. So let's say we're going to make it like, I don't know, like 30 pixels. So we right away have 30 pixels. And the next thing that I would want to do is, let's say, make a opacity different too. I'm just going to make it maybe, and I don't need to create a new one. Actually, I can just do it over here. I already had it. So let's say we'll make it to 60, right? So this one looks a little bit better. And don't worry if you can see it here on the left-hand side. Actually, what happens is as you move it here, this is what happens. This is our text, and this is where it's sitting. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. In this video, we're going to make something really cool, and we're going to start making a navigation bars over here. And in this video, we're just going to make a pretty basic vertical navigation bar. So what we would want to do is, obviously, first thing we would need to do is actually create a unordered list, because that's how we all the time going to be creating a navigation bars. And within an ordered list, we're going to create a list items, and those list items, we're just going to say that we're going to have a dummy href over here like this, so they're not going to be going anywhere. And here I'm just going to say home, and the next one I'm going to say, I'm just going to copy it. So next one I'm going to say that it's going to be info, and then it's going to be survey, and the last one is going to be probably something about or something like that, right? Something not server, actually survey over here. So we have the survey, and the first thing that we're always going to do with a navigation bars like this, we're going to have to go to main CSS, and the first thing that we want to do is actually get rid of the margins that the actual element, unordered list element has. So what we would do is we would set margin 0, and we would also set a padding 0. However, before we do that, let me show you that we also always do the list style type, right? It's somewhere here, list style type, and we're going to say that it's none, just to get rid of those circles, right? Because we don't need them over here. You see circles are gone, and now I can just add a padding. I could have done it obviously first, but I just wanted to show you how the actual circles disappear, right? So this would be the thing that we get done, right? So we pretty much set all these margins and paddings to 0, and we also get rid of those circles. And moving along, then we actually start working with a list item, a link over here. And the first thing that I would want to probably do, I would want to say that I would want it to be display block. And the reason for block is actually two reasons for that. There's actually the reasoning that first I would want to set the width, and second I would want, as I set it as a block over here, it's actually the whole link is clickable, not just the text over here. So as you can see over here, I have already a block. So I can do a width over here, and I'm just going to create it, let's say something like 100 100 pixels width. And now you can see that the whole link is clickable, right? And maybe right away we're just going to create a small margin, let's say 5 pixels all around. I mean, you can keep them together, it's really up to you. But I just, for the purposes of showing right now with this live preview, because we'll do the border, I think it makes a little bit more sense over here if we have something like this. And obviously, next thing that we can do is actually we could get rid of this text decoration over here, this underline. So I would say text underline over here, text decoration, where is it? Text decoration, and I would set it to none over here to get rid of that. And obviously I would want a border right away, and I would say the 2 pixels solid red, something like this, right? But again, this little bit live preview, I mean, I like live preview, but it's a little bit annoying right now where you cannot really see. And also about the width, we could have actually added this width over here in unordered list. That's also a possibility, but you can do it over here too. It's fine, and there's no really difference. You're doing the same thing. Now, next thing probably what we want to do is we want text align center. So now you can see how they very nicely jump in the center. And probably what we would want to do is also background color, and background color would be something yellow, something like that. No, yellow, something like this. And now let's do the last thing. Let's actually do a hovering thing. So whenever we have a list, a hover, so as we're hovering, let's do something like opacity. I mean, we can do a different background color too, but I'm just going to start with opacity, and I'm going to set opacity to, let's say, 0.7. And you can see what happens as I'm getting, I mean, it's hard to see right now, so maybe let's do like something like 0.3. You can see now better, right? As we're going over, hovering over the opacity, and we can obviously change the background color. So let's say I could even change the background color to, let's say, aqua, again, the first one that I see. So you can see right now what we're doing, right? And one more thing that I would want to show you over here in this video is actually how we can set one, let's say, link where we actually where the page is located, how we can set it as an active link, right? So it would be something different, right? So over here we could go like we could go back to index, and I could just add a class over here. I could just say that this one is class, and I'm gonna say that it's active, right? And what I would do over here, I would say quick edit, and pretty much right away I would just say that this is gonna be new rule. And I'm just going to say that this is always going to be, let's say, background color. This is always going to be coral. And the font color is going to be black, right? So the user knows where he is actually located. And obviously we would change it around a little bit as we're hovering, so it wouldn't be changing as the rest of the links. And the way we would do that, I'm just going to close it over here, and I'm going to go to main CSS. And you can see that we have this list item, and then we have a link and hover, and over here we would add another pseudo class, and we would say not, and over here in the parentheses we would write the name of the class. So in this case we created a class that's active, right? So over here, as I go back, now you can see that now as I'm hovering, nothing is happening, and this is how we would get rid of this class over here. This the fact that as I'm hovering over, actually I'm not disturbing this class. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. And in this video we're going to create a fixed navbar that, let's say, our text is going to be on the right hand side going all the way down, and the navbar is all the time being fixed as we're scrolling up and down the page. Now you can see that right now I have unordered list, and I have 4 dummy links pretty much over here. Well, all of them say home because I'm, let's say, lazy. And over here I have a div with the text in it, right? So what I would want to do over here, I would actually go to the main CSS and start styling. And the first thing that I'm just going to do is I'm going to set the body, and I'm going to say that the margin should be 0. So I don't need to deal with any of the preset margins or paddings, or let's say with different browsers, right? So another thing that I would want to do is I would want to start styling the div, right? So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to say that the div is going to be, let's say, height, right? I would say height, and I would say that the height of the div would be 1200 like pixels, and then I would say that the margin of the div would be margin left, because I would want to set it on the right hand side. So I would say margin left, and I would say margin left would be like, I don't know, like 30%, something like this. So you can see how I moved the text over here. And the last thing that we're going to do is we're actually going to create some padding. So we're going to say padding, and the padding is going to be like 10 pixels all around. So pretty much now I'm done with my div, and let's start styling this unordered list, right? So again, as always, the first thing that we're going to do is we're just going to get rid of the margins. We're going to get rid of the paddings over here, and we're going to say that we want list style type is going to be none. So we find list style type over here, and we say that this is going to be none over here. And as we keep moving along, what we would need to do is we would need to set this unordered list to be fixed over here. So we write position like this, and we say that it's going to be fixed. And once the position is fixed, we need to come up with the width, and I'm going to say that the width is going to be, let's say, 25%. So now you can see that where it is right now, it's 25%. And let's say I'm going to say that height is going to be 100%. So it's going to be spanning as far as the div goes, right? And over here, I'm just going to say that the background color is going to be, I don't know, something like gray, I guess. Background color, I'm going to say gray. Ghost white, or you know what? No, maybe gray better. Gray over here, gray. Kind of dark, but that's fine. We're going to live with that. And that's going to be probably pretty much it for our nav bar over here. And the next thing what we're going to do is we're going to do the list item a link over here. And I'm going to say that the first thing that I would want, again, I would want it to be display, and I would say that I would want it to be display block. But you can see that right now I don't need to do the width because I already set the width with unordered list, right? And the next thing what we can do is we can just probably do the text align, and we can just say center. So now they're in center. Then we can do the actual, I don't know, the color. We can say the color should be maybe, I don't know, like black or something. So now we have our links black. And then we would want to get rid of those underlines over here. So I would say text decoration, and that would be none. Over here, not null. It's going to be none. And the last thing that we probably would want to do is probably get some padding in different colors, right? So we're just going to say some padding. And I'm going to say that the padding is going to be 8 pixels all around. Over here like this. And the background color, we're going to say that this is going to be, I don't know, something like, I'm always bad with those colors, so let's go with something like this, right? I mean, maybe it doesn't make sense over here, but just let's leave it like this. If you don't want this background color, you can just keep it off, right? And the next thing what we want to do is actually set a list item as we're hovering. So I'm going to say li, and I'm going to say hover, and I'm going to say over here that I would want a background color to be maybe different. So I'm just going to say that I would want a background color over here, and I would want it, I don't know, to be like beige or something. And I would also want it to be color to be white of the text. So I'm going to say white over here, and let's check it out what we have. So you can see, I mean, it's not the prettiest thing, but I mean, it gets the job done, right? And the last thing what we want to do is actually set this class over here, and I'm just going to have it like green or something. And I'm going to write that when I'm hovering over that class, it's actually stays the same way it is. So I don't know, which should we do first? Probably right here, right now, right away, write the class that it's not going to be affected. So I write again the pseudo class over here, and I'm going to say that it's not going to be affected the active class over here. And next thing that I would want to do is go over here and actually create this class. So I'm going to say that class is active over here, active. That's going to be my class. And over here, what I would want to do is actually, well, we can actually do it from here. Just right click it and the class. What we're going to do is we're going to say that the background color is going to be, let's say, green, and text is going to be white. So we have a color, and the color is white, like this. Not wheat, white, something like this. So we'll save everything. So yeah, you can see as I'm scrolling down, this is a fixed navbar right here. And my active class stays the same way it is. And as I'm hovering over, you can see that the background is changing, and I also could have added opacity, but that's maybe for next videos or something. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. And in this video, we're going to actually create a horizontal navbar. So you can see already here that I created an unordered list, and I have list items, and obviously I have links within here. So the only thing is we need to do is over here we go to main CSS, and we're going to start styling. Now you can see that I set the body right away to margin 0 and padding 0, so we don't need to do that. And then we just go ahead and we start styling the unordered list. And the first thing obviously we would create a margin 0 again, and then we would say a padding 0, obviously, like we did before. And then the last thing we would do would actually create a list style type. We would have none, right? So over here I would say list style type, and I would set it to none, something like this. And now that we're done with this, let's just create some background color, and I'm just gonna say something like bisque, something like this. Once I set the background color, let's move on to a list items, right? So over here I'm just gonna say list item and then a link over here like this, and then I would say a color. I would say white. That's what I would want, a color of the fonts to be white. Then I would say text align, I would want center over here. And let's say the padding, I would want also like, I don't know, like 10 pixels, something like this. And the last thing what we would want to do is text decoration. We also would set to none, right? So we go over here, and we already know that we would set text decoration to none. Now here's the deal. How do we actually get this, these links over here to be horizontal? So the first what we would need to do, we would actually need to go to the actual list item, not the list item link, but actual list item. And we would need to say that we are floating them left over here like this. So now you can see that they're floated left. However, if you remember when when we were dealing with the divs and the pictures, if the pictures were floated, and if they were actually if there was an overflow, they were actually messing up the whole div. So what we would need to do over here, we would need to go to actual UL over here, and I would say that overflow hidden, and now you can see right away how they appear again. And the reason is that if we have some elements that we're floating within here, in this case it's going to be a block element, if we're floating within that element, and if it's actually more than the size, you know that it's actually spinning out, right? So that's the reason for overflow hidden. And then you can see that now that I have floated these list items, they actually appear normally. And what I would want to do over here, I would go all the way in here in the bottom, and I would say that I would want them to be displayed block over here, because in that case we can always click on actual, on this whole area instead of just being around the text, right? And the last thing that I would want to do is, as I'm hovering, I would want to set a list item, let's say a hover, and I would want to say a different style, right? So I would say like background color, something like red or something like that. And let's find where is red. And what we would want to do is we would want to set also, let's say, a font color. So I'm just going to say color. I would want to set it black. So as we're hovering over here, we have it red. and we have it obviously a black color of the fonts. And now let me show you one more thing that we could do. We could obviously get a class active, and we could set that class active, let's say again to the green. And again, we could just set the style so we're not affecting it. So we already have the class over here green, I believe. So we go to class active and we say that we want a new rule and we want a background color to be green over here. And we'll just find whatever we like over here, something like this. And when we close this over here and we go to main CSS, again, as we're hovering, we say that we want a pseudo element, not, and we say that the class active shouldn't be included. So we write something like this, active over here. And now you can see that as I'm hovering over, it's actually the class active is not affected. And the last thing that I would want to show you is how we can float, let's say, this active link all the way to the right. So we go back to index over here like this, and we find a list item that is actually holding a anchor tag over here, and we write over here style, and we say that we want style, and we want to float, and we want to float right. So what you see, what happens is that right away, you can see that we have floated this link all the way to the right. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. In this video, we're going to look how we can create a fixed navbar on top, something like this. As you can see that as I'm scrolling down, the navbar just stays there, and I'm just going to make it bigger for you to see. And you can see that I added some borders. However, this one doesn't have a border, and this one also has that class active where it's if it's like a home page, it's staying, you see, green. And if I'm hovering over them, you see, as I'm hovering over here, it doesn't change, right? So let's go back to our index over here. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to delete this main apart from the body actually selector, because that one I'm just going to leave it the way it is. I'm just going to cut it over here, and I'm going to go back to index here. And I'll show you that right now I have basically, you can see that I have 4 links over here, but I already floated this first list item to the right. So maybe I'm just going to delete that, but I'm going to leave this class active here so I don't have to create it again, because we already know how to do that. We just add a class over here, and then at the end, we're just going to style it. So now you can see that I have a very basic unordered list, 4 list items. And here I have a div with a bunch of text in it, right? So obviously I'm going to jump right now to the main CSS, and we're just going to start styling. So the first thing obviously we're going to do with unordered list, where as always, we're just going to get rid of margins and paddings, and we'll go list style type, right? Well, in this case, I'm just going to start with list style type over here. List style type. It's like this one. And I'm going to say that I want none. And then I'm going to say that I want margin 0. And I want padding 0 also. Both of them should be 0. So the next thing that I would want is probably to have some kind of background color, right? So I chose the black this time. So I'm just going to go with background color. And I'm going to say that I want it black. And the next thing that I would want to do is probably actually have it fixed and on top. So I would say that I would want my, I want position over here. I would want position. Position should be fixed like this. And it actually should be on top. And the top should be 0, therefore. If I would want it in the bottom, it obviously would be bottom 0. And the next thing what I would want to do is do the width. And the width I would want to do like 100%, right? So now I can see that it's spanning all across. And that's pretty much should be it for now, apart from the fact that when we're going to be actually placing these links, we're going to be floating them to the left because we're making them blocks. So we know that if we're doing that within a div, it's actually we need to use overflow hidden property. We need to use the property overflow, and then we need to use the value hidden over here. Otherwise, they're just going to be all over the place. And the next thing that I would want to do is actually go to the list items over here, and I would want to say that I would want them to be float, and I want them to be float left, right? So you can see right now how they actually moved all to the left, right? And I think for list items for now it's gonna be that's it, but I'm just gonna probably add the borders that I showed you in the beginning. So the next thing that we would want to do is actually start styling our anchor tags. So the first thing we would want to do is display, and we would want it to be display block over here like this. And the next thing what we would want to do probably is, let's say we're going to do the color, and we're going to do the color white, and let's say again, as always, text align center. I'm going to add some padding over here, padding 10 pixels, kind of big, right? Now you can see what's happening because we're not obviously working with the responsible screen, right? You can see that if I obviously, as I'm going smaller, the actual nav bar is kind of messing up, right? Well, we would have to fix that with the responsible screen. And the next thing that I'm gonna add is actually got rid of this text decoration. And text decoration, I'm just gonna say that I want text decoration none. And I think that's gonna be pretty much it. And what I'm gonna do over here, and right now I'm just gonna order border, and I'm gonna say border right, right like this, and I'm gonna say that it should be 2 pixels solid red, right? So that's gonna be my thing. And the next thing as we're gonna be adding is obviously as we're hovering, we're gonna say that the colors should be different, right? So we go with list item, we go with a anchor tag, and then we say hover, and right away we're just gonna add not the class that is active, because the active class we're gonna style a little bit differently. And over here we would write not, and then we would write a class name over here, and this is gonna be active. And over here I'm just gonna say if I'm hovering over the links, they should have a different background, right? So what I'm gonna do over here, I'm just gonna say background, and I'm gonna say color again, and I'm gonna say, let's say something like green, right? And the color of the fonts, I'm just gonna say like a red or something like that. So color is gonna be red. So now we have that settled. So as I go over here, you can see that if I'm going on the top, you can see what's happening. That about and info is actually, they're turning green and red fonts. However, the home stays the same because this is this active class over here that I did. I just kind of skipped a step because in the previous videos we have covered this, that if I have this class over here and I actually include this class in this pseudo class, and I said that that's the only thing that I don't want is active, therefore the rest of the links are fine, but this one is not showing. And what I would want to do right now, I would want to actually style that class. So I would say active, and I would want to say that actually it's going to be a, let's say, completely blue, right? So I'm just going to say something like this, and I'm going to say background color, and I'm just going to say blue, something like this. So now you can see that I have 4 of them like this. And this one stays active blue, and as I'm hovering over this one, actually they stay the same. And you can see that if I'm going up and down, you can see that it's actually the nav bar is fixed. Now the last thing that I want to show you is how we can actually float a home element over here. We would want to float it all the way to the right. So what we would need to write over here, we would write over here style in the first list item. That's the one that we would want to move. And we would say style, and over here we would write in quotation marks, we would say float, and we would say right. And now it's floated all the way right. Now here's the deal though, I probably wouldn't want this this border here all the way on right. You can see this red one that the rest of them have. I probably wouldn't want that, right? So what would I do? Well, here's the deal. We go back to main CSS, and we see that we actually added a border to the list items, right? Border right, 2 pixels solid red. Well, what we would need to do is actually, again, use a pseudo class. In this case, I'm just going to say list item, and I'm going to say that this is going to be a first child, which right now it doesn't look like that, but actually, if we know that the home was actually the first child that we had, right? So, and then we would say that border right should be none. So I write over here border right, and I say none. And you can see how that border right away disappears. So now I have only these three borders, and this is how we can use actually the pseudo classes if we have a case where we actually need to get to some particular element. So let's just make it bigger, and let's check it out what we have. Let's maybe, you know what, let's add some line breaks so it's a little bit longer. I mean, not that it should be long enough, but over here I'm just gonna say a line break, and I'm just gonna copy them so I can scroll down a little bit more. So if I do like this, you can see that I have way bigger, right? And you can see how this nav bar is staying here. This is gonna be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. In this video we're going to create a simple drop down menu. So the first thing what we want to do is we would actually want to create a div as always, and I'm just going to give it a class, and I'm just going to say that the class is going to be drop. Then within the div we're going to place a span element over here like this, and span element is going to say like something like hey. Basically, that's going to be a button that we're going to be using to hover over, right? And within the div, we're also going to create a div, another div, and we're going to say class, and this is going to be the actual content over here like this. And within that content, we're just going to place a paragraph that we would want to be shown, right? So I would say like, hey, what's up, right? So now we have these two things. Well, actually three things, right? We have div and we have span, and we have another div inside here, right? So hey, what's up? And a couple of question marks. So we're pretty much done for HTML. Now we go actually to either to main CSS, or we can do it from here. So what I would want to do is over here, I'm just going to do the quick edit. And first I would want to start styling the div, this whole div container, right? And what I would want to do is actually I would want to set position to be relative. And again, the reasoning would be that because we'll be using the absolute positioning for the div class content over here, and you'll see how it actually makes the content slide up all the way to the drop class over here. So we would need to use the relative, and I would want it to be display inline block. So I'm just going to write over here inline block. And now you can see how my whole div right away became much smaller because it has right now it's spanning as an inline block, not as a block, right? And then what I would want to do right now is I would want to close this out, and I'm just going to go to actual content. And I'm going to say that I'm going to add a couple of rules over here. And the first rule that I would want to do is actually display none, because we want it to be hidden, and only when we're hovering over it's going to be displayed. So we write display none or here like this, and then we just start adding a couple of properties, right? We're going to say position absolute, because since we're using over here relative over here, we want a absolute right underneath, so it goes all the way up to this hey, right? So we would close this one, and then I would say, I don't know, the background color, I could do something like red or something like that. And then the next thing that I would want to do is probably do some padding. So 10 pixels padding. And the last thing I'm just going to do is z-index 1. And let's just close this one out right now. And let's go over here. And we would need to go to main CSS. And we will just going to add that as we're hovering. So we're using the class drop, and then we say hover here like this, and then we say as we're hovering, actually the class content we would want to be displayed block, right? So we go over here and we say display, and we say display block, and let's check it out what we have. Let's just save this, and now you can see what's happening. That you can see that as I'm hovering over, you can see that it says hey, what's up, right? And that's the very simple drop down menu. But in the next videos, we're going to look at some more complicated ones. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. In this video, I'm going to create a drop-down menu with a couple of links. So the first thing, again, we're going to do is we're going to create a div, and we're going to say that the class of the div is going to be, in this case, I'm just going to call it container over here. And then we're going to place whatever we want within this container. But in this video, I'm just going to create a button, and I'm going to say that this class is going to be drop over here like this. And within that, let's say button, I'm just going to say that the name of the button is drop down like this, something like this. And the next thing that I would want to do is actually create a div over here right underneath. And within this div, I'm going to, first of all, I'm going to call it a class is going to be drop down or content over here like this. And within that div, we're just going to place a couple of anchor elements with the hrefs that as dummy links over here. So we just place a hashtag like this, and we just say, I don't know, link 1 over here, and I'm just going to copy this. Like 3 of them, right? So we have link 1, link 2, and link 3. And over here, we're pretty much done with the CSS. We're done with HTML, and let's go actually to CSS and start actually styling. So I'm gonna go to main CSS, and we could have obviously, we can still do it from here, but maybe in this case it's just gonna be easier. So it's easier to see what we're doing completely. So the first thing probably what I would want to do is actually I would want to start styling the button right here, right? Just the appearance of the button. So what was the class is going to be drop. So I guess I will be doing through the brackets. So over here, what I would do is probably I would want a background color. So the first background color I'm going to do is probably something like beige. And the next thing that I would want to do is probably color, I don't know, color of the fonts. So I'm just going to say color, and I'm going to say that color of the font something like blue over here like this. Then we're just going to add some padding. Padding is going to be like 10 pixels. Then we'll probably add a little bit a font size over here. I'm going to go font size, and we're going to say, I don't know, like 14 pixels, something like this. And then we can actually add a border. Maybe a nice border would be fine. Let's say I'm just going to say 2 pixels, solid blue, something like this. And the last thing that I would want to do probably is let's mess around a little bit with the cursor. So let's say that we will have a user cursor property, and I'm going to say that if it's like something, I don't know, cross chair or something like that, just for the fun of it, right? So as we're hovering over, you can see that it's turning different, right? So now we're done with the button, and we can just save this over here, not the file. We can save it over here, and we keep going to actually container, right? And if we remember the last video, the most important thing about container would be 2 things: that we would need to have a position over here, and position should be relative, because these 3 links, this div class is going to be absolute. So we want something to hold this whole absolute. So this would be relative, and the display would be display in line block, right? So I just find display property, and I would say in line block over here like this, right? So we're done with a actual container, and now let's keep going where we would want to do the actual drop down content, right? So over here we have a content. So we just do the quick edit, and this is going to be where we're doing pretty much, well, not most of our work, but a lot of our work. And over here, I'm just going to again start with display, and I'm just going to hide it. And that's going to be, as you can see, it's pretty much, again, those couple of basic things are going to be repeating over and over again. So we're going to do the display none. We're going to do the position absolute, and we're going to do the z index 1 over here like this. And let's say over here, the last thing that we want to do is, let's say, add some background color, and I'm just going to add something, again, red, pretty basic. And we're pretty much done right now for a for the actual content, right? But we would want to do something with these links also, right? Because right now, obviously, nothing is happening. I haven't done anything with hovering, but still, in general, we would need to do with the link. So I'm going to go to main CSS over here like this, and I'm going to say that I would want a content over here, and then I would want to style the links, right? So the way I would want to style the links is I'm going to probably do the color differently, and I would probably do color something like black over here, and I'm just gonna add some padding, again 10 pixels all around, and I would want to get rid of this annoying text decoration. So I would say for the links, I would say text decoration none over here like this, and I would want them to be displayed in block so we can click them on them, not just on the text but on the whole thing, right? And once we're actually done styling the button, let's just add a couple of rules when we're hovering over the button, so that obviously those links would be showing. So the first thing that I would want to do is actually have the container when we're hovering over, so container hover, and I would say that I would want my content class over here like this to be actually shown, right? So I'd want to say display, and I would say display block. So what happens is that right now you can see as I'm hovering over, it's being displayed. Now the next thing that I would want to do is actually, as I'm again hovering over container, I would want this this button that I have over here, I would want it to be different color, right? So I would find what is my class. The class was drop. So I add that if I'm hovering over the drop down menu over here, then I'm gonna have my class, my button to be, let's say, background, and I would want to say background color to be like white, right? So now I have my background color white. So let's hover over and you can see that it turns white. And the next thing that I would want to add is that when I'm actually hovering over those links, they actually appear differently, right? So I would say over here content, because that's going to be my div that's holding my links over here. And I would say content, and I would say that as I'm hovering over the content, so a hover over here, and I'm just going to say that background color should be, let's say, white, right? Again, we're just going to do the background color, and we're going to do white. So, or let's say azure. So I'll save this. What happens, you can see that as I'm hovering over the links, now they're turning white. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. In this video, we're going to look at something really cool, and that is how to make a drop-down image, right? So we are going to create an image, and there's going to be a drop-down from that. So first, again, we would have to create a div over here, and I'm just going to give it a class again, a container, like this, container, yeah, right. And then within that div, the first thing what we're going to do is we're just going to place an image. And I was debating between a Kevin Hart and a Walmart lady, and eventually, obviously, I settled for a Walmart lady, because over here I'm just going to pick Walmart, and I'm going to say the width of that picture should be like 50 pixels. So I'm going to close it here, and now you can see our picture. And within that div, obviously, we would have to create a class, a div with a class of content. That's going to be the actual stuff that's going to be showing. And over here, within that content, we're going to place two things. And the first thing, what I'm going to place over here is going to be another image. That's going to be the larger image. So I'm going to say source. And again, I'm just going to say a images, and over here is going to be a Walmart, but this time the width I'm going to make it like 300, right? And over here underneath the picture, I'm also going to make another div, and I'm just going to say that the class is going to be a text over here like this, and within that text I'm going to say nice pants, something like this. So now we're done pretty much with HTML. Now we just need to make sure that as we're hovering, only then it's showing, right? So again, the first thing we would need to do is we're going to go to quick edit, and the most basic thing is we say that we want it to be display, and display should be inline block over here. And the next thing what we're going to do is we're actually going to say a position, and the position is going to be relative over here. Those are the two things that we keep doing with the drop down menus, so you should be already familiar with them. And the next thing we're actually going to the content and we're styling the content. And with the content, again, we're going to say that the position is going to be a absolute over here. And I'm going to say that the Z index is going to be 1. And the next thing that I would want to say is obviously display is actually going to be none for now, right? We're going to only display it as we're hovering. And that's going to be pretty much it for the content. So we're going to save it over here. And let's just jump to main CSS. And let's say that as we are hovering over container, over here, we'll say hover, the content class, right? We would want it to be display block, right? So we go over here and we say display block. And now we go back and now you can see what happens, right? Only when we're hovering, it's pretty much showing this picture. And if we wanted to, we can go to the class text over here and maybe do some styling over here. So I'm going to do a quick edit and I can just say text align center, I don't know, background color, something, I don't know, like red, again, as always, typical for me. So let's just save it. And you can see the nice pants and all that stuff, right? So now you can see how you can make some cool drop-down images if you want to add to your web page just by doing like a simple drop-down image. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. In this video, we're going to create a horizontal navbar with the drop-down menu. And the first thing we obviously would need is some HTML. So I'm just going to create an unordered list. That's how we were creating a horizontal navbar. And then within that unordered list, I'm just going to create a couple of list items. However, within the list items, I also need to include a anchor tag. So I'm just going to say href, but I'm just going to use a dummy link over here. So within here, I'm just going to write that this is going to be, let's say, home. And I'm just going to copy this a couple of times over here. And over here, I'm just going to write about. And here I'm just going to say that this is going to be, I don't know, services over here, and here it's going to be info, right? And now I would need to pick which one of these I would want to be as a drop-down menu. So the first thing, let's say I'm just going to do the services. So I'm just going to make more space so we can see what's happening. And over here, we need to place everything within this list item, right? So the first thing that I would need to do is actually create this as a container. So I'm going to call this container over here. And over here, I'm just going to add to the anchor tag. I'm just going to add a class of button over here like this. And within this button, I'm just going to create a div. And I'm going to say that this is going to be div over here. And this div is going to include a couple of links, and it's going to have a class of content, right? So I'm just going to write over here. I'm going to say that this is class and this is content over here, content. And you can see that I'm struggling with my T. So this is going to be content, and within that div, we're just going to place a couple of anchor tags over here. So I'm just going to say that I have anchor tag, and again, it's going to be href, and it's going to be a dummy link. And over here, we're going to say that this is going to be link 1 over here like this. And I'm just going to copy it a couple more times. And over here, it's link 2, link 3, and let's make like one more link. So I'm just going to copy this and link 4, right? So now we have services and we have 4 links. And we're pretty much done with HTML. Now we just need to jump to CSS and actually start styling. As we go to CSS, the first thing obviously we're doing is we're actually styling an unordered list, right? And if we remember, the first things what we were doing were actually, let's say I'm just going to do that again, list style type. And I'm going to say that this is going to be none. Then the next thing I would want a margin, and I would say that margin would be 0. Then a padding would be 0. And overflow, let's say we'll do hidden because we know that we're going to be floating these elements. So I'm going to write overflow, and I'm going to write right away hidden. And let's say the background color, I'm going to do black, right? And we're pretty much done with a unordered list. So you can see that I have something like this. Now going down the line, the list item here, we would need to have a we would need probably have some type of floating, right? Because we want to float it to the left, we want it to be in line, so we say float left. And again, right now it's just harder to see because of my screen, but if we pull it out here, you can see that right now I have these three, and you can see that this one has links, right? So this is going to be our drop down menu, and just for kicks of it, I'm just going to add a border, and I'm going to say that the border is going to be 2 pixels solid red, just in case if we want it, right? So going down the list, we would need a list item, but we would also need to include a button that we created over here. I mean this class over here. So we're going to include this class, this button class. So I go over here and I write that I would want a button class included, and I would say that I would want them to be display, and they should be display inline block. And the next thing that I would want them to be is, let's say, color, and I'm just going to say green, something like this. And the next thing what we would need to do is probably text align, center, and another thing we can add some padding, I don't know, 10 pixels, something like this. I mean, it's kind of big, but it works for us. And let's say also we should get rid of this text decoration, right? Text decoration over here, and we're going to say none. So now we're technically done styling actually our nav bar. Let's check it out what we have. And obviously what we would need to do right now is somehow get rid of these links, right? But we already know how we would do that. So let's go ahead and let's actually style this services link, right? The one that we would want it to be a drop down. And we know that the class name is container. So I would say that the container would need to be display, and I would say that display would be inline block. So I go over here and I say inline block. And the next thing what we want to do is actually we know that the class is content. So we say that the class is content, and then we say that we would want display to be none over here, none, like this. And the next thing what we want to do is position is going to be absolute over here like this. It's going to be absolute. And let's say another thing that we want to do is I obviously add a z index, like said this, like 1. And background color, let's say, let's add some, I don't know, background color should be, I don't know, blue, something like this. So we're gonna add background color, and we're gonna say like this, so it's gonna be blue. And let's move on, and let's actually style the actual links that are within content, right? So we go down the list and we say that I want to style these links, and I say content, and then I say the link that's the inside a content. And what I would want to do is probably have a color first, and I would say the color would be something like, I don't know, blue violet or something like this. And I also wouldn't want the text decoration. I would say the text decoration should be none over here like this, and I'm just gonna write none. And the next thing what I would want to do is I would want them to be display block, so they're not, you see they were in line. So I'm just right now I'm gonna doing display block, and that's gonna be pretty much it. So now let's check it out what we can do as we're hovering, right? So the next thing probably we could do is actually say, as I'm hovering over container over here like this, I would want a class of content. So I would need to add hover, and I would need to add a class content over here like this. I would want them to be display block, right? So let's check it out what we have. Display block. Now as we go and actually check it out, you can see that how it is that actually as I'm hovering over this link, you can see that I have a drop down menu. And obviously we could have added a hovering over these links, it's changing the colors and all that, but we already know how to all do that, so I'll let you do that. And we can actually float this home, let's say all the way to the right or something. But the simple, just a addition of how we can actually create a simple nav bar horizontal, and I just add some links over here. so we can use that as a drop down menu. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. In this video we're going to look at how we can just style a simple HTML form. So obviously the first thing we would need to do is actually we would need to create a form over here, and again the action and method I'm just going to leave it blank. So action over here I'm just going to say that this is going to be blank, and method also I'm just going to leave it blank over here. So next thing what we want to do is actually create a couple of input fields. However, I'm just obviously need to first create a label, and the label is going to be, let's say, for the name, that's going to be my ID, and over here I'm going to write name. And the next thing what I would want to do is obviously create a input type over here, and I would say that this is going to be type is going to be text, and the ID is going to be obviously name, because this is what I have the attribute for here. So I would say that this is going to be name, and the next thing I would want to do is actually say what is the name, and the name, let's say I'm just going to call it the first name over here like this. And the next thing what I would want to do is actually place a placeholder. So I go placeholder like this. And you can see that again I had too much coffee, so I cannot find whatever I need. And here I would say name, right? And I would do something like this. And the next thing that I would need to do is obviously close it out. And now you can see that I have a name, and I have right here this little text input field, right? And obviously I'm just gonna copy this right now, and we'll do the same thing with the last name. So over here I'm just gonna say that for a last name, and ID obviously needs to be the same. So I go last name, and here I say last name same way, and name obviously I'm just gonna call it a last name. Over here I'm gonna say last name over here like this. And the next thing what I would want to do is just create a simple input button. So I'm just going to say input, and I'm just going to say that the type is going to be submit like this, and the value is going to be, I don't know, submit please, submit please like this. And we're just going to close it out, and you can see that now I have a button, right? Pretty typical form. And remember, when we were doing HTML4s, we were doing line breaks and everything. Well, now we're going to learn with CSS how we can actually do that without doing the line breaks and everything. So let's jump to main CSS, and the first thing that I would want to do is actually create a div. So I have everything in a container. So I'm just going to say div over here, and I'm going to say that I would want that div to have, I don't know, like I don't think I'm going to create a class because there's not going to be many of them, but I'm just going to paste it over here like this. And the first thing we would need to do actually in CSS, we would actually start a div over here, and we would say that the div should have, let's say, a background over here, and I'm going to say a background color, and I'm going to say like beige or something like that, right? Well, not beige, actually gray. And then I'm just going to add some padding over here, 10 pixels padding. And moving along, I want to show you something called input, but I want to show you a attribute selector. So over here, if I create these square brackets like this, and if I go to index over here, and if I find, let's say, where is my attribute, you can see my attribute over here is type text, right? So if I go back here, and if I type text, I'm selecting the actual attribute. So what I would need to do over here, I create a curly brackets, and then I can start styling. And the most popular styling is basically we're putting a width, and we're saying the width should be 100%. And let's say what other things we can include. Let's say we could change a background color like this, and we could say that background color should be something like, I don't know, dark red, something like this. I mean, that's not the popular one, but I'm just saying that we're just pretty much right now going pretty much off the cuff, right? And another thing that we could do is actually input, and over here we would write type, and type would be submit. So I write over here type submit, and we would pretty much do the same thing where we actually have a width, and I could say width and to be like 100%. So now I can see that I have my submit button. Maybe let's create a little margin. So I'm just going to say that the margin over here would be margin top. So I have margin top, let's say to be like 5 pixels, something like this. So now I can see how it moved a little bit down, so they're not all that clogged up. And obviously we could change a background color, and we could change actually while we're hovering, right? So we have a background color, and that should be something like green, I guess, green over here. And what I would want to do is actually when we're hovering over, so if I'm just going to say input, and then I'm going to say type, and here it's going to be submit, and over here it's going to be hover like this. Then what we can do is we can actually change opacity, and I'm going to say that opacity should be something like 0.5, something like this. So let's go check it out, and you can see as I'm hovering over, I have the opacity. Now this was a very simple way. However, it kind of shows the basic idea of styling the HTML forms. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. Starting from this video, we're gonna actually look at CSS3 features, and CSS3 is actually the latest version of CSS. And the first thing we're gonna look at is rounded corners. So over here you can see that I have a div, and I'm just gonna go to my main CSS, and I'm gonna start styling it. So the first thing what I would want to do is, let's say I'm just going to say that it's going to have a width, and it's going to have like a width of like, let's say 100 pixels. And then I'm just going to say that it has a height, and the height is also 100 pixels. And the background color is going to be, let's say, gray, something like this. So it has a gray background color. And now the rounded corners, right? In CSS3, we could actually write here border radius like this, and actually then we need to specifically say how many pixels. So let's say for this case I'm just going to use 25, and you can see how nicely my actually corners became round, right? And obviously if I would set this to like 100%, you can see that if I can do it with the buttons, or I can do it with any type of element if I would want, right? So that's how I can make them appear much more nicer. And also I have an option, just like with the rest of the borders and paddings and margins, I have an option where I can actually write 4 values. So let's say over here, if I would write 25 pixels, here I would write 0. Next I would write like 30 pixels over here. And last I would write, again, I don't know, like 15, right? So you can see how I can actually be messing with those borders. So this one, let's say, would be 25. This one is 0, then we have 30, and then we have 15, right? So you can see that if I would want to make this 0 over here like this, then these two are 0. So you get an idea. You have these 4 values that you can play around with and actually get a result that you would want. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. In this video, we're going to look at a feature background size. So let's say that I have right now a div over here, and obviously it has nothing in it, but let's say that I would want to start styling it, right? So I go over here to main CSS, And let's say that I would want to write a div, and I would say that div should be, I don't know, the width of the div should be 100% over here like this, and the height also should be like, I don't know, like 100 pixels, right? But let's say that I have a background image that I would want to add. But before we do that, let's actually add a border again, so we can see what we are talking about. Solid black over here like this. This is our border. And now I would want to add a background image, so I would say background image, so background over here, and then we would need to say specifically URL. And I actually downloaded a CSS image over here already, so you can see. But here's the problem though, right? You can see that it's a massive image, but I actually would want to fit it in my box. However, I don't want to use the contain or cover options that I have. I actually would just want to resize this image. So over here I have an option where I can write a background size. So we write background, and here we have size. And actually over here I can write a background size where actually I can say that I would want a 80 pixels, let's say, and I would want by 80 pixels, something like this, right? Pretty basic. However, you can still see that the image is repeating. So what I would need to do is actually over here I would write background repeat, and we would want no repeat, right? So now you can see that my image is sitting here. And the last thing that I would need to do is actually say the background position over here, and I would need to say that this should be somewhere in the center. So now I can see how easy it is by actually using these values. And obviously if I want to change it, I could say like 100 over here and 100 over here. So now I can see how it's very useful to have this background size where we're actually using the pixels. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. In this video, we're going to look at a box and text shadow properties. So over here you can see that I have a box and I have a paragraph within the box, right? So the first thing I would need to do is actually style the box, and I'm just going to say the new rule. And the new rule would be that I would say the width probably is going to be again 200 pixels, and the height is also going to be 200 pixels, right? Something like this. So we have 200 and 200. Now next thing what we want to do actually is to add a background color, right? So we write over here background color, and I would say something like this, right? So that's my background color. And now the next thing what I would want to do is actually add a box shadow over here. So you can see box shadow, and we can add two properties. The first one is going to be horizontal shadow. So I'm just going to say it's going to be 5 pixels, and vertical is also going to be 5 pixels. And now you can see that there's my shadow. And for now, I'm just going to leave it like this. However, we can also add a blur effect. And if we write here, that's going to be the third value over here. So if I write blur effect, you can see how it became blurry. And the fourth value, we can actually add a color. So let's say I would say yellow, and you can see what happens here, that I have a box shadow that has 5 pixels horizontally, vertically, and then 10 pixels. There's a blur, and then obviously there's a color yellow. And obviously you can choose whatever option you would want. This is just a basic example. Now we also have a text shadow. So let's say over here, if we would go to paragraph, and if I would say that I would want add a text shadow, it would be the same thing. So I have text shadow over here, and I just write text shadow. And over here, it's the same thing. Again, we would write, in this case, again, I'm just going to write 5 pixels, 5 pixels, let's say 10 pixels. That's going to be my blur. And again, you can see what's happening, that my text is getting a shadow. But let's say I'm going to say red. And now you can see that there's a red blurry shadow here. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. In this video, we're going to talk about two-dimensional transformations in CSS. So you can see that I have a div over here. So the first thing I would need to do is add a new rule, and the new rule is going to be that I'm going to have a width let's say, and I'm gonna have a height, right? So width is gonna be 100 pixels. The height is also gonna be 100 pixels over here like this. And let's say we're gonna add some background color, and we're gonna say that the background color is gonna be, I don't know, something like coral, something like this. So the next thing what we can do is actually add a transform property, and we can start by looking at the values. So the first value that I would want to look at is actually translate, and that actually moves the box, right? So if I write over here 50 pixels, and then over here I write 50 pixels, so you can see as my box is moving. And obviously you can play around with those values however you would want, right? However, let's have a look at another value, and that's going to be rotate. And rotate we're going to write in degrees. So here if I write 20 degrees, you can see how my box is actually rotating. And I obviously could have written the negative value, let's say something like this. So now you can see that it's rotating the other direction. However, with the box, it's obviously, if we write positive or negative, it comes out pretty much the same way, right? So the next thing that I would want to look at is actually scale, where we're actually scaling the value, let's say, of our box. So if I'm going to write 0.5 and 0.5, obviously it's going to be scaling exactly the same way, just to 0.5, right? Or if we could write here like 3, and over here we're going to have 4, 5, 4. So basically we're scaling according to our horizontal and vertical values. Now another interesting is actually skew, where we are writing skew, and we have skew X, where we have, again, we could write like 20 degrees, or we could have a skew Y, or here, let's say there's something like this. So when we're styling the vertically. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. In this video, we're going to look at how we can create a gradients in CSS. So you can see that I have a simple div here. I haven't done any kind of properties on it. So what I would need to do over here, I would just click quick edit and add a new rule. And the rules that I'm going to be adding is obviously the width. That's going to be my first. So I'm just going to say that it's 300 pixels. And the height is also going to be 300 pixels. And not 3,300. And over here, what we want to do, actually add a border also. So border 2 pixels, solid black, something like this, right? And how we add the gradient. So we would write over here background like this, and we would say a linear, and then we would have gradient like this, and then we have to specifically say what type of colors we would want. So I'm going to go with green and with blue. So you can see what happens here on the top. I have a green, and over here in the bottom I have a blue. And obviously if I would want to change it a direction, so I could write over here to, let's say, right in this case, and just put a colon. And now you can see what happens, that I have green is starting here from the left and goes all the way to the blue. And obviously I could change it around here, and I could just say to left, and it would be the other way around, where it's starting from left and going to the right. Now we can also use multiple colors. So let's say over here, if I would just delete this, and maybe we're just going to make it a little bit bigger, the screen, so I could see more. And over here, let's say I would add yellow, and now we have 3 colors. And also we can add, let's say over here to right, like this, and just keep adding colors, right? So we have to the right, we have yellow, green, blue, and I can just go to town by saying that I want red. Then I would want, I don't know, violet, something like that. And I mean, you can really go as long as your fantasy is running. You can also add different shapes. So let's say over here, instead of linear, I would write a radial like this. And over here, obviously I would need to delete this to right. So I'm just going to get rid of this, and I'm just going to leave these colors. So now you can see that I have totally different outlook, right? I'm just going to delete a couple of colors so we can see it better. But you can see how the radial gradient actually would look. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. In this video, we're going to look at three-dimensional transformations, and it's going to be a pretty short video, but it's going to be pretty exciting. So we go over here to main CSS, and property we would need to write is obviously going to be transform, like this, and over here we would say rotate, and then we have rotate X, Y, and Z, right? So if we have Y, let's say we add like 20 degrees over here like this, so you can see that it starts rotating around the Y axis. And obviously if we would write over here Y, then it would be translating around Y axis. So let's say that I'm just gonna add like, I don't know, like 17 degrees. You can see how it is spinning right now. And the last thing that I'd want to show you is how we can spin it around Z axis over here. And let's say we're going to add some, I don't know, 120 degrees. So now you can see how it is spinning around the Z axis. And this is very simple. However, it gives you kind of a good idea of how you can use them for your website project. This is going to be it for this video, guys. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. In this video, we're going to talk about transitions in CSS. So over here, you can see that I have a simple div that has a paragraph in it, and basically I only think I have a width and a height and a background color. So if I go over here to main CSS, I would need to add a transition. So the first thing that I would need to obviously do is actually add a transition property. So the next thing, obviously, I would have to come up with some kind of value, right? So my value in this case is going to be width. And the next thing that I would need to add a transition timing, right? Transition, how long it would take. So I would write over here transition, and I would say transition duration. And I would say that it's going to be like 3 seconds over here. Now I can see that nothing is happening because I need to go over here and actually create an event that actually going to trigger this. So in this case, I'm just going to write a div hover. So whenever I'm going to be hovering it over the div, it's actually the transition is going to take the place. And another thing that needs to happen, actually the width that we specifically said during the transition, we actually need to specifically say what should be the transition. So in this case, I'm just going to write 300 pixels. So you can see what's happening. And as we go over here, you can see how the width is changing. And when I actually leave the box, you can see that it goes back to the original, right? So again, if we open up a main CSS, and if we just have a look what we can do, and let's just go to main CSS because then I have both of them. So let's say that I would change my mind and I could say that, you know what, I would want to hide. But I want to show you there's actually a shorter way how to write this. So let's say over here we have width, so we can write 3 seconds. So it would be the same thing that we wrote before. It just saves us this one line of typing. And over here I'm just going to write that I would want to change height, and this wouldn't take 4 seconds. But again, I would need to go over here to div hover and write over here height, and let's say I'm just going to write 400 pixels. And let's go over here, and now you can see what happens. That you can see that my height and my width both are changing. Now I can also do a couple of things that I can, let's say, use another property, and the property is going to be transition timing function. And let's say you can see that it says over here ease in or ease out, or let's use ease out. And again, if we go over here, you can see what's happening. That you can see that it's kind of slowing down as it's actually finishing, right? Now another property that I would want to show you is actually transition delay. And again, it's pretty self-explanatory. It's pretty much gonna delay a little bit transition. So let's say 1 second. And again, if we go over here, you can see what happens. And that basically it's delaying our transition. Now another thing that I would want to show you is, if you remember the last video when we actually said about transformations, that actually we can actually combine both of them. So what I can do over here, I can say transform over here, and I could say transformation should take like 2 seconds, right? The same as the height and the width, they each have separate values. And over here I would write transform, and I would need to decide what type of transformation I would want, right? So let's say in this case, I'm just going to decide that I would want like some type of rotating transformation. So I'm just going to say that, I don't know, it's going to rotate like 30 degrees, right? So we just close it out here and we check it out and see what happens. You can see how it's rotating, and obviously it's going to be going back. As I don't hover over it anymore, it should go back, and now you can see how it's going back. So it's pretty simple, but it can create some nice stuff on your website. Thank you very much for watching, guys. I'll see you in what is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. And in this video, we're going to talk about animations in CSS. So you can see again over here, I have this one lonely div that I keep using all the time. And if we go to main CSS, we can see again that we have a width and a height, and the background color is coral, right? So how we use animations. So the first thing what we would need to do is we would write over here a keyword, and it would be keyframes over here like this. And over here, then we would create a curly brackets, and we would need to actually say what animations we would want, right? However, also before the curly brackets, we would have to write a name to our keyframe over here. And I mean, it could be anything that you want, right? But I mean, it's again, it should just make sense, I guess, and especially if you're using like tons of them, right? So over here, the first thing I would want, I would write from, and over here I would say, let's say background color, right? I would have a background color, and I would say this coral over here. And another thing that I would write is actually after I write from, I would say to, right? So from one background color to another one. So I write over here background color, and I'm gonna say, let's say black, something like this, right? So now I have the keyframes, but now I would have to go back to div, and I would have to say animation. And first I would have to say animation name. So in this case, I'm just gonna say hello. The second thing, I would probably want to say animation duration, how long it would last. So I'm gonna go over here, and I'm gonna say like, let's say 4 seconds, right? So let's just check it out. So now you can see how it is happening, right? So every time we refresh the page, it goes from coral and goes all the way through back. Now there's a couple of other things that we can do. First of all, with the keyframes, we can, let's say that it starts at 0%, then at 20%, let's say it is black, and then we're just gonna copy this, like, I don't know, 2 more times, and at 40%, and at, let's say 100%, right? Over here, if we write 100%, then we want I don't know, yellow, right? Over here, and over here I would write, I don't know, red. So now I can see all my options, right? So obviously, again, you can see what's happening over here, that animation is taking 4 seconds. And it's basically, you can see how it's changing. Every time I refresh it, you can see what's happening. And interesting, 2 more things that we could maybe add. Let's say first we're gonna add a animation delay over here. So we're just gonna find where's delay. And we're gonna say that, let's say 3 seconds. And one more thing that is interesting, we can add a animation iteration. So over here, if I say animation over here, and I say where is iteration count, then I could say either infinite, or I could just say, let's say 4, right? So now what happens is, refresh the page. First of all, it's gonna wait for 3 seconds, and then it's actually, you can see how the animation is working. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. In this video, we're going to talk about what we can do with images, and we're just going to cover it a little bit more because obviously we already know a lot of stuff that we can do with images, but we're just going to look at some extra stuff. So the first thing obviously we would need to do, we would need to add a image, right? So I'm just going to go for source in this case, and I'm just going to say images, and I'm going to put Kevin Hart, but right away I'm just going to make the width like 200, something like this. So now you can see this is my Kevin Hart over here. So I would obviously set the rule over here. So I'll use the quick edit, and I would set the new rule. And the first thing what we can do is actually change the border radius. So we can pretty much make them round if we want. So I would have to write border radius right over here. And let's say we're going to start with 25 pixels. And we can see it like this. And if we say, let's say use percentage, so if we put 50%, you can see that I can do it completely round. And while it's round, let's say I could do another thing. I could make it like a thumbnail. So if I add a padding over here, let's say I would add like, I don't know, like 10 pixels over here all around, and then change the background color. So I would say something like this, and let's say something dark cyanide. You can see that I can make a cool little thumbnail, right? And the last thing that I would want to show you is actually how we can use a filter property, and we can actually make them black and white. So if I write over here filter, and first I would have to have here a semicolon, and over here, and if I would write a grayscale like this, and then depending on the percentages, you can see if I'm doing 100%, then it's going to be completely black and white, right? If we zoom in and over here. But if we leave it, let's say at 50, then obviously it's not going to be as black and white. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to CSS tutorial. In this video, we're going to look at what we can do with the buttons. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a button, just a single button. And this is going to be a boring HTML button, right? But let's just copy it like, I don't know, 4 times over here. And over here, I'm going to write CSS. And over here, I'm also going to write CSS, and we'll see what we can do with a CSS buttons, what we couldn't do with a basic HTML buttons. So over here, I'm obviously going to create a ID or a class or something like that. So I'm just going to say over here, I'm going to say class, and it's going to be 1. And over here, I'm going to add a class 2, and here it's going to be class 3. Pretty straightforward over here. And now the first thing what we're going to do is obviously we're going to go and start styling, right? And this is left over from our previous video, so don't mind that. And over here we would have a class 1, and over here I would obviously the first thing that we can do is actually change the background color for our buttons, right? So I'm going to start over here with a something like this, and I'm going to create a class number 2 and have the same thing, like some type of background color. So over here we create a background color. Also, I'm just going to copy this, and over here we're going to set it, and let's say we're going to have it like yellow or something, right? Yellow. And the last thing what we're going to do is actually we're going to just copy this and start a new one and paste it over here, and this is going to be 3. And over here we're going to say that background color is going to be red, right? Now another thing that obviously now that we know CSS, we can actually start changing the size of the buttons, right? And we can actually do that by actually changing the size of the text, right? So over here, if I would say that I would want my font size over here like this, and I would want my font size to be like 20 pixels, you can see how this button right away got bigger. And obviously if I would go over here and just copy this and paste it over here and say that this would be a 24 pixels. And the last one, I'm just going to copy this again and paste it. This one would be like 28. So now you can see what we can do with this. And for some reason, it didn't do anything. So let's see where's the mistake. Oh, the mistake is over here. So now you can see how I have different sizes of the buttons. So that's one of the things that we can do with CSS. Now let's keep going, and let's actually add a padding over here. So we can say that padding should be, let's say, around 10 pixels, right? Something like this. And obviously we can change the padding also. So I'll take this, and I'm just going to copy this, start a new line, paste it over here, set it this one to 12, something like this. Probably we should make it a bigger screen now because now they don't fit. And the last thing over here, I'm just going to set it to paste it, and I'm going to set it that this is going to be like, I don't know, like 14, right? So now we can see what we can do with this. that we have a different sizes and different paddings of the buttons. Now, next thing what we can do is actually we can round corners. So we have border radius over here, a radius, and we could say that let's start with 5 pixels over here. We can do something like this. Again, we're just going to copy this, and we're going to set multiple styles. Copy, start a new line, paste it over here, and now we have 3 of them, right? So in here we're going to do like 20 pixels, so a little bit wild. And the next thing we're going to do completely round, and what we're going to do, we're just going to set it 50%. So now you can see that we can actually technically make the borders completely round. Now let's give our borders colors, right? Because that's another thing that we learned. And over here I would say border, and I would say that it would be 2 pixels, solid, I don't know, black, something like this, right? So we can set it like this. And again, I'm not going to be changing this one much around because we already know what to do. So now that we're done with the borders, let's actually create a hover options when we are hovering over buttons. So over here, I'm just going to say that button, and when we're hovering over the button, we would want a probably background to be white over here. So background color over here is white, and this should be probably stay like that white. And what we also can do right away, we can actually add a transition duration. Remember transitions? So let's say over here, I would do a transition, and I would say the transition should take, I don't know, 1 second, right? So only when I'm hovering, it's not right away going to turn white. It's actually going to take a little bit, right? So you can see that it waits a little bit, like 1 second, and only then it's actually turning white, right? That's another thing that we learn actually with the CSS. Now, another thing that what we can do to all the buttons, we can actually add a box shadow, right? That was another thing. So we go over here and we say box shadow, and we say 5 pixels, 5 pixels, 5 pixels blur, I guess 2, and we're gonna say, I don't know, green. And again, I'm just gonna copy that to all of them. So if we go over here, and if we're gonna copy that, like here, like this, copy, and paste over here, and paste over here. So we can add actually a box over here. Now, another thing that we can do is actually we can add opacity, obviously, but right now, as we're going to be hovering, it's going to be turning, let's say, white. So let's maybe change this around. Let's maybe change this around to blue or something like that. So when we're hovering, it's going to be blue. And let's add a opacity over here, opacity. And let's say, well, it's going to be 0.6, something like that. So you can see that it's going to be lighter right now because it's not going to be as dark. Well, actually, I messed it up here. You can see right now it's going to be not as dark. You can see how it's actually opacity is working. And another thing is what we could do is actually we could have a cursor not allowed, right? So, but actually, I'm going to do this on this button over here, because it's just, let's say that we were going to tell our user not to touch this button. So we have the boring button, and I'm just going to give it ID, and I'm going to say boring over here. And now that we have a boring, let's say quick edit. And what we're going to do is we're actually going to add a cursor, and we're going to say not allowed. So we're here and see what happens, right? You can see what's happening, that it's actually saying that the cursor is not allowed, which is pretty cool. Now, another thing that we actually can do right now is actually add a width to the buttons, right? So what I'm going to do over here, I'm going to go back to the main CSS and go to and I'm going to select the whole buttons, actually. I'm just going to do all the buttons in this case. I'm just going to create more space a little bit. And I'm going to say that if, let's say I'm saying button, then I would want a width, right? And what I could do over here, I could do the width, and I could do, let's say, like 30 pixels. So now they're smaller. If I would want, I could have like 100 pixels. They obviously, you can see how they're getting bigger. And if I'm adding like 200 pixels, now I can see how big they are. So that's another thing that we can do, and I'm just going to leave it at like 50 Well, no, that's a little bit too small. 100 pixels over here like this. And now let's look at another thing that we can do. We can obviously right now we can group them together. So if I'm sitting right now right here, you can see that they're all like what? They're sitting in a line, right? But let's say that if I'd want them to be actually displayed vertically, I could say display, and I could say display, and we would display block, right? So now you can see right away how they're all sitting in a block. But if we wanted to obviously float them, let's say to the left, we can also do that. So we have a float option for all the buttons, and we can say left, something like this. But obviously right now they're taking too much time, too much space on the screen. So now we have to move the screen in order to see that. This is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. What is going on, guys, and welcome to HTML and CSS projects videos. In this video, we're just going to create a simple website that has a header, a container over here with 2 divs, and over here a footer also. So let's fire up the text editors and let's get to work. So the first thing we would obviously need to do, we would need to create a index HTML file and a style CSS that would style our website. And you can see that I have done this in a div website folder, but I mean, you can do it whatever you would want. And obviously the first thing we would need to do, we would need to create a HTML skeleton. Now, also one more thing, that since I'm working in brackets, you can see that I'm using the live preview over here. So whatever we're going to be doing, we're going to be seeing right away live. So the way I'm going to add the HTML skeleton, I'm going to actually use the brackets extensions, but if you don't know how to work with them, I actually have a playlist, and you can go and check it out, whether it's the HTML skeleton extension or brackets extensions in general. I try to cover as throughout as I can. So over here, we just click over here to HTML skeleton, and we can see what type of skeleton we can add. So I'm just going to add a basic skeleton over here, and you can see that I have HTML language, and I'm just going to set it to English. But I'm just going to get rid of over here with this viewport for now, because I don't really care whether it's responsive or not. And we're just going to start with my title. So I'm just going to say my first website over here. So now we have the title of website. So let's jump to body and let's start creating the website that I showed you in the beginning of the video. So the first thing that I would want to do is I would want to actually create a div, which would have a class, and the class would be, I'm going to give it a name value of header. And within that header, what I'm going to do is I'm going to place a heading tag, let's say h1, and it's going to say my first site over here. Okay, so let's just keep going, and let's create a actual container that would would contain our 2 divs. So I'm going to give it a class container, and within this container I'm going to create another div over here, and I'm going to say that this div has a class of, let's say, left side, and over here I'm going to close it out. But before I do that, before I jump to the right side div, I'm just going to place a unordered list, which is actually going to be my menu over here. And I'm going to create some list items. However, before I create list items, I'm going to create them as links. So I'm just going to create a href, but I'm going to set the href attribute to hashtag over here. So they're not really going anywhere, but they're still clickable. And I'm just going to say that the first time is going to be, my first link is going to be home. And then I'm just going to make, I don't know, 4 of them over here. And then I'm going to write about. Yeah, and you can see that my typing is, as always, pretty horrendous. And here I'm going to write info. And here I'm going to say contact. So now I have my links within the first div. And let's just keep going. Now I'm in a left container div. So I'm just going to jump out, and I'm going to create a right side. So I'm just going to create, again, div, and I'm going to create class, and the class is going to be equal to right right sidebar. Okay, right side over here like this. So I'm gonna close it out, and within that right sidebar, I'm just gonna place a H2 heading over here, and I'm gonna say that welcome to my first website over here, and I'm gonna create another paragraph right underneath, which is gonna say this is the most amazing website, let's say, ever, right? So I created these two, and I think I'm pretty sure that I'm done with my right side. So the only thing left is I would need to jump out of my container, because I don't want to work anymore in this container. I'm done over here. You can see where it starts and where it ends, and I'm just going to create a div that is going to have a class, and the class is going to be footer. And over here within that footer, we're going to place a paragraph, which is going to have just a simple copyright. So I'm going to write over here copyright, and if we want to add a specific HTML special character, like would be copyright, we can either remember how it's written, or there's another extension actually in brackets that we could use, and that would be the special HTML characters. All you need to do is, since I have installed this extension, I just go over here on edit and press a special HTML character, and here it is. Here's the copyright. So, and you can see that there's a bunch of them, so you don't really need to worry about whether you, sometimes if you need it and you don't know what is the actual name, you can see that this over here, there's the name here, the insert, what you would need to write. So I'm just going to click copyright over here, and I'm going to write codingaddict.com, which is a website that obviously doesn't exist, well, as of yet. So now we're done with HTML, and let's just check it out. You can see that with live preview, I can just make the page bigger, and you can see that, well, it's nothing special. However, we have done the part where we're creating the HTML or the bones for our website, right? So now what we would need to do is we would actually need to style it, but before we style it, we would have to link it to our style CSS. The way we do that, we would create a link, and I would say relationship, and the relationship would be equal to, well, not alternate, actually it would be to style sheet over here, and over here I would write a href over here, and href would be style CSS. And now we have created a link, so now whatever I'm going to be doing in style CSS, we're going to be able to see it over here in our live preview. Now here's the thing though, I'm gonna just do the first thing, but what I'm gonna do is the main body, and then I'm gonna show you how we can work actually in the brackets with the quick edit, so we don't actually need to leave the HTML file, we can stay there. But the first body, I'm just gonna say, I'm gonna style it, and what I'm gonna say is that I'm gonna create a margin, and margin is gonna be 0, so there's no default margins, so everything what we do actually, we don't need to worry about the preset margins. And I'm going to say that font size is going to be, let's say by default is going to be 14 pixels. And over here, font family, I'm going to say that font family is, let's say, monospace, right? Well, let's try monospace, because that's going to be different for what I showed you before in the beginning of the video, just for sake of it. So now we have created with the body. So let's just jump back to index.html. And here's the deal. Now I don't need to go back to the style sheet and remember that, well, this is the header, or that is the container, or left side. All I would have to do is press Command E, and you can see that I have a new rule, and you can see right away creates a class for me, and it's actually, you can see over here that it says that it's style CSS. So that's where it's creating my rule right now, and you can see the line where it's creating, so it's line 6. Now we can also do it by just right clicking, and you can see over here quick edit, right? So all we have to do is do the same thing, and it's the same result. So the first thing we would need to do is we would actually need to create, let's say I want a background color, and I'm gonna set it equal to aqua over here. And the next rule of what I would do is actually I would create a padding, and I'm just gonna create a padding all around, and I'm gonna say that it's 10 pixels over here. Now, I think we're pretty ready to go to container, but let's just look at the live preview one more time. So now you can see that our header is there, and it has a nice padding all around, our H1, and it has a background aqua. So we can just save it over here with Command S. And the next thing, obviously, what we have is container. So again, we just press Command E. We have a new rule. And now we're dealing with a whole container that has 2 divs on. And the one thing that I would do is I would just set the width for the whole container to 100%. So it's extending through our whole website. And that would be pretty much it, what I would do. If I'm going to change my mind, we can always jump back and do something. But for now, that would be it. So now we start with an interesting part where we start dealing with the left sidebar. So we press the new rule. And what I would say that I would want to float this sidebar over here. Press float, and I would say that I want to float it left. And I would say that I want the width of that sidebar, the left sidebar, I would say that I would want it like 30%. So now I have a sidebar that's 30%. And let's say the height, just for the reason, so we're working with the live preview, and you can see that if you will be doing this with me, then once you save it on actually on a website, if you don't open in live preview, it's going to look, the height would be different. But just for the sake of actually working in a live preview, because I just don't want it to extend too much down, I don't want to scroll it up and down, I'm just going to set it to 250 pixels, right? But we can obviously set it to 600, 800, well, 50 or however you want. And the background color over here for this left side, I would say that I would want it blue. So here it is, our backside is blue, but because the links by default are actually styled also blue, you can see that it's, you can barely see them. But that's okay, we'll fix that later, so let's not worry about it right now. So right away I go to my right side over here, and again I create a quick edit rule. And this rule is, I'm going to say that again, I want to do the float, and I want to do the float, and I want to do the float on the left over here, and you can see how my margins disappeared because I float them both to the left. Now the next thing we would need to do is we would need to set the width, right? And since we set the width of this left sidebar 30, we're obviously going to set this width to 70%. So now you can see over here how my width is 70%. And again, I'm going to just make it a height, and the height is going to be 250 pixels, so they're both equal over here. And I'm going to set a different background color. I'm just going to say that it's going to be beige over here. And the text, I'm going to text it align center. And I would also say that font size, let's say just for fun of it, I'm just going to make it different. I'm going to make it like 18 pixels over here, so it's a little bit bigger. So now that we're done with the font size, let's move on to our footer over here. So I'm just going to save this, and now we're working with our footer. So I'm just going to refresh this over here. That's just a little thing with a live preview on brackets. So now we have a footer over here, and you can see over here what's tricky is that since we have floated both of these elements left and right, you can see that how with the live preview it's actually our footer is extending over here, and I'll show you how it actually messes up with some of the things that we would want to do. So the first thing, let's say I would want to do is a background color, and background color I would say that I want it a, let's say, chocolate, right? So I'm just going to set it to chocolate over here. And what else I would want to do is I would want to text align. Again, I would set it to center. And another thing I would want to do is font size. And let's say that I'm going to set the font size to 18 pixels again. And what else I would want to do is, I don't know, padding left. I would want to say like, let's say 10 pixels. Padding left, 10 pixels over here. And now The problem is that you can see that there's a little bit different. It's not exactly the same. And the reason for that, why it's not exactly the same, you can see that padding on the top is a little bit different than it is on the bottom, right? So what is happening is because it's still floating around in here, because the float is letting this footer to go all the way up. So what we would need to do over here, once we're dealing with the footer, what we would need to do is write clear over here. And we would write over here that it clears both left and right. And now you can see that how our padding is exactly the same right now, because we have cleared it from both of these divs that are actually floating left. So let's go back over here. And now the last thing what we want to do is we want to actually work with this list over here, which is like our menu, which is actually also as a link, right? So I'm just going to save this over here, and I'm just going to jump to style CSS. I'm going to go all the way in the bottom, and I'm just going to create a little bit more space for us. And now let's style our unordered list. So the first thing we would want to do is we would want to use the selector UL. And what we want to do is we would actually want to say that margin is going to be 0 over here, everywhere, all around. And the padding, we also want 0. So now you can see that it's harder to see because my links are, it's hard to see them, but now you can see that they basically moved from where they were because I set the margin and padding right now, both of them to 0. So whatever we'll be styling actually is going to matter because the default styling is gone. And what I would want to do is list style, and list style I'm going to set it to none because I don't want the typical list style elements to have those bullet points there. So I'll just tell it to list style none, and just so it's a little bit easier for us to work with, I'm just going to do a little bit something a little bit other way around, because I'm going to say list li over here, ul li list item, and I'm going to select the anchor tags over here. I'm going to say that color, and I want the color to be actually red so we can see what we are doing. So I'm just going to style it to red, and now we can see that we have them. And text decoration, I would want to get rid of that underline. So I'm going to say text decoration. Text, well, you can see again, I'm typing left and right, and text decoration, and I would set it to none over here. But let's go back and I'm going to show you how we're actually dealing with it, because before that maybe it wasn't, we were not able to see. So now you can see where our links were actually originally. So that's why I set margin, and I say that margin is going to be 0, and then I'm going to say the padding is going to be 0, and padding is 0, and now you can see how they all move back there in the corner where we want them. And the last thing is actually list style, and I'm just going to say that list style is going to be none over here. So now we don't have neither of them. We don't have margin, padding, and list style also. And like I said, I did a little bit different because the first obviously we would want to select unordered list item and actually style the list item. But the only thing is I would want to do is actually have the margin, and I'm going to say that the margin top and margin right I would want 0, but then bottom I would want 5 pixels, and the left I would want 5 pixels. And let's move on. And the last thing that I would want to do is actually when I'm hovering over the list, my links, I would want actually to have a text to be underlined then, and also the cursor to be a little bit different. So I'd want set a text decoration over here, and I would say that I want a underline. And the last thing that I would want to do is cursor progress over here. So now that we're done with styling the hovering link, we can actually just make this bigger over here. And you can see this is our website, and we can also obviously move back, which you can see that the only difference when I set the fonts between this, the one that I showed you in the beginning, and the one that we have over here right now. So this is going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.